Changing up the intro. Welcome, guys. New series on the go. You're going to enjoy this one. Obviously, you can tell from the title what we're doing, where we're going. There she is. Esther Vilar, Manipulated Man. The first 3 chapters, A Slave's Happiness, What is Man, and What is Women. Welcome, everybody. We're going with some nice chill hop. Some nice chill filters. We just finished When I Say No, I Feel Guilty after coming off the heels of the antibiotic nuke. No More Mr. Nice Guy by Dr. Robert Glover. A bunch of other stuff. We're going to continue down the line. The next one I like to have for a very intro level. What is Red Pill? What am I doing with this thing? And what hole do I stick it into? Esther Vilar's The Manipulated Man. And I think it's important to do this because you can't really read this book with your eyes. You have to read it with your eyes. You can't read it with your heart. It's a very outdated book. It was written in like the 60s and the 70s by a boomer feminist. And you're going to notice a lot of the stuff she talks about here is the stuff that you're going to hear the PowerPoint MGTOW channels, the second wave MGTOWs, I jokingly call them. The guys who talk about being black-pilled, or and most importantly, the men's rights activists, or as they like to call themselves, please, lady, give me the rights that I want. You're going to see a lot of their talking points in here, and so you're going to kind of understand where it came from, which is essentially second wave feminism. I find the irony in that one kind of interesting, but we're going to get that into detail. So we're following a little bit of a different format right now. I don't know if you're catching this live or after the fact, but if you're catching it live, you're going to notice shorter videos back to back right after the day. So you see there's also going to be a part 2 on this one that's coming up in about half an hour. Don't pay too much attention to the time. Just realize it's as soon as this one's done, we're switching over. That way we don't have to waste an hour of somebody's time to learn a point that maybe they're going to get half an hour at a time, just a quick lunch break, whatever. Let me pull up the notes. Look at that. Nice to meet you from Vietnam. It's nice to meet you as well from Canada. So we're starting on this one, and if you haven't seen it, it's very easy to find online and off. Like, it's tons of material that's been out there already. It's a Google search away. If you're in the locker room or the Patreon forums that I have set up for the Patreon subscribers so they can talk in a more discreet environment, you're going to see it right there, right on the first page in the syllabus. We'll start it off with skipping a lot of the rigmarole, and we're going to talk about the most important part that she starts off with. So here is a list of issues which she recognized in the original book to be men's most significant disadvantages compared to women. This is where you're going to see the information is sort of outdated. 1, men are conscripted, women are not. 2, men are sent to fight in wars, women are not. Stopping on these ones right here. The war argument, that always comes up. Well, men can be drafted and women can't, which I know there's been some laws in the States which have opened up the draft to women, and then feminists went all against it. It's a common problem that guys have when they look at these things as if they're a logical set of grievances that need to be addressed through rational debate, and that's not how it works. Feminism, for the most part, is not an ideology or a movement. It's a tactic. It's girls that have figured out the same hardwiring they have to nag a guy in order to get what they want out of a marriage, but to do that on a societal level. Essentially, nagging until you get what you want. And they probably don't like that very crass way of breaking it down, but if you look at how it plays out in the public sphere, that's exactly what's happening. When they talk about the conscription, again, this is where you can see it's a boomer talking about this stuff, because the last time conscription came up was the Vietnam War for the States and World War II for just about every other country, other than the ones that have, military or mandatory military service. But for those guys that have to put their year of 2 military service, it is not what you think of when you think of that World War II, conscript you because we need you to go to war. The men are sent to fight in wars, women are not. Again, we haven't had a war since the Second World War. Or maybe, I guess we could make an argument for the Korean War, but for the most part, that was a UN intervention. Like, warfare has really gone to the individual level at this point. We just have small scale situations, and for the most part, people are detached from the military to such an extent that to them it's almost a novelty. Like, you wouldn't believe how many foreign ports I've hit where somebody sincerely asks me, Canada has a navy? I can't really take it as insulting. I mean, it's not exactly like the thing that's first and foremost in people's minds. The last time the Navy was relevant was when Top Gun came out in 1985, 86. But these aren't really grievances anymore. These are more technological issues that have kind of advanced. We can get into those, but that's a separate subject. Men retire later than women, and men have almost no influence over their reproduction. So this one, 50-50 on its utility here. Men retiring later than women. And I will tell you, anybody, I would argue the younger Gen X's and anybody who's a millennium or younger, or millennial or younger, this men retirement thing, like who retires anymore? The social safety net has eroded. So again, you see here that they're blaming societal changes. We can argue if they're good or not, globalism, what have you, but these aren't men and women's sexual dynamics. But that's the problem, is they kind of get jammed into there. And this is where you can see that second wave feminism influence and creation of the MRA and arguably aspects of the MGTOW space are really not doing well. Like, MRAs have essentially adopted the female strategies for male sensibilities, and it's not working for us. There hasn't been a single MRA victory in, I would argue, at least 50 years, and the organization's only been around for 51. So their last good thing they've done was create the MRA. The men having no influence over reproduction. For men, there's neither a pill nor an abortion. They can only get children women want them to have. And this is arguably still as true today, if not more so. It's the one thing they nailed. Best way to articulate this is to look at the decision gates a girl has when she decides to have a baby. There is the decision to have sex. She can have sex or she cannot have sex. Now, we're not arguing efficacy, just that it's a decision. We have birth control. That's hers. That she can say not to have sex unless the guy uses birth control, aka a condom. After that, we have the Plan B pill, that oopsie pill. Then after that, we have the pregnancy. Now with pregnancy, abortion is a serious opinion or a serious option that's out there, and it is the worst you could say about it is people have to go through a little bit of crap. Like maybe they're obliged by some of the more conservative states in the States, or maybe some of the conservative countries, to have to go through some kind of shaming tactic to let them know, just so you know, like make a look at the ultrasounds, whatever. But there's nothing stopping you. The worst thing you'll say is that, well, I had to drive 2 states over. Well, you know what? It's an 18-year commitment. So I have very little sympathy for a girl that has to take an entire day off of work in order to do this. Meanwhile, a guy has no say in it at all. Beyond that, then, and they're making arguments. You could argue each different trimester comes with those things. But the point is there's many decision gates there. And then once the birth happens, you have adoption as an option. And financial abandonment. This is the big one. Guys have been fighting for this in the MRA for God knows how many decades. Women have had it as long as I can remember. You drop the kid off at a church, drop it off at a fire station, right there. Girls are hands off. As long as you don't throw the baby in a dumpster, a girl can abandon her motherly duties on a whim. And nobody has that in the men's space. So this is the one thing I would argue, if the MRA were to make a hill to die on, this would be it. And they've failed miserably. And so from a red-pilled perspective, knowing that the law is set up where you have zero decision on this while the girl has all the decision, you really have to fight for that. And this is the iron rule of Tomasi, that always be in control of the birth control. Understand that after the money shot, your ability to influence your freedom and your choice is limited to 0. Now, there's strategies around that, but those ones tend to be more on the illegal side, so we don't really discuss those. The next ones here, men support women. Women never or only temporarily support men. This one is true, and it's still true. Like, again, it's an MRA thing for the most part, but girls don't like the idea. As soon as they have to support a man, unless it's like a temporary situation, like a sickness or an unemployment stint for a little while, it ends up becoming, well, he's just a deadbeat, and then they look for reasons to check out of the marriage while absolving themselves of responsibility for doing so, because they still want to be a good person. That's a good mapping of the terrain. I wouldn't argue, actually, we'll get to that part at the end. So men work their whole lives, women only work temporarily or not at all. This is slowly changing, but I wouldn't argue for any altruistic reasons. Women have become a lot more distrusting of the male condition, and they don't like the idea. Like, a lot of women have watched their parents' marriages, and watching dad who provided for the family and put mom on an allowance, they found that to be so demeaning that they promised themselves never to put themselves in a position where they had to rely on a man. It's a very untrusting thing. I'm not going to argue whether it's a justified or a not justified one. As far as the girls go, her feeling about that is completely true. And so that's all that matters. And that's they act according to those feelings. So just be aware, as a guy, you don't have to be the breadwinner in the family, but you also have to be at least self-sufficient. And this taps into the luxury brand thing. Again, it's a topic for a separate video, but just realize this doesn't mean you have to make more money than your girl, because that's increasingly becoming a moot point. Girls are just earning more money right now, and increasingly men are earning less. So just be aware, as long as you're earning enough that you that you don't become a dependent, the economic factors aren't a giant scenario. Next one is, though even male men work all their lives and women only work temporarily or not at all, on average, men are poorer than women. And yeah, that cheaper to keeper thing, complete lie. Men are finding through divorce, even after all the state-sanctioned payments, they're still finding more disposable income. The whole issue with a relationship is that men aren't ready from a traditional standpoint until they reach a situation of economic surplus. In other words, they're more productive and they earn more than they would need to spend on their own. We have, and I hate this topic. Like, it's a good topic. It's important to understand the roadmap, but I hate preaching about it because it's got that whole MRA grievance. Yeah, that's it thing about it. We'll get into why on that later, but one of the stats they love trotting out is in New Zealand. They did a study and they found out that women en masse are a larger tax burden than they are a tax producer, and men are the exact opposite. So it's literally playing out the relationship arrangement, but on a societal level. So it's very interesting to know. This isn't something that being in a relationship or going your own way is going to solve. It's a problem of humanity, not of Stacy that you thought about wifing up. The next part, men only borrow their children. Women can keep them, as men work all their lives and women do not, automatically robbed of their children in cases of separation, with the reasoning that they have to work. As one can see, if anything, the female position of power has only consolidated, which is true. There is some movement in the legal sphere for this, but it's mostly because of the females weaponizing the court system has created an undue burden. And so for the sake of easing the tax on it, they kind of switched to a more, I don't even want to say egalitarian, but a more scripted response. You earn X, she earns Y, put through the calculator, and here's what people are owed. But there's still laws, for example, on Canada's books that to be a primary custodian, if you're a guy and the primary custodian of your child and the mother lives in the house with you, you actually need a signed letter from the woman saying, yes, he's the primary caregiver of this child. Men don't get to have kids, men get to sire children, and you're a father at the whims of mom. This is just a reality of the situation as it is now. You don't have to like it, but you do have to understand it. Now, legally, this doesn't mean it's a prison. There are certain legal things you can do, decisions you can make. But again, that's a solution-oriented thing. This is more so about going through this book and the parts that matter to you. The Married Red Pill has a great thing called a Better Beta's Divorce Guide. And I'm trying to remember who wrote it, but there was a one about how to establish to the courts you're being a good father. 2 articles, really good. I'm sure somebody in the chat will probably know what I'm talking about. Hopefully Rule Zero Dad's in here. He's pretty switched on this stuff. But this is why the MRAs have caught on to it, because you see this, it talks about everything that's wrong with a man, and it essentially blames feminism for it. It's very appealing to a guy from a branding perspective because, well, not only from a branding perspective, but also from a feminist perspective, or like a business perspective or a government perspective, because things are a bad deal for men, but all of these things are opt-in problems. So guys have to opt into their own misery. Now, from a branding or a marketing perspective, how do you get somebody to opt into something that's not in their best interest? Well, emotional attachment is a very easy way. You can make a persuasion for a guy that it's in his own best interest, but that takes a lot of work, and that attacks too many frontal lobe stuff. So what you do is you attach yourself to the limbic brain. You get strong feelings, and the easiest feeling to have is anger. You tap into a guy's anger, and he's more willing to put up with all of these things as long as he gets to cathartically yell at the clouds over how it's not fair, and he's very angry, and this is the problem of those damn liberals, or this is the problem of those damn feminists. Find a scapegoat, get a guy angry. He'll still do this thing just because he feels vindicated that he knows the rules now. And this is what ties into that quote I give you about a man would rather live a miserable life story that he knows the ending to than write himself his own life story that has a better ending, but he doesn't know how it's written. People are very comfortable in prisons of knowability. And this is, again, why a lot of the MRA is just about validation seeking. Most of the people's arguments there, and I would say MGTOW too, for this same anger reason, they just want validation. They want to be told that they're right and all of this stuff is right and they're downtrodden. But most guys do not make issues to absolve themselves of any of these situations. Again, it puts women on the pedestal. And this is why so many guys see pickup artists or red pill guys as, oh, they're just putting pussy on a pedestal. Well, the MRA and MGTOW position, the MRA position is if a woman says it's legit, then it's legit. So they actively want feminists and female leaders of the MRA to basically tell them that they're right. Just tell me what I want to hear. MGTOWs is the same thing. I'm going my own way. And if it was their own way, a lot of their content would be about best way to wakeboard or best way to cook a steak. Instead, what you're getting is constant complaining about the situation and how bad they have it, because again, they want acknowledgement. Women, tell us you're stepping on our neck. And they're like, you guys are nerds. Get out of here. Next section is called the slave's happiness, by the way. So I'll quote a section in here that I found perfectly representative of the male situation. The lemon-colored MG skids across the road, and the woman driver brings it to a somewhat uncertain halt. She gets out and finds her left front tires flat. So without wasting a moment, she prepares to fix it. She looks towards the passing cars as if expecting somebody, and recognizing this standard international sign of a woman in distress, a weak female let down by male technology, a station wagon draws up. The driver sees what's wrong at a glance and says comfortably, "Don't worry, we'll fix that in a jiffy." To prove his determination, he asks for a jack. He does not ask if she's capable of changing the tire herself, because he knows she's about 30, smartly dressed with makeup, that she isn't. Since she cannot find a jack, he fetches his own together with his tools, and 5 minutes later the job is done and the punctured tire properly stowed. Hands are covered with grease. She offers him an embroidered handkerchief, which he politely refuses. He has a rag for such occasions in his toolbox. The woman thanks him, apologizes for her typically feminine helplessness. She may have been there till dusk, she says, had he not stopped her. He makes no reply, and as he gets back into his car, gallantly shuts the door for her. Now, through the wound-down window, he advises her to have her tire patched at once and promises to get her garage man to see it the next evening, and then she drives off. The man collects his tools, goes back to his car, and wishes he could wash his hands. His shoes has been standing in the mud, are not as clean as they should be. He's a salesman. What more will he have to hurry to keep his next appointment? So as he starts his engine, he thinks women, one more stupid than the next. He wonders what he would have done, or what she would have done had he not been there to help. He puts his foot on the accelerator and drives off, a little faster than usual, more dangerous. There's a delay to make up, and after a while he starts to hum to himself. In a way, he's happy. Almost any man would have behaved in the same manner, and so would have most women. This story, it's a bit dated. Who drives cars nowadays? What guy knows how to change a tire? But it's Captain Save-A-Ho. It's simping at its most basic form. A guy will think to himself, a woman has agency when he wants her to, and she won't have agency when she doesn't. I like linking to it, but The Last Psychiatrist has a good article on this one where he talks about an Acura commercial. I believe that's in the Real Men Drink Guinness, but don't ask them to pay for it. I'll put a link in the chat here. You guys can read this one afterwards if you're so inclined. I'll throw it in the description as well. It's the second half of this article where he talks about the Acura ad. It's the same thing. A girl keeps running from umbrella to umbrella with a man in order to get to her car. And the idea is, why didn't she ask any of them to walk to the car? It's the same thing. Guys have this heroic need to want to be manipulated, and they know they're easily manipulated. This instinct he has is the idea of protecting a woman for sex. Whether he knows it or not, that's the underlying motivation. So the idea of asking her if she's competent and able to do this and just missing the tools never crosses his mind. Same way in that Acura commercial, that asking one of the guys to walk her to her car never crosses her mind. Guys are just seen as tools, and guys like being tools because it has that innate instinct to protect women, which worked great when you were in a tribe of 50 monkeys versus 50 other monkeys. But now we're grown adults in an 8 billion person world. It does not work. Women still keep this strategy with them because it's a very good one. It's called topping from the bottom. You play helpness, they call you an idiot. As long as you don't have an ego attached and not being associated with the identity of an idiot, you get what you want. Like, it's very clever, and it works extremely well. So I think one of the worst things as a guy you can do is assume women are stupid. Not because they are or they aren't. We're putting that aside. It's just because by you dismissing somebody as less than human, it puts you in the position of a useful idiot, while at the same time thinking yourself noble for the thing. And this is where I do not like that trad idea of the nobility of man, that soft Sierra law of, well, my woman doesn't drive, I drive her everywhere. I'm like, yeah, they do that in the Middle East too. The only difference is they don't ask the woman to thank them for it. Next section is what is man, where they go through some descriptions on what is a man, what is a woman. And in this case, a man is a human being who works. You're going to notice this too, same as the old order thinking stuff, the Jordan Peterson type stuff, the PragerU, the conservative grift. They always look at the beta buck side of things and they don't look at the alpha fuck side. So you're going to notice a lot of this is about the plow horse, the man who's good enough to get a wife at the tail end of I wasted my 20s after she threw on a sun hat and summer dress, and now she's ready to settle down and she's a very good girl. Just trust her on that one. So by working, he supports himself, his wife, and his wife's children. Notice there, very clever. It's not just saying that women get to have children and men don't. This covers the divorce thing too, like his wife's children. Again, stepping up as the stepfather. That's the exact same plow horse opt-in. Oh, well, this stupid girl end up finding herself, she got hoodwinked by an abusive man. I'll save her from her own stupidity. Meanwhile, he's putting somebody else's kids through college while she may be going back and sleeping with the ex every now and again. Some guys are noble, some guys do this, and sometimes it's the best situation for everybody, to which I say, good for you, sir. You solved a problem that was none of my concern, but you are a good man. Good for you. Everybody thanks you. You've made the light. You've saved the West. Not my problem. Let them burn. Any qualities that a man finds useful, she calls masculine. All others are of no use to her or anybody else she chooses to call effeminate. Notice that? Every trad girl who talks about I love man who's good with guns, they do all that ego feeding. If it's useful to her, it's masculine. And this is where the problem comes in letting women 100% define masculinity. They had 3 generations to do it, and all they did was they wanted better plow horses. I want you to validate yourself to me. I want you to be stronger feelings. Show me your feelings. That's, again, step 2, Practical Female Psychology by David Franco. It's going to be later on in the series. If you're watching this a year from now, it's probably on the channel. Go check it out. There's a 4-step process that women go through, and this has been an evolutionary, well-established scenario. The first step is fitness testing. Is this man able to put up with my crap and be like a stronger person? Can I look up to him as my hypergamous best option? Second one is communication. She wants the man to commit to her, and the way he does that is by talking about his feelings. That's one of the ways. Get rid of those masculine things, but only around me. Then the third one is putting him to work. All the plow horse stuff, the tire changes, the real men do this, real men do that. The fourth step is self-determination. And that's well, he's kind of boring me right now. He was always controlling. And they vilify him so they can move on and become the strong, independent woman. Whether it always works out well or not, whether a guy is able to see these steps and do anything about it, separate topic. Again, we wouldn't be here if I didn't say there was not only a survivable strategy, but a thrivable strategy around this stuff. But just realize that's the hardwiring thing. And if you sit there and you let life happen to you, your masculinity will be defined by people who want you as a useful idiot, and it will eventually be discarded in favor of a better useful idiot down the line. Again, it's not screaming into the clouds. It's not complaining about your issues. It's just understanding the terrain. And in this case, this book is a nice primer and is gonna separate you. You're either a switched on guy who gets it, or you're a guy who doesn't. And if you do get it, you see these as obstacles to either overcome or not opt into. And if you don't get it, you're seeing these as complaints that you need to grieve and have dear mommy government and dear daddy feminist tell you about it. So again, anything useful is masculine. The laziness man flannel shirt is an extension of this, with autism turned up to 12. That's the hipsters who unironically wear it. Wear the flannel. Or what do lesbians are like stereotypically known for? Wearing flannel. Again, all these masculine symbols have nothing to do with masculinity, but they attract women who are in search of a useful idiot. That's why it's good to know them. Like, things that are attractive to women are good to know, but they can't be your sole definition. I have a great article actually in my blog. It's called Sex and Violence, the two non-fungible members of or ways to define manhood. And that makes the case that to define manhood, you essentially just have to pick a space, sit down in it, and dare somebody to move you, with the understanding that as qualities become useful, they make you more valuable. And that's being attractive, being less unattractive, being useful, the alpha behaviors and the beta behaviors. But at its core, you've made a decision that you are deciding these qualities here are making you masculine because they benefit your life in substantial ways, and you're daring somebody to try and attack those ones. It comes with a certain self-confidence about it. To carry on here with another quote, so no matter what a man's job may be, bookkeeper, doctor, bus driver, or managing director, every moment of his life will be spent as a cog in a huge and pitiless system designed to exploit him for the utmost to his dying day. Now, this doesn't have to be the case anymore. This is something that's kind of gone by the wayside. Corporate jobs are kind of dying off. Manufacturing is dead as an industry in the West. We're a service economy. We're so abundant that I would consider this current thought-pocalypse as the greatest boon for men that we've ever known. We are freed from all of this, just so long as we make the risky decision to make our own way. Start your own business, become an influencer, play Minecraft professionally. It doesn't matter. You could, again, sit down. This is what I'm doing, and this defines me as a man because this is what I'm finding useful to me. Yeah, chopping wood all day with an axe sounds more masculine on paper, but the guy who only has to work 10 hours a week playing Minecraft, earning $1 million a year, and living the life he wants, how could you argue that freedom is any less masculine than a guy that can haul logs for a living? It's really hard to. Other than that guy can haul logs for me, girls don't like Minecraft. That's basically it. Ask yourself, though, who decides that dichotomy? I'll tell you right now, it's not men. So the one thing that has stuck around is this. A man who changes his way of life, or rather his profession, for life and profession are synonymous to him, is considered unreliable. If he does that more than once, he becomes a social outcast, remains alone. It is no longer this way. This is an old order way of thinking. You are your job. And this is why so many trad guys who still think about the old way of doing things think that if I lose my job, 2008 crisis, 2008's housing crisis, I should say, tons of suicides because men lost their identity because they put their identity into their jobs. And we have switched over from a lifetime of work all the way to the gig economy. By defining yourself by your job or your ability to provide, you're actually creating a psychological dependency that's based on something you have no control over. So if you're the kind of guy who's terrified that your wife is earning more money than you, that you're gonna lose your job, and that you're thinking of like a suicide because of that, well then, dude, you're making your own life miserable on purpose. You're opting into your own plow horsery. And I would argue it is not a good strategy. It is not required. And this is where I do agree with Money Twitter. They say a lot of nonsense, but they're bang on this. Building your own sources of income, building your own cottage industry, building your own island of revenue that's able to be better under your control, even if it means you have to make sacrifices on your material well-being, are going to do you a far better service in your life. And that's all I can really say on that one. So the next part they go around is, what is woman? And I'm not going to lie, if I get demonetized or I get on CNN for something, it's probably going to be for this because she has an absolutely savage take. Her quoting, not my words, hers. As a woman, as we have already said, is to contrast a man, a human being who does not work. One might leave it at that, for there isn't much more to say about her. where the basic concept of human being, not so general and inexact in embracing both man and women. Life offers the human being two choices, an animal existence or a lower order of life, and a spiritual existence. In general, women will choose the former and opt for the physical well-being in a place to breed and an opportunity to indulge in unhindered in her breeding habits. I'm going to put that part again here. And an opportunity to indulge unhindered in her breeding habits. Rollo talks about a feminine imperative. Tell me that doesn't map to that. Tell me hypergamy doesn't map to that. Tell me that the idea of unrestricted abortion rights, that what's the issue now? Like the third trimester or abandonment, free birth control, like all of these arguments you hear, all of this crap, like men versus women arguments you have, it really is about building unhindered freedom in her breeding habits. If you boil it down to its most cruel core, I guess you could say, it's not wrong, but it's just you being an asshole by describing it. Yeah, partial birth. I've heard about that one too. Again, I'm not here to talk about its efficacy, what we should do, what society should create as its values and its ethics. It's not my place, and I really don't care less about these arguments because I don't want to have any more spurging out in my comments than I need to. The whole quote is it's a spot of autism, not 100% autism. But you're going to see a lot of women, and this was that feminist argument about is it a stay-at-home mom or is it a working girl? At the end of the day, it didn't matter. It was just about the freedom to have it all. So there's some truth to it too, though. And this is where there's an article by No Ma'am, the women, the most responsible teenager in the house. Let me pull that one up here. I will put that in the chat as well. Again, it's a good read if you got time. This is, now I'm warning you right now, this is like the first generation Aaron Clary's type MGTOW stuff. It's more of a complaint than anything. I enjoy it because it helps you understand the mindset. It's a nice heuristic. It's like AWOLT, all guns are loaded type stuff. So if you find somebody that's an exception to this, that's great. But just understand that as an underlying motivation and a good thing to keep awareness of. But a lot of girls, they talk about how their goal is always they want to find a man to settle down and have him take care of them. They want to be the stay-at-home mom. And what's their big sales pitch to this? They appeal to the nobility of men. I like conservative men. I like MAGA men. I like strong men who love guns and trucks and truck nuts and Miller Lite because they believe that a woman should stay at home and take care of the family. I love cooking lunch for my man. Like, who wouldn't trade a lifetime of work to have to make sandwiches a couple times a week and then watch Dr. Phil the rest of the day? Like, that's a sweet deal. And all you have to do is lend out your uterus for 9 months. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah, misery is self-inflicted and happiness is a choice. I guess if I had to end these first 3 sections on that, I would end on that note. Misery is self-inflicted and happiness is a choice. So as you're watching the rest of these ones, we've gotten through some very easy stuff. What is a man defined as the Beta Bucks category? What is a woman defined as? Topping from the bottom. How men are so easily manipulated. The idea that women have agency when it suits them and no agency when it doesn't. Like I said, you'll notice that girl was nice and strong and independent when it come to holding down a career and driving herself around. But as soon as it came to the most basic dirty maintenance, she became absolutely useless in that scenario. Something to think about. The sandwich artists, you guys are killing me. And yeah, a woman wrote this, Esther Villa. I think she's a German second wave feminist. But it's kind of funny. Anyways, it's good to know. And then again, you have the 8 list of issues. So put this in there, understand it. Enjoy this one. We're at 34 minutes right now, so I'm going to switch off. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, grab a glass of water, quick pee break. We're going to come back to the second half, which is on this channel. It's there it is. So yeah, feel free to check it. Again, hit like, hit subscribe if you like this one. Honestly, I love this content. I hear a lot of you guys telling me how it's very helpful for you. You're enjoying it. The liking and the subscribing and the watching it all the way through from start to finish shows the algorithm that it's higher engagement, and higher engagement encourages it to show it far and wide. So if you want your friends to see this, a lot of you guys throw Rational Male books out like they were candy. Again, the better you engage with this stuff, the more people that are going to see it, the more people we can reach, and the more work we can do. So on that note, I'll leave you to it on this one, and I will see you in probably 5 minutes on the second video. Again, check it out, it's in the channel. I like this one as an outro and an intro. It's much quicker, snappier. I have to keep this going for about 22 seconds though, so the end cards don't interrupt. So we're going to stare at this picture right here. By the way, you notice that he's not leaning in, but he still looks like he's a little bit too involved in her. I'm guessing those green lines don't count anymore, so thanks, Riv. You did amazing work, buddy. Anyways, cheers, guys. Three, two, one. Pating! Welcome, guys. Esther Villa, Manipulated Man. We're on part 2-ish. Technically 3, 4, and 5 of the chapters. Not that it matters. The main topics she talks about are a woman's horizon, the fair sex, and the universe is male. What does all that mean? Well, you'll find out. Hey guys, welcome. Part 2. If you're catching this live, it's literally just finished part 1. We're splitting these up into smaller chunks for a little bit easier to digest time with you guys. Let me know how that works out for you. And don't forget, if you like what you see, you know the spiel. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, yada, yada, yada. Helps the algorithm out. And the more people that see it, if you agree with the content and you think it's useful, the more engagement, the more people can see. Anyway, so next part is the women's horizon. We're going to cut right into it because we're a little behind time. But the quote to start it off is, "Whatever men set about to impress women with, nothing counts for nothing in the world of women. Only another woman is of importance in her world." So again, she has the exact same problem that you're going to see from a lot of the traditional conservative tradcon, Jordan Peterson-esque, old-fashioned guys, old order thinking, as Rollo puts it, essentially pretending it's the 1950s. I always call it the Norman Rockwell fantasy, but so she only thinks about the beta bucks side of the equation. And if you guys are new to this channel, you may not know what the alpha fucks and beta bucks thing are. I'll simply put, girls have a want for the best genetic option available, the hottest dude, the most attractive dude, as well as the provisioning side. Who's the best father of my kids? Who's the kindest man? Who's the nicest man? Things that make her wet and things that stave off her anxiety and make her comfortable. So you're going to see those referred to as the AFBB side of things. Now, so she's talking mostly about beta bucks. And she's also talking about, again, intra and intersexual dynamics, competition with women, and validation from men. When you're dealing with the alpha fuck side of things, generally the opinion of the man matters more than anything. It's a feature of hypergamy, is that a girl is fiercely loyal to only one authority at a time. And if it's not you, it's somebody else. This is why it's not necessarily a husband. It's not necessarily a boyfriend. It's not necessarily for a lifetime. It's usually about the authority and whichever one is most useful to her. So in this case, if it's a girl just thoughting around, she's going to see her coolest Chad. And for that 8 hours that night, he's the hypergamous best option. So she defers to him. He doesn't call her the next day. She gets mad at him, goes on to Twitter, complains how all men are trash. A whole bunch of dudes that she doesn't care about says, well, not all men. I'm super nice. And she goes, yeah, I don't care. You also don't have a 6-pack or a SoundCloud album. And you haven't carved out a 6-block chunk of Seattle for your own personal warlord. Same thing. I think there's going to be an example we use down below with, so put a pin in this one. We'll talk about it later when it comes to hospitals. But what's intra and intersexual dynamics? Well, intersexual dynamics is that between men and women. And that's just as we've talked about, the beta bucks, the alpha fucks. I want to find the best species or the best prime example of man out there and have his babies. And I want the nicest, kindest man ever to be the father of the children. If you're lucky, it's the same guy, but often it's not. And God knows with the way the divorce industry's been set up right now, most guys are finding right now the role of father is very fungible. Guys can talk about it's very important to have a father in the kids' lives, but the girl has him replaced in less than 12 months. Like, I know companies that take longer than that to replace good talent. Intersexual dynamics, though, is the competition among women. And it's hard to explain to a guy, so I'll just use intersexual or intrasexual dynamics as a guy. Think about all the competition that you'll do as guys. We'll go from everything. Who's got the nicest car in the group? Who's banged the most women? Who's the best at Smash Brothers? Like, every single competition we have among men that the expressed purpose of it is not to attract women is intergender competition. This is the male social matrix. We've talked about it in the previous video, how men organize in like a social cohesion or a socially cohesive unit. Women have the exact same thing. The only difference is the way it's applied. And then the male and the female sexual social matrix, that's a separate topic on a separate video. Put a pin in this one. We talk about it briefly in the When I Say No, I Feel Guilty series, but just be aware it's there. Men and women organize separately. They have competition among themselves, which is separate than the competition among the other species or the other gender species. It's also a reason why I'm talking about how the intersexual dynamics, or the fight that women have amongst women, is more important to them than the validation from the beta buck side of things, or the provisioner, or the provider. So this is where the strategy comes, where men need to market themselves more as a luxury brand and not a commodity. The idea is you're putting yourself outside of that intersexual dynamics and into literally fight for your attention, your validation. The onus is on her to prove herself to you that she's worth keeping around. Reason that's pretty straightforward. Women control sex, but men control relationships. Commitment is something that men can control, the opt-in, which sounds good, but a lot of guys have a problem squaring that circle when we talk about Bertholdt's law, which, for example, the female of the species determines the conditions of the relationship. And when there's no more benefit for the woman, no relationship takes place. Well, how can you say that men are the gatekeepers of relationships, but women are in control of it? Gatekeeper. It's a competitive monopoly. Think of it like a restaurant. When you're in that restaurant, the restaurant decides what you will eat, but you have the decision of what restaurant you go and eat at. It's the same thing here. You have the ultimate control of whether a relationship happens or not. You either acquiesce when a girl is pushing for one, or you actively decide there's one. But at the same time, like a restaurant, if she doesn't pick you as her restaurant yet, then you don't get to decide what she eats. It's a good way of thinking about it anyway. So how does sex fit into this one? And here's a funny one. A lot of guys think that sex is all just about getting your rocks off, and it's not. I always talk about David Buss and Cindy Minson on this great evolutionary psychology book called Why Women Have Sex. And inside of it, it's a giant slog of a book, 800 pages of the motivations that women have for sex for just about any social situation you can think of. And out of the 800 motivations, girl getting her rocks off ranks about 786. Like, they do not look at sex the way guys do. So sex can often be used as a manipulative tool to hook a guy in. That's the single mom scenario. The sex is so good, I had to wife her up and take care of her kid. Girls that are super sexual, they always... Here's something anybody who's been dating a while will know. You're dating a girl, and at some point, she'll confess to you that she's always been kind of bisexual and she's always been curious about a threesome. I can count on one hand the number of times, the hundreds of times this has been admitted, there's actually been follow through. It is purely a manipulative tactic, attacking a guy's ego, letting him know, oh, I got myself a crazy one, a slutty one, but my slut never pans out. Just one of those things to remember. When a girl talks and uses mouth noises, especially when it appeals to your ego, it doesn't matter unless it's followed through already. That's something to keep in your mind. So I will continue on with another quote from this. It is those living works of art which are beyond man's comprehension. Those creatures walking the fashionable streets of Paris, Rome, and New York. She's talking about desirable women here. The skill of the eyeliner and shadow expertly applied, the choice of lipstick and its application, with or without a lip brush, in several layers or only one. These are all makeup terms in case you guys don't know. Watch some James Charles stuff. You'll get caught up. In several layers or only in one, the compromise to be achieved between the pros and cons of fake eyelashes, the matching of a dress, a stole, a coat with the lighting. All of this is an art requiring expert knowledge of which man has no conception. A man lacks any type of appreciation for this. He has not learned to interpret the extent of female masquerades, and he cannot possibly evaluate those walking works of art. So to achieve perfection in such skill needs time, money, and an infinitely limited mind. All of these requirements are met by women. Again, savage. This lady is savage. In fact, when a woman dresses, she considers a man to a slight extent, the extent necessary to hold him and encourage him to provide in the widest sense for her. Every other investment is aimed at other women. Man as importance only as a provider. Again, this is making a clear distinction between intra and intersexual dynamics. If you flat out tell a girl you don't care about this, you don't care about that, dude, I like girls wearing natural makeup. I don't care if they're wearing makeup and they still put it on. They're not doing it for you. Now, a lot of, again, MRA and MGTOW brands say, well, if she's not doing it for you, it's because she's signaling that she's available to some other man out there, which may be true, but usually what they just do is they start showing more cleavage and make themselves more available, because that's the female signal of I'm available, boys, is that she makes it very easy to isolate her. That's the stuff to watch out for. The makeup and the dressing fancy for work thing, that's so she can flex on Susie from accounting. And trust me, that bitch had it coming. Hates that bitch. She'll come home and you'll bitch about him constantly. She'll go into work the next day wearing shaven legs. Meanwhile, you haven't shaved your legs for me for 2 weeks. Yeah, but that bitch has to learn. I'm the top tier. Again, this taps into that telltale sign if you're a beta bucks in a scenario, whether she dresses better for the office than for you, or whether how you're treated next to her girls in the social matrix. These are those red flags you need to be aware of. It's not the ones that you're going to watch on the red pill branded channels where 7 signs to see if she treats you as an alpha male. Number 6 will surprise you. Wow, thanks, man. I didn't know any of this stuff. No. Here's what it is. You ready? When you're in front of her and her friends, does she use you as a flex on her friends? That's a red flag on whether she thinks of you as a hypergamous best option or a useful idiot, whether you're the beta bucks or the alpha fucks. Because it is an extreme display of dominance from a female part to her social friends if she can berate you in front of them and you put up with it. That's horse girl manifested in a regular relationship. If you don't know, horse girl is kind of like the catch-all phrase to describe a girl that loves to beat down giant animals and has kind of like a power fantasy about it. You'll see it in Dungeons and Dragons and like science fiction and fantasy art of a girl who's got a giant beast by her side or a giant robot or the Queen of Dragons. All of that stuff is horse girl stuff. Again, that's to appeal to the female mind. The best weapon for a man is a gun, and the best weapon for a woman is a man with a gun. And this is exactly what that appeals to. So if you want to know you're the beta bucks, how does she talk about you when you're in the room? How does she talk about you when you're not in the room? If you're truly a girl's hypergamous best option, the first rule that a girl has is you do not badmouth your spouse in front of others. You just don't. Same as like kids. You don't have a fight about parenting in front of the kids. You make a call, you guys discuss it afterwards. This sets up a unified front, and if you want to know if a girl is on your team, if she's that ride or die bitch that I constantly tell you guys about, will she defend you when you're not there? And that right there is what you're looking for. In fact, at a bit of a tangent here, there's a strategy that a lot of guys talk about is like, should you snoop on your girl's social media? Should you borrow her phone? And there's an alpha and a beta way of looking at this. The beta way of looking at it is you want to find evidence of her cheating on you so that you can divorce her. For some reason, you need permission. You need permission from the gods. Well, she's cheating on me. These texts prove it. And now I can divorce her. Never mind, she's made me miserable for the last 10 years. I need evidence that it's not my fault and it's because she did something wrong. And that's a very feminine way of looking at things. And I want to attribute this to the Altmate Cad, one of the older guys in the sphere I talk about him a lot. I won't bring him up here because it's not important. But here's the thing. He suggests, and I wholeheartedly agree with this, the reason a guy needs to take that one opportunity and snoop through his girl's social media and her phone is to see how she talks about you when you're not there in the room. And That's the red pilling that guys need to hear way more on whether she's getting some dick on the side. I'll argue that one till I'm blue in the face, because a girl who speaks well of you when she doesn't have to is a girl who's invested, and that's what you're looking for. And if you don't see that, there's the red flag you need to ditch. Yeah, one reason why you can be an alpha male or not in a girl's life, and reason one will surprise you. Wow, smash like, hit subscribe. Welcome to the YouTube channel. Yeah, you get the spiel. Next on this one, so if a firm wants to get a hold of a specialist in some field, it will flatter and entice him in every way possible until he weakens. Again, appeals to your ego. It's a very easy manipulative skill. Once a contract is signed, his employers can relax. Their leverage over him continues to increase. A woman behaves in much the same way with a man. She gives her man just enough rope to ensure he is preferring life by her side to breaking his contract with her. I tell you guys all the time, hate her just a little bit, and that's exactly why. That's why as soon as you put the ring on it, that's a commitment. That's a high investment signal, and a girl has an innate skepticism bias that prevents her from falling for low investment signals. So once she's got those ones, again, back to Franco's, the betaization process. She's got that communication. She's got those expensive signals. Now it's about putting him to work. I've got the loyalty. I no longer need to fight for it again. It's the same. If you really need to find an equivalence, this is the equivalent of a guy who tells the girl everything she wants to hear until he hits his money shot, and then he just doesn't care about her anymore. Well, this is the female equivalent of that. Once I got the ultimate commitment, I don't have to try anymore. I can gain a bunch of weight because he's not going to leave me. I'll cut my hair. Again, those are all intrasexual flexes. A girl cutting that Karen bob, a girl giving herself a pixie cut in the middle of a marriage is saying, dude, I got this guy so hooked, I can ugg myself up and he will stick around. Not only will he stick around, he'll tell me I still look hot. Now, this may not be a conscious thing. They may not be thinking of it this way. This may be a limbic brain thing, but this is exactly what's playing out in a sexual dynamic standpoint. So just be aware of it. And this is, again, this is why these things are small boundaries, small little flexes that you need to nip in the butt early on. Establish strong boundaries. Be willing to walk away if your boundaries aren't being met. There's only 3 tools you have to establish your boundaries. That's your attention, your commitment, and your affection. You can't use those to get what you want, but you can pull them away commensurate with whatever boundaries being enforced. And those tools only have any use if you're a high value man, if you're a hypergamous best option. Again, she doesn't give a shit about you if you're just the beta buck. She does not care, and that's fine. If you want to be that kind of plow horse, useful idiot, then that's the decision you've made. So be aware that you've made that decision to opt into your own misery, and I don't want to hear any whining about your MRA nonsense because you asked for this. She didn't tell you to do it. In fact, she told you were a great man because she didn't know you'd be stupid enough to fall for it. It's not her fault. Again, Briffault's law. Companies, the same thing. Guys are very good at seeing it with a company when they're trying to be wooed by a certain organization, but you throw some nice set of knockers on them, and guys don't seem to know. They have a nice example quoted there too, where they kind of go, there's a lot of this was just examples to articulate the point. I stuck this one in because I thought it was pretty good. If a woman flirts with her husband's best friend, her attention is to annoy his wife, whose feelings do matter, unlike those of her own husband. If she felt deeply about this man in question, she'd never show her emotions in public. Again, teases always are very obvious with their flirting, and that's your big indication. Is she flirting in front of somebody else? Then realize, just the same way that she berated you in front of her friends, this is a flex. A lot of guys end up getting insecure. A girl will openly flirt with another guy, and by acting insecure, you're saying he actually is a threat to you. And by saying that, a girl's limbic brain's going, I know you were just kind of flirting to teach, Betty from accounting because she's such a bitch, but I don't know. He thinks this guy's top tier too. Maybe there's something to it. And in that way, you actually sabotage your own relationship by deferring to the alpha male of the group, or AMOG as they call it. Personal story in this one is actually pretty good. It was from an older married red pill guy. His name was Frenchie, or Illes Resuite, or what was his, I can't remember his other handle, but I just call him Frenchie. He was in his 60s. His wife, his high school sweetheart, that perfect dream, she was perfect for him in every way, ended up passing away of cancer. And he was having a huge problem getting over that because every woman he dated, he compared to her. And so he just couldn't enjoy women, even though that was his last promise to her, was to like continue to date because you still got 40 years of life. So we kind of got him on the idea of, you know, enjoy hating him a little bit. It's okay. Just because it's sex doesn't mean you have to love him. Sometimes it's just a sport effing, you know, sometimes just a little hate F. And so we kind of got to enjoy that. And so that was like our gift to him. His gift to us was how to handle this situation. It's probably his best thing. He talked about how she had a little crush on the coach of their son's PE team or sports team, something like that. His response to her flirting openly with another guy like that was just start to poke fun at her, attack her ego. And it worked like a charm. The girl was embarrassed. She stopped doing it. He kept his position on the top of the F pile. Everything worked out well. Because that's the behaviors that's the alpha behaviors that help keep a girl's attraction and establish yourself as a hypergamous best option. You don't see other guys as a threat. And if you do see other guys in a threat, again, I'll quote from another one of the old school guys. He's been in there as long as me. Awesome guy, Bogey D6. Well, if he gets her, I'll throw in the truck for free. Take her and the truck, because I won't be needing it at that point. And that's perfect. It's that kind of aloofness. I articulate this because a lot of guys take this, they add some tism to it, and they ramp it up to 12. And this is that whole, well, only a real man is not jealous. Like, you should trust her, bro. Don't be jealous like that. A real man isn't insecure that way. And that's the wrong takeaway from that. That's how you get manipulated into letting your girl go on a girl's night out, suck 5 dicks, and then come home and kiss you on the mouth. It's not what you want. No, it's trust but verify, but at the same time, you don't see people as a threat because you have the abundance to know if she pulls this stuff, you're booting her, and you'll be just fine with another girl within the week. Yeah, brah, girls have the weirdest flexes. They do, but that's the thing. We don't have to understand them because they're not for us. They may seem stupid and weird, but that's first rule of marketing. If you can see the manipulation, then you're not the target demographic. Moving on here. Oh, so the one thing I wanted to add to it, though, was advertising. There's a reason why advertising is always catered to women. It sells women on the same idea. So the quote to act to this one, and this lets you know a lot about the constant media thing. I was just on Richard Cooper's channel, Entrepreneurs in Cars. We talked about why you need to stop watching entertainment that's not designed for you. Everything is designed for women. So according to statistics, it's the female sector of the population who spends the most money. Money men earn for them. Manufacturers do not attempt to simulate sales by advertisements displaying handsome he-men. On the contrary, no matter what it is they want to sell, packaged holidays, detergents, cars, bedroom suites, televisions, each advertisement flaunts a beautiful woman. So if women were free of financial cares, the majority of them would probably prefer to spend their lives in the company of other women than with men, and not all because they're lesbians. Again, she's savage with these quotes. What men call lesbian tendencies probably have a little to do with women's sexual drive. No, the seximists almost have no interest in common. What, besides money, can bind a woman to a man? Again, she's talking about the beta buck stuff. I will do as a soft side note on this one. Darla 10, one of the older school people and one of the few people that I can respect on the purple pill sphere. She was out of all the women that I've seen in this space, I would consider her top 3 of women that would be considered a red-pilled women. Of course, she got divorce raped by her husband, so that's probably why. But she had mentioned this thing she noticed she was in New York City, that a lot of the girls that after they got divorced would all of a sudden become like lesbians overnight. And she couldn't understand it. And then eventually they would lose it and they'd go and find another man. I would argue it's kind of this thing that she's talking about here, where it's that need for intra-sexual competition kind of manifests as in like a semi-romantic relationship, which also explains the idea of lesbian bed death, but we won't go there. I'm pretty sure just by mentioning the word lesbian, I've gotten demonetized as it is. So do yourself a favor, smash the like button, make sure watch the video through its entirety, share on social media, because without this engagement, we've lost the monetary angle to incentivize YouTube to spread it far and wide. So it's all up to you guys at this point, man. I swear to God. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why we can spot male flexes. You can see, dude, I hope she sees this, bro. Females, most of the stuff that they're doing that makes no sense and guys don't care about is the I hope she sees this, bro, for women. Next section though, the fair sex. So a man needs a woman because, as we shall see, he needs something to which he must subject himself. Again, this is the beta buck side of things, but at the same time, he must retain his self-respect. This leads him to endow a woman with qualities which justify his subjection. As a woman has never made any attempt to use her wits, he can't call her intelligent. But he gets close to it by creating the concept of women's intuition. So in the absence of any other real qualities, he calls her beautiful. The hell's she talking about right now? These are fancy words, and we're not fancy men. We're simple men. So here's what it describes. It means we aren't attracted to women. We're attracted to our own ego. It's a narcissism thing. It's all about me. Obviously, there's healthy and unhealthy levels of narcissism. Narcissism can go all the way up to a disorder, in which case it's definitely harmful to you as a society and as a person. What do I mean by that? We have an image in our head of what a woman is. You ask a kid to draw a woman, he draws a circle, puts a couple sticks on it, draws a triangle dress. That's a woman, and we all know it. We have a symbol of our head. What is the ideal woman? It's the woman of Willendorf, the 22,000 original god of the human species. Every girl that we walk up to, we have that, we project that onto her. We don't see her as intelligent. We see her as beautiful. We see her as the goddess. And it takes a certain callousness on you, a certain abundance, a certain seeing behind the curtain to shed those mental models to the point where you stop seeing women as women. You see them as individuals with their own traits, positive and negative. And you want to talk about vetting women, which I don't agree with, but whatever. You want to talk about boundary enforcement. It all stems from being able to observe what's there and not seeing what you want to see. So as soon as you see guys try to flex saying, oh, she's the most beautiful girl in the world, and you look and you're like, that's a 7, dude. Again, if you don't see the manipulation, you're not the target demographic. Girls who talk about guys who talk about 9s and 10s, whether it's the I only bang 9s and 10s crowd or whether it's the she's the most beautiful woman I've ever met, they're talking about their ego and everybody else can see right through it. Girls aren't 10s, girls aren't 9s, girls aren't even 8s. Girls are 4s, 5s, and 6s. Girls cluster around the mean. Most girls are average. There's 3 categories. Would I sleep with her and not tell anybody about it? Would I sleep with her and would I not brag about it? And would I sleep with her and will I brag about it? That's it. Anything outside of that doesn't register on your list of women. So sorry, Tess Holliday. You don't really count as a woman. I'd say what you do count as, but we've got bullying laws here, so I can't make any bovine or hoggish references. But I'm sure you guys can do the jokes on your own. Whatever. Worst case scenario, she cries over a tub of ice cream. And this ego thing is also why the instant a girl shoots down, and this is why girls are very, like, they're not openly rejecting. A lot of guys say, well, if you're not interested, just say so. It's like, no, because our egos are scary to women because we are violent men, or at least we used to be. So when a girl shoots you down, what happens? The guy gets mad at her, calls her a lesbian, goes back to his friends, laughs at her, makes up some stuff about her. It's all to soothe his ego. It's like having God reject you. Hate him back, it works for me. There's a Lethal Weapon line for you guys. Hate her back, it works for me. So yeah, girls don't do that because they don't like the rejection, they don't like the conflict, and they don't like the potential of you being violent to defend your ego. So they just say we should be friends. They say, well, maybe later. Well, they'll say, well, I have a boyfriend right now. And yeah, they're lying to you because you want to be lied to. Because if you're not lied to, then your imaginary purpose of woman in your mind disappears. And we can't have that. So moving on. What is a man to do on a woman when the smooth curves have become flabby tires of flesh, her skin slack and pallid, when her childish tones have grown shrill, and the laughter of children sounds like nagging? Or neighing. That's a horse sound, I guess. What has become of this shrew when her face no longer atones for her ceaseless insanities, and when the cries of ooh and ah begin to drive him out of his mind? Basically, what happens when she turns into Karen? This mummified child will never fire a man's erotic fantasy again. One might think of her power broken at last, but no, she still manages to get her way. And for 2 reasons, which I think she gets wrong, by the way. The first is obvious. She now has kids who enable her to keep feigning helplessness. And then the other one is our ego in there, but it's a couple concepts to get through on here. The first one is she kind of gets to describing wife goggles. Rollo talks about an aspirational model of love that men have. We see women the way we want them to be. We've already talked about our egos, the woman of Willendorf. They're the gods in our eyes. They're the symbol of women. When you date a woman, when you first fall in love with her, when you first do that pair bonding, whatever you want to call it, you freeze in time the way you look at her. You're basically her own best Instagram filter is a guy who loved her from when he was early on. She will always be that 18-year-old trollop that you screwed in the back of your parents' car. She could be 45, saggy, with all kinds of kids in tow. She could be a nagging shrew. All you see is that other image, and that's what your ego projects, and so that's what your ego perceives. You gloss over all the soft spots. But, and here's the part that modern women have been failing to an extreme extent lately. Wife goggles are really attached on their good. They're strapped into place, but you can slap them off. Infidelity, berating a man to the point past learned helplessness can help you, because there's so many psychological things that help a girl be an absolute horrid woman, and guys will still put up with it. But once you cross that line, it slaps the wife goggles off a guy's face, and a guy stops seeing that aspirational model of his girl. He just starts seeing the actual girl she is. And what you'll notice is that most guys don't find Karen very hot. They might they might face F them, but that's it. It's mostly to shut her up. But yeah, so a luxury for top tier men. And she talks about this earlier where the second thing where top tier men like having soft harems or mistresses and that. Here's a cycle on this one. A girl will go on a date with a top tier man and she doesn't know how to secure his commitment. So he dumps her off for another girl, or he cheats on her with another girl. They go online, they say all men are trash. And then 80% of the guys that she has no interest in will say, not all men are like that. I'm good. I'm loyal. Dude, she doesn't care. I can make a quote here, and I probably will, the Jordan Peterson one about rabbits. He talks about lobsters. No, I think his rabbits are much more valuable. He says, how virtuous is a rabbit for being harmless? Not very much. Nobody's scared of a rabbit. Nobody respects a rabbit. The only thing that is virtuous is a man who can do great evil but chooses not to. It's that ability that puts weight on these things. Again, the ability to sleep with tons of women, the ability to pull, the ability to replace her, that makes your commitment matter. And unfortunately, a lot of girls find that if they shoot for the stars and they pick a man that's well above their league, they may be able to sleep with them, but they can't keep with them. And if you meet a girl that has good enough girl game to lock one of those guys down, well, him not cheating on her is a gift. At the same time, women kind of strategize around that, they'd rather share an alpha than be saddled with the beta. But that's the problem here we have. A lot of garbage tier men complaining that a bunch of women who are going after things they have are going to fly in the sun like Icarus. They're complaining that they don't walk with them because these men have all the qualities they want. And it's just the clueless fighting the clueless over people that don't care. Because that top tier guy that keeps moving from girl to girl, I've been that for a time. Like, we just don't care. This is somebody else's problem. It's not my problem. And again, I've been telling you since this series started, guys will opt into their own misery. And in this case, it's true as anything. Guys opt into their own misery. Top tier guys, the alpha male type guy, the archetype that you think of in your head when you think of an alpha male, even though I disagree it's a demographic, we're using it here just for the sake of illustrating the point. What works for me and what makes my life better is good. And what doesn't is bad. It's the master and the slave morality. The master, the guy who's able to harness, to call the shots in his own relationships, is in a far better position to make everybody else's life better, which makes him better. Again, the good master morality. The slave is the guy who's flexed on so that way she can look good in front of Betty from accounting. That bitch had it coming. The one who flirts to piss off Betty, not because she wants to emasculate her husband, but because she just doesn't like that girl. That's the slave morality. Oh, I'm super loyal. I'm the rabbit. I'm very ineffective, but I would never cheat on you. It's like, dude, you're treating your vice as a virtue. You're treating the things that you're forced to put up with. It's not that you wanted to cheat. It's that you couldn't. So you're trying to pretend like that's a gift, and girls see right through it. They may not be the smartest creatures, but they'll beat your ass with experience. I'll tell you right now. I don't know if that's a compliment or a neg. I don't know. Get some feminists in here. Ask her opinion on it. I'm sure she'll rate this off somehow. Last section. The universe is male. So man, unlike women, and this is the fluffing part I don't like, is beautiful because man, unlike women, is a thinking creature. This means man has a thirst for knowledge. Man thinks. Man's creative. Man is sensitive. As a result of his exceptionally wide, multidimensional emotional scale, he not only registers the commonplace in fine graduations, but creates and discovers new emotional values and makes them acceptable to others due to sensible descriptions or recreates them as an artist. This is max cope if I ever heard it. This nobility of man nonsense, this is tangential. Like, nobody cares. This is what men say to themselves. They say, I have a high IQ, or I'm good with women, or I have a great, like, yeah, I'm sure if you're good with women, like, she'll let you know. You'll find that out. You can't lie about it. All those stupid coping strategies guys have, and they're saying, and she makes the argument that the universe is male because men are interested in all this stuff. Meanwhile, getting slaughtered by the thousands. So how noble is the painter who can't finish a painting because he's got his hands chopped off? So that's why I'd argue a lot of the whining about how men are better than women is kind of based on a lot of the work that came from Esther Vilar. So I would ignore all this stuff. You want to talk about how noble you are? Show results, show receipts. You want to show how big of a man you are? Show you can sleep with women and show you can outcompete other men. That's basically it. Tactically, though, because like we've said before, asserting this male need for competition, this alpha stuff, haphazardly, will end up running into problems down the line. So we'll end on this quote. A woman takes interest only in subjects that have an immediate personal usefulness to her. And that's alpha bucks and beta bucks. If a girl wants to get a top tier man, get that perfect man, throw a baby into her, even if that's not her intention, that's her limbic brain telling her that, regardless of the justification. That's the usefulness to her. That guy who's good with kids and should man up and marry her and her 3 kids, that's usefulness to her. And that shouldn't be a controversial thing either. People are incentivized to take behaviors that are useful to them. The reason that she says it as a woman only takes interest in this is because men have been bred into a self-sacrificial way of being, and we really need to adopt it. Like I said, this immediate now we can argue whether immediate or long-term usefulness is a good thing. Put it aside. Let's just say usefulness and however you want to describe it. Having utility as your primary motivator and your primary use of inspiration as to what you do, I think it codes too simple for woman. It needs to code for human being, in which case, this is where I make the argument that feminists and tradcons had 3 generations to define modern man in a way that benefited them, and they all failed miserably. So we're handling it from here, and rational self-egoism is as close as you can come to an overarching philosophy or ideology, if you want to throw that out to this place. What's good for me? And that's about as far as you need to take it. She makes some stuff here about birth control and that, the fact that women don't even know how their own baby maker is made, how birth control works, what turns them on, all this stuff, because they don't need to. They just yell at a man. Oh, that was the thing. So I told you before about putting a pin in hypergamy or best option, no matter how long of a time it is. So that's why I put this in here. So it is a fact that most women, mothers included, generally have no idea how the human fetus is formed, how it develops into the womb, or what stages it passes through before birth. Of course, and this is why a lot of guys are like, how could you want 3rd trimester abortions? She's like, I don't know how it works. Baby goes in, baby goes out. They don't really make that same association guys do with fetal development. So that kind of explains that one to you. But of course, it's unnecessary for her to know about these things since she can't influence the development of the embryo anyway. It's only important to know that a pregnancy lasts 9 months, and for that, the duration must take care of oneself, and in case of any complications, immediately consult one's doctor, who will, of course, restore everything to order. In that case, the authority during a medical situation is to the doctor. He is now her hypergamous best option, and the guy is supposed to defer. You can make an argument that in the cases of medicine, it's a good thing, but I want you to think about this just automatically deferring to authority in this situation. A marriage counselor is considered an expert in relationships. Is it beneficial in a relationship for a man to defer to the marriage counselor and looking for a referee in his relationship? If you watch the older series, you already know my answer to this one. If you have doctors giving advice on how to deal with, I don't know, let's say a worldwide pandemic right now, and it ends up making you the second person in the girl's life, that she's deferring to all these things. She wears a mask, she sanitizes your house, she sprays bleach on your clothes. You're living a life of plow horsery, and she's looking at the doctor as the ultimate authority. Is it such a good idea to defer to the authorities in that situation? Something for you to think about. As I put it in here in my notes, it makes a man the best option for her for that length of time. You are trash, the doctor is God, and tomorrow you're back to normal. Just make sure at the end of the day, if you're having to defer, or like I said, tactically provide your alpha behaviors here, if you're technically deferring the hypergamous best option, it better be for a good use. Obviously, if your girl has some complications, you need the doctor to fix it, that makes sense. If you got a doctor telling you to hoard toilet paper, probably not. So always keep in the back of your mind that veto authority and boundary enforcement is how you get there. A couple thoughts here. So I started a third little podcast. I see a super chat here from Nicholas Dredd. Thank you for the $15 super chat. Put a pin in that. I'm going to answer that on a little Q&A we're going to do afterwards. This one's going to be us chatting. I'll deal with all the super chats and we'll have some chit chat there for 10, 15, 20 minutes. But thank you for watching this one. Thank you for sticking around. I will catch you guys on the next series. I'll probably do it if there's time tomorrow, but I have a huge busy time with some clients and a Q&A. If not, it'll probably be Sunday or Monday again, and we'll get back into the manipulated man, after which we're going to switch back over to the married red pill and start doing some strategy on that side. So we're going to switch over right away to the next shot, and I will answer Nicholas Dredd, your super chat over there. Okay, so cheers. Oh, I hope I changed. Yeah, I changed the intro one on this one. Thank God. 22 seconds of this. Well, I guess it's not so much a question you had in your super chat either. I just noticed that now it's a comment. But keep up the good work. I'm loving the sidebar series. Extremely informative. Cheers. But come on over. We'll do the questions and answers and stuff anyway. Oh, I have that timer there. I should just count that for 22 seconds. Anyways, 22 enough. Look at this, adding a little bit to it. Playing around on Twitch. If you guys haven't chatted earlier, I thought I'd add some just chatting stuff where we talk about how the process goes together, putting the magic in there. And here we go. Bam. So episode 3, breaking him in, and her stupidity makes women divine. That's a bit of a bold claim for a chick born in the 30s. Let's talk about it for a bit. We've gone through the stuff of the previous things here. I like this because it's there's two things I enjoy about Esther Vilar's work. First, it's kind of the anger phase personified on a societal scale. So from like most of the problems that guys have, they may not be sociological, but they're kind of structural. They're the way that men and women interact. How's it going, everybody? The second one is a lot of guys don't understand that a lot of the problems with men and women right now that you'll hear your favorite MGTOW PowerPoint channel talking about, or heaven forbid if you're one of those guys, one of those weird black pill channels that I don't want to get demonetized, so I can't even talk about the stuff they talk about there, but it's essentially coping strategies for a lack of attraction or being attractive. Anyways. And you start to notice that a lot of these guys talking about wanting to go their own way or being men, all the talking points have been invented by a woman in the 1930s. Born in the 1930s, talked about it in the 1970s, and 1930s, 1970s, and every grievance is basically a girl telling them what they're supposed to grieve about. So are they going their own way, or have they been told which way to go by a girl who broke team for a minute to let them know that, yes, you two guys, you can be victims. Her stupidity makes women divine. I like this one because it really taps into the manipulation angle, and I've talked about it before. You can see it on my blog. We'll talk about that article now. Getting to it. So in her statement here, it's only the oppressed have any real need for freedom. Yet as soon as they're free and providing, they have the intelligence to weigh their freedom against the possible consequences. This needs changes. The former, longing for freedom, reverts to a sense of fear, accompanied by intense longing to be tied secure. God knows if you've been watching the news for the last bit, you're seeing this personified. What she's getting to here is, for a lot of guys, they work their butt off. They're like, I am going to be the best damn plow horse I can be. I'm going to use that to attract women. She's going to want for nothing. She's going to have the absolute freedom to do whatever she wants at all times. And what they're noticing in increasing numbers is, once they get to a woman, once they get her attracted to that position of as close as you can get to perfect comfort, they start to get boring. They start longing for a sense of fear accompanied by a tense longing to be tied and secure. So they want to be secure, but not here. And all the stuff that you did was nice starts getting rewired as abuse. That's why you're getting... It's a great article by the way. I haven't linked it in this one, so just go find it on your own. It's from the Married Red Pill subreddit, and it's one of our posters, one of our legal experts there. His name is Red Curious, or his pen name is. And he brings up the actual cases of domestic violence that he's seen in his practice. And it's good for a laugh. You're going to see what passes for DV, because, again, that intense longing to be tied and secure, it's such a laughable thing. It'll let you know, like, you can't take this stuff too seriously, because girls sometimes are just flying off at the handle and they're throwing spaghetti at the wall, hoping that something sticks. The only reason any of it's taken seriously is because simps are essentially taking it seriously for them. Guys are taking their side on things. Family members are taking side. The courts are taking their side. Instead of actually like buying into this frame and developing your own thing. Anyways, it's enough rambling on that one. So back to Esther's very savage take on women. I'm not going to lie. She probably says worse things about women than the worst misogynist I've ever heard. So case in point right here. Once a human being is free, if it happens to be rather stupid, and women are stupid, again, she's a savage on these takes. It will be quite happy with its freedom and try to retain it. As the unintelligent human is incapable of abstract thought, it will never feel the need to leave its familiar terrain, and consequently will fear that its very existence might be threatened. It's not afraid of death because it can't imagine it. There's no need to find a meaning and a reason for life. Its desires are fulfilled by its own personal comforts, and these provide enough reason for living. Even the need for religion is comparatively unknown to a person of low intelligence, and it does arise, is easily satisfied. A stupid person has an infinite capacity for self-adoration, and if a woman chooses to believe in God, it's for one reason only. She wants to go to heaven. And what, after all, dear Lord, is but another man who will arrange this for her. Again, this chick is savage when he talks about this stuff. It's not so much that this one is right or wrong, because increasingly you're noticing it's crossing that gendered line, and a lot of guys are getting this too. Perfect example is when you talk about entrepreneurship and guys sticking with jobs they don't like. Think about that. Like the freedom that comes with being your own boss, with starting your own company, that kind of comes at the tail end of taking risks and choosing freedom over security. And a lot of guys don't want to do it. And what you'll see is a lot of guys take the approach of, well, I have a wife and a kid to take care for. Now, that's a BS argument, mostly because people are able to survive, like kids are able to survive on all kinds of different socioeconomic spectrums. You can get a wealthy kid that does horribly. You can have a kid raised in the sticks with nothing but no pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, ends up doing fairly well for himself. So it's clear that resources aren't what makes parenting good, so long as you keep kids from starvation. There's a certain level, but after that, it's really about parenting strategies and the kind of peers you associate with. And then obviously natural capabilities. But a lot of these guys use that need for security that they have amongst themselves as their own virtue. This is why I'm a good father, because I'm afraid to leave this job and take a risk and possibly end up happier and better off in my life. So again, this is kind of advanced. Back in the day, guys had a lot higher testosterone than they have now, so the risk-taking behavior was more innate. Having said that, the social safety net was a lot more robust than it is now. I'd argue between post-World War II to say mid-1970s, before the oil crash and that stuff. So from a societal level, we're kind of hit with a double whammy here. Guys aren't given the same tools that they need to survive, as well as the infrastructure's not in place to help them. So what happens? Guys start devolving to more of this feminine way of looking at things. Absolute extreme comfort, and it ends up being bad in the end. For women, that comfort turns into boredom, and that boredom turns into their need to expand their horizons. We'll talk about that in the practical female psychology one. It's coming later on down the line. If you're watching this one not live, check it out. It's going to be on the sidebar playlist there, Practical Female Psychology. It'll be the section on the betaization of men. If you guys are watching this live, it's in that book. I think it's the second chapter. Anyways, you'll see it's in the title. It's in the table of contents there, but that's what we're getting to on that one. So this is almost becoming like a critique of men as opposed to a critique of women. Now, she uses intelligence here as the scapegoat. And I would argue it's not so much intelligence as it is risk tolerance. Moving on down the line here. So she makes a case for the story that women are the less intelligent species. So just insert that certain self-love or self-adoration here in place of intelligence, and it'll make a lot more sense. Solipsism, I think, would actually be a very accurate term because, again, everything comes from the female's perspective in the female mind. They're driven by ego on a way that men aren't able to. Case in point, when she talked about religion, why do girls join religion? Because they want to go to heaven. Like, what's in it for me? It's a very self-interested way of looking at things, and it's damned awesome. It's damned clever, and I wish more guys had it. The case for, and this is going to be more for U.S. audiences. I don't know if you're in Europe or Canada or Australia or whatever, but in American audiences, it's become very common that women who have gotten to the tail end of I wasted my 20s and they want to settle down, they want to have a man, they're not able to party like they used to, they're not able to get the guys like they used to, and so they find Jesus because Jesus offers salvation and forgiveness, and forgiveness means that nothing in her past can possibly have an influence on her future. Add to that, the church as an organization likes to hook people up because, Catholics like having more Catholic babies. And so they'll tell guys to man up, marry the single moms in the pews, grab that girl. Trust me, you guys want to get together, absolve her of her sins. That's why I can think of at least like half a dozen examples of porn stars who, once they've left the industry, end up marrying preachers. It's this Captain Save-A-Ho mentality. And it really stems, again, all of this stuff stems from like a fear and a risk aversion that a lot of guys have. And then from a girl's side, a solipsism thing, that need to be forgiven, that need to extract what's personally beneficial for them out of an organization as opposed to driving the organization forward. So that's the good takeaways from this. Again, she turns it into like, screw these bees. Screw these ladies. These ladies are horrible. They're stupid. Chicks are stupid. Women are dumb. Am I right? Again, all these like second wave MGTOW guys complaining about women, all these black pill guys complaining about women, they aren't even using their own complaints. They're using a female complaint, and that's why there's always this incongruence. Like, no matter how many PowerPoint presentations you have about men going their own way, no matter how often these very articulate points are made about girls being this and girls being that, the only response you're getting from women tends to be, that's creepy. I don't like it. It's very unattractive. And this is why. Because girls automatically can tell this is the exact same approach they get when their frenemies at work start shaming them for this. Oh, you date him? Oh, he's such a slut. You're such a slut. Like all that frenemy, Becky nonsense. And when you're seeing it come from a man, I can see there being like an instinctive revulsion on their part. Now, what does that mean for us? Yeah, we're talking about the women perspective here. And what are you doing? You simping for chicks? I'm like, no, that's not it. Be aware from your own perspective. And this is where I'm saying it's a good idea to have some female tools for male sensibilities, like understand womanese but speak in Manglish. In this case, that solipsistic point of view, that what's in it for me, that's how does this reflect me on every one of your interactions, is something that you automatically start to see right through this stuff. When you see that PowerPoint presentation of women ain't shit, you're going to look at it and you're like, dude, this sounds like the kind of thing a chick would bitch about during her brunch. And it automatically have this kind of like, I'm not buying it. And then you start to adopt a more masculine point of view, a more male-centric viewpoint, a more like, what's in it for me? What's in this one? If I was a man in this situation, what would be my ideal outcome? And that allows you to hone your grievances to a much more healthy extent. Again, theme of this channel has always been actionable advice. In this case, the actionable advice is getting an accurate understanding of what's going on. So we'll use this one. A girl joins the church because she wants to be forgiven and she wants to go to heaven. She wants to be forgiven for all of her thottery. She wants to buy a summer hat and a sundress and find a good man and settle down. Now let's say you're a good man and you're a regular churchgoer, and the priest is telling you this girl wants to be forgiven in that. But then the MGTOWs will say, oh, she's always been this, she's always been that, she can't handle it. But you've been, I don't know, you've been promiscuous at all throughout your 20s and your 30s. You're getting in your late 40s and you want to settle down. You know what it looks like when a girl's invested in you, because you've seen girls that only want you for something. Girls that only want you for what you bring to the party, or girls that only want you because you can buy them a lunch. You've seen all types of female motivations. And so regardless of this girl's history, regardless of how good she is, like, for example, there was a great tweet today by somebody online called Danny California. Guys are so stupid. All you have to do is have no tattoos and smile, and they'll think you're like a virginal trad. And that's exactly it. You make yourself oblivious to this obvious manipulation. You stop looking at symbols and you start looking at the person in front of you. So let's say she's got a notch count that's higher than you're comfortable with. But what does notch count matter? Again, it ties back to the normal Mr. Nice Guy stuff. Fears of abandonment, fears of this, fears of that. Concerns that you're not getting her best, concerns that she'll leave. It's all stemming from, if I commit to this person, it's going to go badly from me. But you get to this person, doesn't matter if she's wasted the tail end of her 20s on other people, now she's out to you. Doesn't matter if she's 18 and she's never seen a dick other than the cows on the farm. You're going to notice from their behavior towards you whether they're truly invested or not. Now, some girls are going to be so inexperienced with relationship retention strategies that they don't know how to keep a man, and you'll automatically pick up on that. She's trying, but none of the things that would keep me around her here, and I know what it is because I have my experience. And so then, from a more masculine standpoint, instead of howling at the moon how, well, she's got colored hair and she's got a notch count of 17 and I'm out of here, and she's wearing the color pink when it should be the color green, or any symbol checklist you want to do, you can just yeah, she's not acting right. She belongs in the streets. But you're not building stupid checklists that replace your own experience. And that's a really good point to take from this one. Esther Vilar's wrong. She's not wrong because it's not truthful. She's wrong because it doesn't help you. Oh, how awkward. Anyways, moving on this one. It's a very short chapter, but I thought we'd expand on it. So, for example, I have it in the chat. It's to expand on the stages of female manipulation and the betaization of men. I'll briefly talk about it here. Testing the male, seeking communication, putting him to work, evolutionary selfishness, and self-determination. These are the 5 steps that Franco goes over in that book, Practical Female Psychology, that helps you understand this. You know, women are stupid and they only want like creature comforts and that. They don't have abstract thought and all that nonsense. Nobody cares about that. How this stuff plays out in the real world, and again, this is why you kind of need male experience on this stuff, because a girl can articulate what's wrong with chicks because she is a chick. Only a guy can understand how that stuff affects you. So in this case, testing the male. When you think of fitness test or shit test, that's exactly what they're talking about. Testing you to see if you're the top tier man that she believes you to be. That's where you get a lot of grief. You get a lot of that whole, if you wouldn't like me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. But it's a manufactured worst to test. Now you can fall for that test or pass the test. That's up to you. Depends if she's worth it or not. But once she gets that, she seeks communication. She wants you to talk about your feelings. She wants you to send psychologically high values or psychologically high investment signals for commitment. Cry in front of your woman. Tell her she's the great. Pine away at her. Buy her a ring. These are all about making sure you got them locked in place. And it's all, again, comfort test, 100%. Next part is putting him to work. This is where, if you go back to the episode 1 on this one about the guy changing the tire, the white knighting, the Captain Save-A-Ho stuff, this is why that stuff never works, because they don't have to go through the process of testing about sexual exploration, the comfort, or the seeking communication style. They can put you to work just by default. And again, that's go get me a glass of water is like the quintessential example. The girl doesn't need a glass of water. The girl's capable of getting her own glass of water, but she wants you to get her that glass of water. It's a way of putting you to work. And this is chore play. This is, if you did more chores around the house, then maybe I would be more comfortable and we could smash a bit more. And all those things you think of, all those plow horse activities, all fit within this thing. And that's her getting maximum value from the relationship, which is just how women are wired. And I honestly wouldn't know an alternative to suggest, because why would somebody be in a relationship if there was nothing in it for them? So this is why boundaries are important, because if you're not doing that, then you're basically giving it away for free. A plow horse would not be a bad thing if the plow horse got the best stable, the nicest hay, and got to retire in comfort. And that's why you have to focus on everything you give has to have at least equal, if not more, investment from the other person. Again, I talked about it before with the 2/3 rule, an old pickup thing about how much to answer the phone. Next is evolutionary selfishness, and that's, simply put, nothing you do is ever good enough, because a girl is trying to rewire the relationship so that way she's emotionally able to move on to somebody else, somebody better, while at the same time not being a bad person for leaving you. And that's where self-determination comes into play. And that's where Esther talks about, that's when they join the church because they want to be forgiven. That's the same process that a girl's thottery in her 20s takes, but it just plays out on like a single basis. So evolutionary selfishness, I want forgiveness from the church. Self-determination, I've been forgiven. I got a sun hat and a summer dress. I'm a good person. And now goes to training, or goes to testing the next male, which in this case is Beta Bob, who's really good at what he does. He's got a great job and he's good with kids. Again, this all ties down to manipulation. Esther Vilar, great book when it comes to understanding the roadmap, comes a great understanding of why a lot of male grievances are framed in the way they are, but it's not helpful for you other than an articulation of your own anger phase, which is something you want to get through. And again, that's why I'm actually talking more about the stuff that's surrounding Villa's work than actually talking about Villa's work this episode. Second thing here is the manipulation of all this stuff we're talking about. I've put it into here, into our description there. And you're going to see... do I want to quote this? Yeah, we'll quote this. Okay. When a man creates rules, he unconsciously compares his experiences with other men, finding something in common with them, and he derives generalizations. Does that sound familiar? Swapping notes, red pill? I think so. These rules become laws for the future reasonable contact. In other words, beneficial to somebody other than himself. I would argue in this case for himself and others similar to himself, but she's from the 70s. She doesn't know no better. And to these rules, he voluntarily subjects himself. The system, thus created, grows, and collectively and individually becomes more and more soon it's so complex that the individual can no longer oversee them. They achieve autonomy and become divine. So one can only believe in these laws just as inexperienced childs must believe in a partially sensible rules from their parents. So to trespass carries the threat of exclusion from society and a loss of security. Marxism, brotherly love, racism, nationalism all evolve this way. A man whose perpetual need for religion is satisfied by such larger systems and will be relatively safe from subjugation from the individual rule of a woman. What does this mean practically? Well, I have a feeling history repeats itself. Let's use the red pill, for example. We're going to get guys swapping notes. They look into what benefits men in their situation. A lot of the thottery stuff doesn't benefit me, but if I'm a guy in that situation, that benefits me. And in that case, we kind of develop, we call them heuristics right now, but I'd argue we can already see a lot of people calling them rules. Iron Rules of Rollo Tomasi, people calling it red pill truth or red pill philosophy. Like the guys have almost instinctual need to canonize this information as opposed to treating it like a toolbox. And there's a reason I push back on anybody calling it an ideology or a philosophy or truth. It's because it goes down this route. It essentially becomes canon, unchanging, and it's just rules. And trust me, you don't have to know why the rule is there. Just follow the rule and everything's going to be good. Now, we're going to get a point eventually where things are so complex and there's so much material out there that, yeah, we probably will have to take an element of it on faith. But again, the plow horse mentality was the same way. It worked awesome. It started taking everything on faith, and then something happens. Some technological change happens that breaks a lot of the axioms that we went with. And then what we consider to be red-pilled now may not be successful in the future, but we're going to start approaching it with this arbitrary canonical approach. We're going to end up screwing ourselves over, but, oh, this is the very red-pilled thing to do. That's why always laugh at a guy when he says, well, what would a red pill guy here do? What would an alpha male do? He's basically asking for rules because he doesn't understand what's going on around him. And he's going to get screwed over. They always will. They may not know how, they may not know why, but somebody who's able to observe the landscape as it is going to be, in this case, divine because they're fluid enough. Like Bruce Lee would say, they're like water. You're fluid enough to understand the landscape, and when it changes, you change your assumptions. Like I said, maybe some trad revolution happens, we lose all of our power, we go back to hunter or gatherer, something like that, all of a sudden the plow horse thing becomes extremely valuable, and any red pill guy would swap any of his stuff he does now and go back to that. But that's where you kind of want guys to be. Don't trust everything I'm saying. I'm just some dork on the internet. Don't trust everything your Twitter guru is saying, or your dating coach. And God knows if you have a dating coach, I don't know what's wrong with you, but fire them and get back here and watch this thing. But that's the point. Don't trust anything. If you can't replicate it, it's functionally useless for you. And I would argue that's why this is out of date. And while it's good to know the alternatives, it's one of those don't let history repeat itself kind of thing. And then on the flip side, she says here the most important requirements for a woman's divinity are, however, her propensity to masquerade and her stupidity. A system must either overwhelm its believers with its greater superior wisdom or confuse them with its incomprehensibility. Does that sound an awful lot like intersectionality and SJW? I would agree it does. That's why there's 17,000 genders, because it's incomprehensible and confusing. And most guys are very easily manipulated by confusion. I'll finish this off and then I'll get to the point I'm making here. So their masquerade causes them to appear strange and mysterious. Their stupidity makes them inaccessible to scrutiny. And while intelligence shows itself in actions that are reasonable and logical, hence permits measurement, predictability, and control, stupidity shows itself in actions that are completely unreasonable, unpredictable, and uncontrollable. Women are protected by a screen of pomp, mummery, and mystification as much as any pope or dictator. They cannot be unmasked, and this will increase their power unhindered, gaining strength as they go. In return, man is guaranteed in the long term a divinity which he can deeply believe. And my God, boys, doesn't that make you sound just noble? Yeah, women may be able to manipulate you and they'll turn you into a plow horse, but you're just a better person inside. Like, dude, I should have a PowerPoint presentation video for this nonsense. Get back to it. So my article, it's in the description, Manipulations Primer, and I go over the 5 different ways that guys are manipulated. A lot of it was kind of based on this. The 2 that are important here are ego and frame shifting. I would argue on this one, ego. When she calls women stupid in this article, women aren't stupid. You look at the outcome of a lot of their solutions and it's very intelligent. Like, the outcomes are good. The process is maybe unknowable. And from an ego defensive standpoint, we have to say, oh, that's just girls being girls. They're just stupid women. But in their case, if they're winning, is it that stupid? And how are guys pushing back against this understanding when they constantly talk about 4D chess games in American politics? Something to think about there. It's almost like guys need to believe that they're better than women while they're having their boots on the neck of men. Don't play into the game. Just realize that playing to your ego, playing stupid, is one of the easiest ways to convince a man to do something against his own best interests. It's not that women are unknowable. It's that guys can't look past their own ego just to watch. And that's, again, I talk about OODA loops all the time. Observe, orient, decide, act. If you can run through these at a faster pace than the person you're with, the girl you're with, and it should be just a natural process of observing things and acting on them, you end up not trying to understand all the bells and whistles of whatever manipulation you're getting. You're just able to navigate it well and be better off at the end. And you being better off keeps you in that testing phase of the betaization process I talked about. Again, you basically stall the process of whittling you down to nothing and then moving on to another guy, which gives you the freedom to understand this relationship and be in it for as long as you want to. Doesn't mean you can't leave, but if you want to keep a girl for a lifetime, that would be the way to do it. But that's the problem, because most guys who want a lifetime relationship have one-itis for their girls, and so they automatically create their own self-fulfilling prophecy. The last point on this one is frame shifting, although I might change that name later on. But frame shift is exactly what Esther was talking about at the end here. Make things unknowable. Masquerade or stupidity under complexity and irrationality. All this stuff just seeks to confuse a guy, and so he has to accept one of 2 facts. 1, he's easily confused and therefore not the smartest man in the room, or, well, women are just incomprehensible and unknowable and they just act off of instinct and we can never know. That's, again, it ties back to ego, but it's a frame shift. Girls know that if they play stupid, a guy's ego will prevent him from admitting that playing stupid and outsmarting you means that you're not as smart as you think you are. And so guys would rather assume that women have no agency and they're truly random or truly the realm of chaos. Like, we developed an entire, like, how often does Jordan Peterson talk about chaos and Stitchnitsa, and how many Russian authors have we talked about the chaos of women? All those guys built that just to come to the conclusion that there's no way a girl got a once over on them. Like, let that sink in, how devoted we are to our egos here. But you can shed this stuff. And once you shed this stuff, you do better off. So this is the first part of it. Manipulated man, we're going through that. The next episode I'm going to start once this one is done. I have it scheduled for like right now, but obviously once I'm done here, you'll see it on the next one. Breaking them in. And we're going to tap back into it, and we're going to map it to the practical female psychology's betaization of men, updating a lot of the inconsistent stuff here with something more consistent and giving you a male perspective so you can understand it better. So thanks for watching on this one. I will see you in a few minutes on the next stream. On that note, let's dull this up a little bit. We're going to add our 22 seconds of end card stuff for this, so let's watch myself boil a cup of water. Don't worry, boys, we're still here. We got the second part of today's one. If you caught this video today and you haven't seen what came previously, look for episode 3. They're kind of like companion pieces and they work together. So what are we on now? Episode 4, manipulation by means of self-abasement and women have no feelings. Back to it. Oh. One sec, I just realized something. We're frozen. We can fix this. There we go, back to normal. So welcome guys, Esther Vilar's Manipulated Man, and everything you wanted to know about it. So we just talked in the last one about different ways of manipulating men. In this case, it's topping from the bottom, playing to a guy's ego. As she puts it in her savage ways, how women are stupid, but that stupidity allows them a certain unknowability, which allows them to manipulate men to their own ends. Talking a little bit about the tradcon, the church fantasy. Also, when I talked about the girls finding their redemption after the tail end of I Wasted My 20s, I call that the sun hat goddess like storyline, as well as the betaization process. So there's that instant manipulation, and then it ties into the putting him to work or breaking a man in. The next one here we're going to be talking about is self-abasement. Manipulation by means of self-abasement. So a critical man might say that women have no self-respect. If they had, they would never admit the incredible extent of their ignorance as happily as they do. How easily man forgets that his own standards of honor, pride, and dignity are all instilled in him by women, and that the very masculinity of which he is so proud of is but a sign of a successful manipulation. No credit goes to him at all. If you haven't seen the last episode, briefly, the reason that happens is because guys build a rule set. So we join, let's use an example here. We join a club full of men. They have an initial fitness exam, whatever, you pass it, you get in wholeheartedly. You look to yourself going, how do I move forward the goals of this group? And then you start to develop rules based on that. Things that help the group, which follow the idea of a rising tide lifts all ships. So if you're on a baseball team, what can I do to help the team here? How does this help the team? And then you build rules that work around that. Eventually, things become so large and complex. Your group is large in case of a nation state or in case of a world or whatever your group is. It gets to a point where it's too big for you to remember why all the rules existed, what they were intended to do. And so it turns to almost a canon where there's like an authority. Who do I trust on this one? And the rules are just blindly followed, in which case, usually in co-ed spaces, girls tend to follow a solipsistic point of view where what's in it for me? What can I do? How does this benefit me? And the rules kind of get twisted, especially if you have a technological change. In this case, The Scottish Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed male to female relationships. It added an abundance that we just didn't have before. So a lot of the rules that we built that were good in times of scarcity, I believe Rollo calls this the old order thinking. The stuff that refers to that is now revolving around new order thinking. In which case you would say red pill guys, we get together, we swap notes. Red pill is almost like it's like a branding term, a flag that we can all kind of rally around. What's good for the sexual strategy of men? And then you develop some rules, some guidelines. Like there's Iron Tomasi's iron rules. There's the Human Sock Puppets woman management guide. All kinds of material out there, all kinds of rules. And we're getting to a point now where instead of guys understanding it all, like it'll be large enough that it becomes a codified set of knowledge. And then it's going to go through that same process. So that's why the purpose of the last one was articulate that, yeah, it's great that Esther put in the roadmap for it, that you can understand how the roadmap plays out. And so you can stick to just the basics, observe what's going on around you, decide what to do, act on it, and reflect on that. Do what's called an OOD, keep going through it. So if some red-pilled guru is on here telling you something about, don't trust women in sun hats, which I think I do, you know not to just believe it. Like, you don't trust the authority, you trust your own judgment. And if you can't replicate stuff, then it's not working for you. And this automatically protects you against this very obvious frame-shifting manipulation, like she was saying about here. All this masculine stuff, these codes of honor, this codes of, pride, honor, dignity. Like, if you really look into them, you'll find that these are always thrown in a guy's face when it benefits the girl to do so. So that just lets you know who really controls these, who's the authority or the gatekeepers behind these container words nowadays. And I would argue in this case, it's either women who want something from you or men who want something from women and are using you to get there. And again, the only tool that allows this to work is shame. Shaming a guy works because it's an external threat that gets a guy worried about getting booted from his tribe and that fear of abandonment. And we've already gone through nice guy stuff where you shouldn't be past that. Again, to be red-pilled is to be without shame because you have a sense of guilt, your own internal sense of honor, for lack of a better word, that you can't be shamed into not acting on your own best interests. And once you can get there, you know you've made it. Anyways, guys, Thanks for tuning in so far in this part 2. Don't forget, smash like button. Anyways, getting past to it. So as we've already seen, praise is one of the best ways of introducing self-confidence and enhancing productivity. There is another method which is just as effective, self-abasement on the part of the woman. And this, I call this wounding. From my manipulation guide, I have it in the previous video. You'll see it on my old blog. So if a woman were not superior to her child, at least in the early stages of the development, the human race would cease to exist. A good mother will take the greatest care, however, never to let this fact impede her child's development. She does not want to turn the tables on herself and keep her boy tied to the apron strings for longer than necessary. As soon as possible, she would try to give a male child a sense of superiority towards himself, a kind of advance against achievements to come. This gives him his first experience of confidence. She may even go one step further and deliberately pretend to be less intelligent than she is, giving him a head start that he will never lose. Of course, is providing as he grows up to be a proper man, and she will take care of that. This is flat out wrong. This may have been true in the 70s, but it's since gone. This worked well, I would say, not because a girl would play stupid to let her boy feel good. I would argue now at this point it's because of an emotional need she has for a man in her life. And divorce has just ransacked the community. Boomers, Gen X, it's running like 50%. So 50% of marriages that'll have a separation, I would argue as well, most of them happen when the kid is about 5 years old. So essentially, once having a man in the picture is not a necessity, but a nice to have. So you end up having a kid who should have a male influence in his life, giving him that sense of confidence based on achievement, not by funky words, was what was going to give him his confidence. Well, you got to win the football game. Well, you got to do this. Like, actions have a feedback loop, and when you succeed on them, a guy's esteem and confidence goes up. In this case, you get the mom basically praising the kid. You're the man of the house now. You're so much better than your stupid father. Single moms often take very lazy but effective parenting strategies where they attempt to shame the kid's identity and tap into his fears of abandonment, and that's how she raises him. Well, don't do that. Don't be a bad boy. Oh, I don't know why I had you. Guys will have stories of some of the most horrendous stuff that their moms have told them. And when you're like a 4-year-old kid, that fear of abandonment is your hard wiring. And a girl getting mad at you at that point, like the mom getting mad at you, can really mess up a kid's head. Get him into school where guys have been basically removed from the education process for the formative years of a kid's life. A lot of the teachers, because they have increased class sizes, same thing. Bad boys, just give them Ritalin and sit them down. It's always tapping into that same model, that fear of abandonment to keep a guy in line. And this ends up raising a guy who's completely soy. Completely. Because some guys, they're adult males. They're 18 before they have a strong male influence in their life. The guys who do have male influences, well, if you get one of these guys that hasn't had a strong influence in his life and he ends up as like the authority figure, well, all he's doing is training him on how to be a better beta, I think they call it. But that's just it. The insecurity creates a feedback loop of insecurity. So the more insecure men in a guy's life as his male influences, the worse off he gets. And that's why every generation's going, why is this generation even more soy than the last one? Never used to be like that. But again, that's how the process goes. And it's not, she's wrong here in that it's not self-abasement from the woman's part, but she's projecting that self-abasement onto her kid as a lazy parenting strategy and her own need for male connection, I guess, lack of a better word. And she goes in here how women aren't liked for their brains, they're liked for how beautiful they are, and that's a whole topic in on its own. It's very female-centric advice. Again, this is why I really hate most of the PowerPoint, MGTOW kind of channels that talk about this stuff. Because again, if you're just complaining about women using their looks to get ahead, well, that's the female thing. Women hate that because women who have ability and skill hate seeing other women get by on their looks. And so they complain about it. And then if you end up reading off of stuff like this, and that's what influences your worldview, you're essentially becoming a better woman, which is not really the goal. I mean, maybe you want it, fill your boots. It's not my place to tell you what to do. But I would argue if you're here and you're listening to me and you see it as a positive message, it's probably not the best approach. Try it out for yourself. Let me know how it works. Replicate that. Then Jack in the chat, are you still winning, son? Yeah, but picture mom is saying it. That's the point. Okay, so as the value of women in society is not measured by intelligence, but by completely different standards. In fact, there's no standards. Man needs her and that's enough, which that's kind of rings true. A girl can do just about anything and still get male attention if she wants it. She may be stupid in appearance or in reality, as suits her convenience. This is something women have in common with the wealthy. Who cares if they're intelligent so long as they're rich? Again, who cares about a girl's job just so long as she's feminine? That's a good point, but I don't know why she put it in here as a complaint, because we've talked about it before on Ian Ironwood's The Praxeology of the Dominant Male. Girls are increasingly having a larger influence on the economy. They're having better jobs. If you judge by the stats, a single girl at 30 compared to a man can earn arguably $1.08 for every dollar a guy earns. And that's because of the various fluffing that we've gotten from, our equality measures. But regardless, the point is a man can't establish dominance in his relationship, dominance being the best way to keep a relationship over the long term based on the Lindy effect. It's what's worked in the past, so it's most likely gonna work in the future. It's at least been tested. How do you get past this when you don't have financial support as your means of establishing dominance? And this is where I talk about the luxury brand. Like, part of that is being unwavered by a girl's masculine signals. A girl brings home the bacon. Well, yeah, don't care. Who cares so long as they're rich? Who cares so long as they're feminine and hot and treat me well? Again, this is where frame comes in. I don't care about your PhD. I don't care about your college degree. Just show me your... That's a Jean Lejoie video, if you guys haven't seen it, like the show me your genitals. And I know he meant it as like a satire thing, but there's a point to it. If you have a girl that's coming to your house and she comes in there flexing because she's the alpha at her work, and you just completely don't even treat that as serious, complete irreverence, that forces her, if she wants you around, to focus on her feminine qualities or the things that bring value to you. Again, she turns this here into like a complaint, but again, when you get to those PowerPoint presentation YouTube videos complaining about everything, they're complaining about stuff like this. Hypergamy, great example. Guys love to complain about hypergamy. Problem is, hypergamy is not a bug, it's a feature. Hypergamy means a girl can look up to and be extremely loyal to only one man at a time, which I think is a great thing. Imagine that if a girl was like a guy. Loved you unconditionally, but they'll still get a bunch of strange. Most relationships would break down. So you want this. You want that if you're the top guy in your girl's eyes and she wants to have a relationship and she fights you and she puts all of her effort into having you give her commitment and you do it, it's the best arrangement in the world. A girl will be absolutely loyal to you. But again, keep your eyes on a swivel. Start looking at things, observe, orient, decide, act. If you don't see that hypergamous instinct manifesting in the way you're treated in your relationship, well, then you observe that, okay, something else has taken this role here, and then you can act accordingly. In our case, we've developed something called a male action plan, or the process of dread in a relationship, which is a way for a man to systematically detach from a relationship that's not providing value and put himself in a position where he can get into another one or multiple ones that do provide value. It's kind of like a branch swing, but obviously you're doing it with an olive branch, that if your girl snaps to, among her better sense, decides, yeah, this actually is my best option, I was stupid to think otherwise, and if she hasn't crossed any boundaries that are too far gone, you can always take her back. It's a great system. It fixes the man and has the side effect of often fixing the relationships. If not with the girl you started with, then at least with the next one, so you aren't making the same mistake over and over and over. Men are so willing to believe this myth that are even flattered by it. It never occurs to them to think that an elephant is strong too, stronger than a man, for example, yet men are better suited to do most jobs than an elephant in spite of his strength. Again, you're such a strong, big, tough man. That's ego. That's ego. They're trying to tell you you're strong. When you can look at yourself, you're like, I'm not the strongest man in her life. So why is she flexing on me with this stuff to get her way? Again, it's all attached to your ego. She uses an elephant in this example. We use Chad. It's the same thing. Map it as you see fit. Again, some more ranting at women here. Women, of course, will never admit that in comparison to men, they do nothing. They're constantly finding little tasks and keeping themselves busy. I would argue this one. Archwinger has a great article on this one. I haven't linked it. Remind me afterwards. I'll put it in there. It's women judge a task not by its difficulty, but by its importance. This is why chore play doesn't work for you. Women can do drudgery all day and be perfectly happy doing it. Like, they may complain that I need a help hand around here, but you add a job that has real consequences to it. Like, the simple example I use is washing dishes versus paying bills. Washing dishes is drudgery and everybody hates doing it. But a woman will choose that as the much easier task because there's no consequences to it. You do dishes, you put them away, they're not done right, you wash them again, whatever. Nobody's a bad person if it's not done. Make an excuse, they weren't done, we're too tired. Okay, fine, we'll just eat out tonight. Paying a bill as a consequence. If you don't pay that bill, even though it's 2 clicks with the mouse, if you don't do that, the power goes out. Then you're a bad person, you didn't provide for your family, you're evil. I lost out on my lucrative Twitch income because the power's out. Thanks, you didn't do that. And so understanding that men and women value different roles by different metrics allows you and her to both add more value to a relationship than you take away. Again, Esther completely misses the point here, and she just says, why aren't women acting like better men? Don't they know that this stuff is great and noble and wonderful, and all you're doing is flattering his ego? This is why it's a good book, and it's good for the anger phase, but again, you see this. Like, if you were just to follow this wholesale because it's on the sidebar, you completely miss the point. The point on this one isn't to complain that whammon is bad, am I right? At first, yes, because you need to get angry, because when you're angry, you increase your neuroplasticity and you can work on all of this dumb stuff in here that's not working for you. But as you move on, you gain a greater appreciation for the depth of it. In this case, you understand that, okay, a woman does all your drudgery. I said this, the best indication that your girl you're dating wants you to make her the girlfriend, wants you to commit to her, is she'll clean your house when you're not home. I would argue that's as close as you'll get to an iron rule of Ryan. Right there. Does she clean your house and cook meals for you without being prompted? And that's because her happiness is tied to your happiness. She wants to give you high investment commitment signals. You commit to her. Again, same as the betaization process, the testing you. These are tests. As much as it's not a lot better than the you can't handle me at my worst, this is good girl game. Appeal to your ego so you'll commit to me. Stuff makes me happy. And that's awesome. For you, A girl that makes you meals every day, a girl that cleans the house for you, that is worth its weight in gold. That's 120% of what you offer her back, you think. What do you offer back? Well, you handle the important stuff. If a guy at a bar starts getting a little clingy to her and she wants help, you stand in and tell the guy maybe to find somebody else to hit on. She's got a girlfriend or she's got a boyfriend already. Or her car's having trouble and she can't fix it. And if she misses this appointment, loses her job. Basically important stuff. Paying bills. Being the oak. Manufactured outrage as an emotional sort of leadership. All of these things we talk about. Being that luxury brand. Having her friends jealous that she's got a good man, to her is like 200% of what she could offer. And she's like, oh man, all I do is cook meals for him and do the dishes. He's such an idiot. Meanwhile, he's here and he makes me look better than all 12 of these girls from the fraternity. I wish he knew how much he was being hoodwinked. Oh, it's so awesome. Meanwhile, he's thinking the same thing. And that is great from a relationship standpoint. That is when you know it's working. And unfortunately, you can't put a woman in charge of this because, again, they default to that betaization of men process. Test him for fitness, get his commitment signals, get him to admit fully committed and she doesn't have to work for it anymore, get disenfranchised with it, start berating him, nothing's ever good enough, and then flip the light switch. Well, I don't need to be controlled by this guy. He was abusing me and I need a new man. Please save me, sir. That's the key from this to take away. You're in charge of this. You're in charge. It's not men save the West. Screw the West. The West will be just fine. You're going to save the people in your life that are valuable to you. And they prove their valuableness to you in ways that you find more valuable to receive than they do to give. This is your frame. These are how your boundaries are established. And if you start working on this, you'll notice I'm very scant on details too, because every man's set of value is not going to be the same. It's not my place to judge. Maybe you want a girl that's can play Minecraft with you every day. Maybe you want a girl that's covered in tattoos and you go to tattoo conventions with. Whatever things you want does not belong on a 6 ways to prove you're an alpha male list or 7 ways to say women are bad, type 3 will ruin you. Guys maybe want a good Christian girl because they want to have that commonality to it. Maybe some guys like a girl who's fun does weed on the weekends because they're potheads. I don't care what it is, as long as it's yours. Again, if you go back to the previous series, the When I Say No, I Feel Guilty, it's one of the basic assertive rights. You're allowed to have unreasonable or irrational wants. You're allowed to offer no justifications for it. It's yours. And so long as it's helping your life, you're doing things by the book, red pill. Don't make this a codified rule. Don't make this a convoluted set of very complicated things, because then you're going to get losing the forest for the trees. You just focus on what's in it for me. And if that sounds like solipsism, it is. But luckily for you, you're the divine man, as she puts it, and you'll use these skills for good, not evil. With great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, you can see the feminism in her too. Like there's this one chapter where she talks about the housework. Now, see how I talked about chore play and housework and the purpose of it in a relationship other than keeping your house clean? Look at her perspective. Housework is so easy that in psychedelic or psychiatric clinics, it is traditionally performed by these patients who have become so feeble-minded that they're no longer suited to other kinds of work. If women complain that they're not paid extra wages for this work, they demand very little about the wages of a motor mechanic. It's only further proof how attractive this work is to them. Furthermore, such demands are short-sighted since they may one day lead an actual evaluation of women as a workforce with commensurate wages. That would reveal to what extent they live at men's expense beyond their means. I remember too, they had that New Zealand article about how women in New Zealand over the course of a lifetime end up being tax negative or revenue negative when it comes to taxation, and men are the opposite due to the social programs and the taxes they put in the system. So in that sense, she's right. Women en masse, at least in New Zealand, according to the study, live beyond their means at men's expense, which is fine. We already talked about men making more money than they know what to do with. To them, it's difficult, but it's not so difficult as to be seen as praiseworthy. Having said that, take what a woman can offer you in a relationship. Now, I couldn't answer that because they never did a study on what women are doing that's better than usual, or maybe it's nothing. Maybe all the ranting about women ain't shit now is completely true, and the fact that they don't have an equivalent value that they're adding to relationships are what's causing the problem. If that's the case, good. There's your map. There's your terrain. Play with it. What are you going to do about it? And I would argue, from a red-pilled lens, the decision that guys have currently made is, well, I'm not going to commit to anybody completely, like marriage being a bad idea. If I'm going to be giving you 150% according to how you see this as value, in this case, tax revenue or whatever you offer, you're not going to even bother committing until you're getting something back. And even then, like I said, common law exists. So even if you don't want to get married, like the government will say it anyway. So, but if a girl's valuable enough to you that you're willing to keep her around long enough that you kind of lose that status, well, then that's you opting into a situation that's for your best interest. And when it ceases to be, you got dread and you got a way of walking away from it when it's not. Again, it all boils down to what's in this for me. Male solipsism. We're literally taking female strategies, adopting them to male sensibilities for the betterment of men as a male sexual strategy. Does it sound feminine? Yes. Is it working? Yes. So I don't care. That's why my thumbnail is pink. I don't care. If you want to get mad about that because I didn't use a masculine red, then you're really not paying attention. You're really not. See here, moving on. And she has like a dictionary section here. I'm not going to go over it, where she brings up the coded language, uncoded, like a man must protect me, and decode that as a man must be able to spare me from all forms of discomfort. This is the manipulation example she uses. They're from the 70s. See if they map to your life. I'm not going to waste your time reading 1970s screeds from 1930s chicks. I like to think I can waste your time doing something better than that. Just know she says something that sounds reasonable, but then you decode it to something to the effect of, you're an idiot and do what I want you to do. Again, if you don't know what manipulation is and how to defend against it to this point, I've been wasting my time here. So women have no feelings. We're going to end on this one. Women have a great many methods to manipulate a man, but to list them all is impossible. I would argue no, because it's basically 5 categories. Suffice it to look more closely at 2 relatively harmless methods: a man's good manners and the suppression of his emotions. And small point on this. Yeah, man up. That's what she's referring to here, that man up. Shut up. Just shame a guy for having an emotions. Even well-intentioned, feminist-friendly chicks with that, well, you should just express more emotions. Be more emotive. Guys should be able to express their feelings. I don't consider it to be a completely malicious thing that girls are doing. I think it's just ignorant. In this case, if the idea of being manipulative was to tell the guy to not be emotive, just shut up and man up. Somebody who would think to do well for a guy would tell him to do the opposite. And that's where this ends up being harmful, because they don't actually think, is it beneficial for a man to emote more to his girl? It's, well, feminists, evil feminists said, suppress your emotions because be a real man. And that's what traditional women said. So we're going to do the exact opposite and tell you to feel more. And that's that weird, twisted, feminist type MGTOW, guys need to emote more, be part of their feelings thing. And it's completely unproductive. It's literally saying, it's the same argument as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And no, sometimes the enemy of your enemy is just another enemy. In this case, because women tell you to suppress your emotions so they can manipulate you into doing more stuff for them, doesn't mean that expressing your emotions is the opposite to that and the beneficial way ahead. No, it's save your emotions for your buddies. That's the purpose of male spaces. Don't give it to your girl. She can't handle the burden anyway. Because as Esther would say, women are stupid, am I right? I don't care if they're stupid or not. They didn't sign on to be your crying shoulder. They didn't sign on to be your mom. They didn't sign on to be your therapist. And to be honest, even if they did, they're completely incapable of it. And it ruins the things that you provide as value in your relationship. You're supposed to be the emotional oak. So when they have to start taking on your, as they put it, emotional burden, they see it the same way as you would see if you walk home and see your lazy wife hasn't done anything around the house, even though you pay all the bills. It's exactly the same. So yeah, don't waste your emotions on your woman. She hasn't earned it. She doesn't deserve it. And she honestly wouldn't know what to do with it. You got friends. And if you don't have friends, that's your modus operandi. Get some friends. Because those are the ones you guys can talk to and be honest with. And don't dump this stuff on your kids. Don't mess them up any more than you're messed up. Although I shouldn't have to say that. But the parents who do that wouldn't listen to this anyway. So we can just take this as like a crowd reinforcement thing. Yeah, guys, we're good parents because we're not going to be crappy like those dudes. Not like those trads. A woman will marry a man simply because he's wealthy. But if she is given the choice between 2 wealthy men, one with and one without manners, she will still choose the man that has them. For if a man has mastered the rules governing good manners, a woman can be sure that he will never at any time question her ideal value as a woman, which she has long since conditioned to respect, not even after she has ceased to attract him. She almost gets this one right. She almost hit up the alpha fucks, beta bucks thing. It was so close. If given a choice, the woman will take the guy with the bad manners, and she describes manners here as simp behavior, essentially. Captain Save-A-Ho, white knighting. But no, a girl, again, betaization process of men. A girl will take a wild stallion and try to train him. Because to her, that is more interesting and fulfilling than the guy who's already a plow horse. The girl who ends up settling for her beta bucks at the end of the tail end of I wasted my 20s or whatever, those are ones that kind of admitted they don't have the game to do it, and they kind of settle. They convince themselves it's what they've always wanted and they don't want that kind of guy anymore, but it's settling. It's like that guy, he hits 40 and he's like, all I want is a girlfriend, and so he marries himself like an evil, horrid cow of a woman. And you're like, why? Best I could do, man. But at least the guy kind of like, yeah, best I could do. You know what I mean? There's that certain self-reflective honesty there that at least you can kind of, even if you can't respect it, you can kind of understand it. Fair enough. Like, why don't you just come to me, man? We'll fix that. He's like, hey, yeah. That's that quiet desperation that guys put up with, because this is their life story. They know it's a crappy life story. They know they have a bad lot in life, but at least it's a known story. And guys would much rather have that than write their own story. Take big risks. Again, we've been talking about this the whole last episode of this stuff. They'd rather do that than take these risks, because that means there's a chance they could fail, a chance they can experience abandonment. And again, that nice guy stuff kicks in. So the good manners thing, it's always a secondary prize. She gets this flat out wrong. Maybe in the 70s it was right, but again, if you start codifying all this sidebar stuff as absolutely true, then yeah, you're going to miss the forest for the trees, and you don't understand the subtext behind the statement and the purpose of it. But again, it's not even about money. If a girl has a choice between being with a guy with money and good manners versus a guy who's okay with bad manners, she'll pick the okay with bad manners. She's got enough money. She doesn't need more. Other than a hardcore materialista, which is a girl who's essentially a gold digger or primarily driven by material wealth. But even then, those kind of chicks aren't the chicks that we're talking about here. We're talking about the girls that you guys have. Very decent quality girls, at least when you met them. They aren't going to care much about money past a certain point, because what's in it for me? Will I get my ring? Getting my ring, that high investment signal, and being able to flex on her friends for having the hottest guy in the social circle, like these are weighed more heavily than the wealth is. Because a lot of times, well, they'll see him as their best option. He can make more money. He can make his fortune. I believe in his potential. A lot of girls will put up with a guy who's got good potential, especially if he's got the bad manners. The next part here, so she talks about the advice a mother gives to her teenage son for going out on a first date is a good example of a woman's audacity. Pay the taxi. Get out first. Open her door. Help her out. Offer her your arm going up the steps, or if they're crowded, walk behind her in case she stumbles so you can catch her. Open the door for her. Help her out her coat. Go in front when you're taking your seats. Offer her refreshments. All this date stuff. Now, if you don't remember, I actually had it on Twitter. A requote from a TradCon guy talking about how he trained his son to ask a girl's, the kid was 15, going on a date with a girl. And yeah, my boy asked her dad if it was okay. He asked for permission. And I'm like, dude, this used to be mom's job to screw the kid's dating advice up. And now it's at the point where guys are doing it. Like, the feminization of men is having a horrible effect. And now, again, you got to see the changing technology of the state. Blame it on low T. Blame it on feminine. I don't care what you blame it on. Just understand a lot of Esther's critiques here are really playing into the conservative male mindset more than they're actually playing into the female mindset. It's one of those things. You got to observe it. You got to orient. You got to see how this maps to your life. And you're going to see there's a lot of wisdom in here because it describes the human condition. But we've gotten to a point where men are becoming really crappy versions of women and women are becoming really crappy versions of men. So in some cases, you kind of got to switch this up. Like I said, welcome to clown world, but that's just the way it works. Just realize that's a thing. Some girls are still doing that. A lot of guys are starting to do it, but that's a role of something that does happen. And here's how it's why. She expands on it with the most cynical aspect of good manners etiquette is the role of protector, which is forced on a man. This begins harmlessly enough, it's true. He follows her when going upstairs, walks on traffic side of the pavement. It's when we reach the level of military service and war that the significance of this becomes more serious. One of the most important rules, a man must protect women from unpleasantness, even if necessary, with his life. And as soon as he's old enough, he will do just that. Two great examples of this. The Israeli military was having a study on having women in frontline combat roles, and they've completely banned them. It wasn't because women weren't effective in frontline combat roles. It wasn't because they weren't capable of it. The reason they did that is because they noticed the men in these forward combat roles kept sacrificing themselves for girls and getting themselves killed. And so it was ruining unit cohesion. Again, even from like a very masculine, military, nationalistic standpoint, this overprotection of women thing and this women in the military, however you want to play it. Women don't belong in the military because men protect them. It ruins men. Women don't belong in the military because they're not as capable as men because they're stupid, like Esther says. Or just, we don't want women in the military because we decide we're going to be protective of women, so why are we putting them in front line? You kind of have to pick a value set and go with it. And right now we have a very hodgepodge transitory value set as a nation. Again, you can't change society. You can't save the West. You just see this as the terrain. Observe, orient, decide, act. How does this affect me? Clearly, me going into a frontline military position is going to cause problems. So do I still want it? And if so, you make a decision. Women get no extra protection that your buddies in your arms would get. Or, I'm not going to be frontline protector of the women, so I'm just going to be a logistics clerk. Pick one. But that's it. It maps to your situation as you see fit. The other example was that Las Vegas guy. You guys remember that? He ended up going after like was it Toby Keith's concert? Huge situation. There's a lot of conspiracies surrounding it, but I remember the big story that came out of it was all of those good old conservative men were diving in front of strangers that they had never known, but because they had a set of tits on them, they were taking bullets for them. So, and whatever you want to say about somebody's value set, what benefit does it do for you to die for somebody that you don't even know? Ask yourself that. Are you really willing to die for your value set? Especially when it's somebody that doesn't care. Let's put this like very cynical story in front of you. Stacy's going to the Toby Keith's concert. She ditched her boyfriend. She's bringing the guy from work that's super hot. She's probably going to smash him in the hotel rooms afterwards. Her boy's sitting at home. Set her up with a hotel because he doesn't want her to drive home drunk. And she's going to rail some new dude. This noble guy that's willing to sacrifice himself for women, is that the kind of woman that you think your life is worth protecting? Again, it's an extreme example, but it's just to illustrate. It's kind of like the trolley problem. Would you rather hit the button so the train runs over one person instead of 5 people? Instead of that, instead of the train hitting 5 people, are you willing to dive in front of the tracks for yourself? And I would argue that's been weaponized so much that it's really bad strategy from a male perspective to be willing to self-abase yourself for the benefit of people who not only won't appreciate it, won't respect it, but actively harm you for it. Like no good deed goes unpunished, so you really don't want it. We've already mentioned the capability or the lack of women's emotional capacity. The fact that women make every attempt to suppress a man's ability to express his emotions is a certain indication of this, yet she still contrives to create the myth of the feminine depth of vulnerability and feeling. Again, men have a lot of feelings. We feel hurt. We feel depressed. We feel sad. Like, I cried at my dad's funeral. I'm not ashamed to admit it. That's the kind of thing. You're allowed to feel things, but at the same time, they're yours. And just because the women ask you to emote more, like, who are you in my life? What have you done to earn this? No, I'll feel this. I'll talk to my buddies. I've sailed with my buddies. We've sailed around the world. We did 12 years of service together. I was there at their weddings. I was there when their kids were born. I'm like, he can have me at my emotional, like, self. He's earned it. And I've earned the same from him. Women don't get it. And if the few times that I slip up and do it, I end up suffering for it from a sexual standpoint, then no. Not for me, buddy. Not for me. Again, that's the lesson to take from this. She's bitching that women are cold, callous creatures, and I would argue they're just not capable of understanding emotion to the depth that a guy would want them to. So they're not capable of it, so how do you map that? Well, if they can't handle it, don't give them the responsibility. It's your own fault. It's like the scorpion and the frog. It's a story about a frog who's like Scorpion wants to lift across the river, and the frog's like, I'm not going to do that. You're going to stab me. And he goes, no, I promise I won't, because if I do that, we'll both die. And the frog's like, fair point. All right, get on. Frog swims across, gets halfway across, the scorpion stings him. The frog goes paralyzed. They both sink. They're both going to drown. He goes, why did you do that? He goes, I'm a scorpion. What did you think I was going to do? Again, so many male problems are like opt-in problems. We create them for ourselves. And a lot of this anti-woman thing here, well, it's true from a certain perspective. You really take on all of this pain on your own. You have to opt into it. You can't be forced into any of these male problems. So like I said, male suffering is an opt-in responsibility. And the way it works is because they tap into your mobility, or to your nobility, your sense of ego, your sense of honor, your sense of chivalry. That need for protection. Your mom does it because it's easier to get you to stay put. The teachers do it because give you some Ritalin and tell you to be a good boy. You sit still. It's always about controlling the male condition for the ease of the female condition. And just don't opt in. And then all of these problems go away. That's why most self-actualized red pill guys, they don't get mad anymore at women. They're like, why would I be mad at you? Oh, this thought pulled some thoughterry. Yeah. Well, you walked up for it. And we could argue, but it's her fault. And sure, maybe it's her fault. But fault is something that kids and women can worry about. Guys don't care about fault. What am I responsible for? And in this case, it's for how do I react to this stuff? And as soon as you get yourself your own frame, your own masculine point of origin, you stop falling for these stupid tests. You stop suffering in these ways that you really don't have to. And in this case, you don't even need the safety net of the red pill anymore. You don't have to protect yourself against getting zeroed out because you put yourself in a position where that just doesn't happen. And then the true merits of people's company will shine or, dull as needed. And that's how you end up with these guys. They're red pill, and then they just don't even know what thoughterry looks like anymore. Like, dude, I'm at a point, I have to follow thoughts on Twitter just to see what thoughts do now because I'm just not being exposed to it. I mean, hopefully 2 years ago, this doesn't age, 2 years from now, this doesn't age poorly, but that's the point. Again, it's a very healthy thing. I'm not saying hate women. I'm not saying don't hate women. I'm saying focus on hating yourself because you're the guy who opted into this stuff. And whether it's your fault or not is irrelevant. Do you want to be happy or do you want to be vindicated? But on that note, that's Vilar's The Manipulated Man, episodes 3 and 4. We've talked about these parts. The next part we're going to talk about is going to be... Oops, I closed the window down there. The next parts are going to be having sex as a reward, and that actually is going to be a good one, but it's going to be found as short. As well as... Hold on a sec, let me pull it up so I can get the titles here. What do we got left? Sex as a reward, the female libido, manipulation through bluff, commercialized prayers, self-conditioning, children as hostages, women's vices, the mask of femininity, the business world as a hunting ground, the emancipated female, women's liberation, and what is love. So I'm going to split those up into generally 30 to 45 minute segments so I don't waste too much of your time. We'll probably knock out 2 of them a day here. And I'm thinking I'm going to add... Actually, you know what? So that's it for this one. I'm going to start... As soon as I'm done this one, I'm going to make a quick little Q&A session so we can have just some chit-chats between us. We can talk about this stuff. So enjoy, and I hope you liked it. Stick around. We'll do 15, 20 minutes. We'll do some chit-chat afterwards. I can see the chat is just blown up, and I feel bad because I haven't read any of it. I'm going to read it, and we'll talk about it afterwards. So thanks for showing up. Don't forget to hit that like button. Right now, about half of you did. I really appreciate it. If it was good enough for you, and if you really enjoyed the content and resonated, again, this kind of engagement is what's going to spread this out because it's not going to be clickbait, and we're not able to get guys here because Will Smith wasn't talked about. But anyways, iron sharpening iron, men helping men, swapping notes. Enjoy. I'll see you guys on the next channel. Oh, Chesty did the dick and the footprint quote. Look at that. All right. Has it been 22 seconds yet? Probably. Looks like it. Excellent. Esther, Vilar, The Manipulated Man. We're on episode 5. Sex as a reward. If you guys caught me, I was earlier on Twitch setting up the thumbnails for this one. Feel free to come and check it out. There we go. Welcome everybody. You know the spiel, like, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. If you like the content, do the engagement thing, and that'll make sure that we can get this out far and wide, get a lot of guys who want to make themselves better, learn from their mistakes, learn from other people's mistakes, and make themselves generally have a better quality of life. This is how we can get there. So this chapter, pretty interesting. Let me get to the sex as a reward thing anyway. So you're going to notice a lot of this stuff. Like I said, this is probably my favorite part of this book. Like when I first had read it, when I first came across the red pill, I liked it because it built up anger phase. It gave you some kind of structure to the anger phase, and that way you were better able to move past it, no longer get angry. But the beauty of it is once you go back and to read it again after you're past that point, you know, like a year later, 2 years later, whatever, you start to see a lot of the guys that are still stuck in the anger phase, still talking about these talking points. And I get a certain level of humor coming from it when I realize that MRAs, MGTOWs, black pillars, all of these guys who make their modus operandi, you know, women are bad and we are angry and we're supposed to be, and there's these huge grievances. They're essentially taking the lead from a woman that was born in the 1930s, writing from the 1970s. 50 years have not increased their mental capacity for understanding the sexual marketplace one iota. And like I said, it's the big reasons I have zero sympathy for guys in those movements, I guess you could call it, is because like out of 50 years, if you can't pull something useful out of it, you're wasting everybody's time. I don't know why you just don't go into the garage, start the car, and leave it running for half an hour, but whatever. I guess some people just like to complain until a girl ends up touching them. So she starts off with, and I'll quote here, if a captive dolphin has learned to do a trick well, its trainer throws it a fish because the dolphin wants to eat. It will do whatever is asked of it. Man, however, since he earns money, is quite capable of providing his own food, so it would be impossible to bribe him in that way. In fact, he's above bribery altogether were it not for one basic male need which has to be satisfied: the need for physical contact with a woman's body. Now, this need is so strong and its fulfillment gives men such intense pleasure that one suspects that it may be the prime reason for his voluntary enslavement to women. His longing for subjugation may even be a facet of his sexual makeup. I did a tweet yesterday. If you're watching this later on, don't worry, I'll sum it up for you. It's a guy in what I think is a jiu-jitsu class. And then the coach is sitting there talking to him saying, I'm just going to try to stop you. I'm not going to try to beat you. And then he put the dude's family on the other side of him, where the kids are like, Daddy, we need you. We're lonely, or we're in trouble, or whatever. And the wife's doing it, and they're all suckering up to that. And because he has that innate need for protection and longingness of love of his family, he's sitting there fighting this jiu-jitsu instructor, and everybody's watching it and crying. They're like, that's the most adorable thing ever. He's willing to fight a master jiu-jitsu expert in order to get to his family. And I'm like, this manufactured outrage is tapping into that male need for subjugation, and it's damned weird. I'm just checking out chat right now. You guys are hilarious. So understand, there's a reason why a lot of the guys in this space have referred to it as a sexual marketplace, because it is essentially a barter system. You want to trade the things that the women find valuable for the things that men find valuable. And for the most part, there's only one thing a man finds valuable, and that's what we call in shorthand sexual desire, because it's not just sex. If it was just sex, it would be get a prostitute, life would be good. And for the most part, most guys don't want that. I have a feeling even in the places that are legal, they still have celibate men. So it's obviously not a case of cash. It's not a case of that. It's that genuine desire, which I would argue, and I think it's going to come up later in the episodes. If you notice, we're going to be doing 4 short episodes. We're trying to keep down to 15 minutes. So we're going to be doing a lot of switching from video to video, but it's still the same amount of content you'd already seen in a day, just a little bit easier to digest. So where am I going with all this? Well, life is transactional. And so you have to pick a currency you want to barter with and then suffer the consequences for that. What do I mean by this? Take the initial idea of provision. I'm a good father. I raise good kids. I have a good job. That's what your value you're leading with. And this is where you end up getting into a lot of trouble, because girls don't need that anymore. Father is a fungible position. And if you don't believe me, how often is it that a girl gets married, has kids, divorces the man, finds a new husband within the year? So as much as we like to say the father is the most important job in the world, it's easily outsourceable, no different than tech support. Something to think about. So obviously that isn't the thing that's valuable, and that has a lot of cost with it. It obviously is very expensive to maintain a good job, break your back under labor, and out of it, you've devalued what you're offering to such an extent that women don't value it themselves. So it's a very bad currency to barter with. What I talk about is branding yourself as a luxury product, and that's the thing. So if the masculine ideal has been commoditized so much it's basically valueless, well then what is valuable? We can look to economics for that. What's valuable in a society where everything that we have, we need. Housing is taken care of, food's taken care of, we have an amazing abundance. Then people end up buying fancy luxury projects. They buy things that are sexually selected for because of their expense. We'll buy a diamond ring that costs 3 months' salary for just a little piece of coal because it shows we have so much money, we can throw it away on dumb stuff. And that sends higher value signals. So it's all about signaling. And we kind of understand this. Even in the suburbs where people are still tying into that whole, I'm a good father, I raise good kids, I have a good job thing. Consider the concept of a lawn. People don't know this, but a lawn used to be a flex. A lawn was what the aristocrats would use to signal, I am so wealthy, I have enough land that I don't even need to put crops on this land. And that was their way of showing they have so much land they didn't know what to do with it. So again, this whole idea of a lawn is a devalued social signal that has happened from over time. And now it's at the point that a guy having a lawn does not impress anybody. It doesn't achieve anything. Now a guy can say, well, I like my lawn. I like taking care of my lawn, which is fine. But don't use that then to try and get yourself genuine desire from a girl, because it's clearly not the case. We always say, do it for yourself. Yeah, well, do it for yourself and just stop trying to use it as a currency. Again, luxury stuff. If you're the top tier man, if you're the man that she could flex on her friends with, because remember, women may not love men according to Esther Vilar, but they love to hate women, and they love that validation from their female communities. Now, obviously, women do love men, and women can love men, maybe not in the way you like, but they can do it. But again, this whole tapping into the luxury brand thing, being the hot commodity, does you far better as far as the transactions of a relationship goes than picking all these antiquated symbols or what Rollo would call old order thinking. She eventually goes into it later on here, and I'll quote, where they talk about the difference between men and women when it comes to chastity. Again, this is written in the 70s. Of course, they're going to be talking about chastity as opposed to just being a virgin or a celibate man. But chastity on a man has never been worth much. As women do not really care for men, they are not much interested in his chastity. For this reason, a boy can never be raped by an older woman, only seduced. But let a man play that game with an adolescent girl, he'll be lynched as a sex criminal by a female mob. Which is true. Eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap. And if you boil it down to its essence, that's why when you see a case of a teacher diddling a 14-year-old kid, you're either going to get, that man is bad, we need to have him lynched. And God knows, if you want to go to conservative Twitter, that's all they ever talk about is all the pedos that are hiding in the bushes everywhere. But you get a female doing it to a male student, sometimes even as young as 10, guys will generally have the approach of, good for him. Or even if you understand it's wrong, most guys don't have that same visceral reaction. They'll have like a, well, by the law, that's law, so it should be wrong. They look at it like it's a traffic ticket. And it's something that's just hardwired into it. So you just have to realize that the things we value in women are not the things we value in men. It creates a double standard. And if you start, like, it's already bad enough if you're trying to use a devalued currency to barter for yourself, for your own well-being in the sexual marketplace. But using the things that girls value, it's like it's the opposite of using, and I always get this stupid name wrong. Not attrition. But it's essentially a market thing. Understanding that, let's say the States makes awesome movies. That's their export. So for Americans, movies are like, whatever, no big deal. Meanwhile, you go to like some cheap third world country and an American movie is highly valued. So they export those things that they don't value there. These people value it higher. Meanwhile, that small third world country can build cheap shirts, which is highly valued in the States, but not valued there. Nobody cares about Gucci because they don't care about branding. That would be, so the equivalent of a guy trying to bring this whole equating thing, like the MRAs and the MGTOWs that talk about, well, the the teacher diddled the male student. Trying to put that on the same level as a male doing it to a female student is the equivalent of Americans saying, look, I can make cheap Chinese knockoff clothing. Why don't you guys love me? And they're like, why would I care about this? Like, China cares about bringing it over. You're trying to sell them to the Chinese area, and they're just not going to like it. I know it's a bit stumbly on the explanation here, but you kind of get it. I really wish I could remember that name. I'm having the biggest brain fart right now. It's not arbitration. It's not arbitration. It's attrition? No. Arbitrage. That's what I'm talking about. Arbitrage. Ignore the last 30-second rant. Just realize we're talking about arbitrage. So we get past the sperm is cheap, eggs are expensive speech. And then she kind of goes into how for a large part of this, men might not be hardwired for it. It might be a training thing. It might be about bad parenting strategies or gaslighting, as she puts it. But so in her example, a man could, of course, condition his sexual needs as easily as a woman, provided his training started at a very early age. Sufficient proofs of this are the monks, a majority of whom survive without sexual satisfaction, and nobody will seriously maintain that they're all eunuchs. But instead of learning to suppress his needs, a man will allow them to be encouraged whenever possible by women, of course, since their interests are mainly directed towards a man's libido. What she's kind of getting at here is a social training kind of program. And I know a lot of feminists have really gone on the wire about this, shaming men's sexual inadequacy. You'll notice this amongst the I'm not like the feminist, anti-feminist types that still try to manipulate men, but they do it in this chastity way. Like, you need to control your libido. Porn is cheating, and Christian girls are bad for that too. It's essentially the kind of vilified things you see Christian girls do. But then you realize it's not that they're trying to remove the boots off the necks of men. They're just mad that it's not their boot. And let's face it, it's been until we hit the Industrial Revolution and the understanding of how to build an internal combustion engine, controlling men's sexuality has been the primary productivity driver through the entire agricultural revolution. So it is a powerful thing. The male sex drive is what allows us to accomplish just about anything that robots can't do. So I would argue in this one, this is where she gets it completely wrong, in that she wants men to control this and basically become neats. Like, we've seen, it's the 70s, so they didn't have video games back then, so they didn't have neats. But we're seeing how it comes out now. A generation of men who just waste away. Herbivore men. And that's essentially what she made the argument for. And this is why I love when you read this stuff with a critical eye, because you see she's basically encouraging guys to check themselves out of the sexual marketplace in order to depower women. But when you do that, you end up losing a large part of what makes men, essentially. Our ability to get things done, our ability to change the world around us. And I would argue, I don't think Xbox and weed is a nice solution around to that. I think the better solution is just to understand your instincts, to understand your desires, and then to strategize around them. Because otherwise, if you end up having incongruent goals, the house in the suburbs, I have a giant lawn, so girls know I have more land than I know what to do with. Then they end up getting manipulated by a girl because they're very incongruent with the type of currency they want to use in the sexual marketplace. As opposed to a guy knows he's sexual, he knows he desires women, he ends up strategizing around his luxury branding as a man, being in shape, being stylish, being socially aware, being able to be a social flex on people. Offer the things that money alone cannot provide. Then you're able to not only be in touch with your needs here, with your instincts, but you're also better able to use them so you're not constantly being manipulated. Because I know the biggest fear of a lot of guys is to be that suburban dad who has to work himself to the bone in order to provide his family with the lifestyle they've become accustomed, using the kids and the wife's happiness as a crutch, as a cudgel. Same as that jujitsu video I was talking to you about before, in order to manipulate him to work himself to death for somebody that once he's gone, will just throw him away, try a new one. It's like I've always said with the plow horse. Plow horses love to plow so long as they get the best stable and a good retirement. But in reality, once the plow horse is done plowing, it's off to the glue factory. And you don't want that for yourself. She ends this one off, though, on the idea of the differences in jealousy between men and women. So this one, guys cheating, a girl may well feign jealousy occasionally, just of course to flatter him. They don't mind the institution of brothels either. The attitude towards extramarital affairs is exactly the same, unless, of course, they become too obvious, in which case they tend to forgive the men. So how few women would leave an unfaithful husband? How few men would stay with a woman in those same circumstances? Put a pin in that. We're going to get back to it. Wives will often welcome a philandering husband, for there are so many advantages arising from his gratitude for her tolerance and forgiveness. Obviously, women would prefer to be able to control extramarital affairs. That explains the wife-swapping parties and pluralist sex practices that are gaining favor, for they tend to neutralize the sexual fantasies of husbands and male friends. 2 points in here, and then we're going to end the video. The first one is about extramarital affairs. Girls don't like prostitution because guys have to spend money towards prostitutes. Girls spending money towards that when it should be towards spending a new vacuum around the house or a new handbag or whatever it is they want of material goods. If you're at the point where a guy's so unable to cheat on you, the idea of holding his sexuality under lock and key is really the only leverage you have. The idea of pulling away the sex carrot is what gets that man back to work and gets him to work so hard in promises of just maybe a whiff. Now, this is not conscious. This is all subconscious, and that's why it's so important that you have to strategize around it, because a girl's just running off of instinct. They don't know any of this stuff. Their motivations have nothing to do with this, and they will give you a long story about how I don't know what I'm talking about. But what I will say is this. The outcome comes out exactly like this. So does it really matter what's going on inside the girl's head? I would argue no. The outcome is exactly like this. If this is a way that you can understand it, that's great. If you want to understand it with a different set of models, that's fine too. As long as you understand the outcome and change your strategy in order to align with it, you're doing well. Again, in this case, just trusting this woman from the 70s talking about this stuff wholesale is how you end up in a MGTOW cult, and you don't want that. The second part is the philandering husband part. I know Rolo's talked about it. We'd rather share an alpha than be saddled with the beta. I'm sure you guys know that speech by now. The idea, and here's the funny thing. We've gotten to a point, and I don't know if we always have or if it's a recent thing, where the cheating itself isn't what gets the girl to leave a guy, it's the lying. Now, we're going to get to later on into that. It's on the next chapter, I believe. But men being honest and cheating is a far better result than a man being dishonest and cheating. Again, because it's those lies. She knows she cannot trust his honesty, so she can't trust, are you making any more money? Are you going to be here for raising the kids? It's always that what's in it for her. If she truly excuse me, if she doesn't have that guy she sexually desires, but she's still getting provision from, the last thing she wants to hear is that he's lying to her, because then that's a threat to her provision. And that's why those girls tend to leave. I'll get to your super chat in just a second here. I'll finish that thought. But from a red pill perspective, again, Wine More Please has an article on this. I'm not going to link this. It's a little controversial, but if a girl's concerned about you cheating, what he says is like the 101 level answer is, don't worry, if I do, you'll be the first one to know. And then his 201 level answer is, are you sure you want to know? Again, there's a discretion involved, there's a high value implication, and there's an honesty along with it, along with not rubbing a girl's nose in it or embarrassing her publicly, that makes it far more likely that a marriage or a relationship will survive with any cheating, so long as everything else in place, as opposed to one where a guy is seeking validation from girls, but he's embarrassed about it, he's insecure about it, he does those nice guy behaviors of lying about it. And that's where these things tend to blow up. Like I said, at least if it's being honest, a girl can opt into her own situation, and if a guy is high enough value in her eyes, in that luxury brand style I talked about before, it tends to be a more... it has more longevity as a sexual strategy, I'll say. It's not ideal. Monogamy, if you want to go that route, is fine. But just be aware when it comes to jealousy, there's a certain dynamic at play. And you really need to account for that in any kind of sexual strategy you do. Whether you want to be the trad guy with 6 kids, or whether you want to be the guy with an open relationship, or with a mistress on the side, the French model. So on that note, I'll leave you there. Quick shout out, Matthew Magda. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Why do you do this? At what point in your life did it become a mission to spread TRP as a message? That's a good question. So I was always kind of interested in it, and then I hit some hardship on my life. Then the guys there helped me out. I got to do my thing. I've been treating it like a take a penny, leave a penny jar. I got this much help out of it. I'll try to contribute more. Then I kind of also came to the understanding that one of my more rewarding times when I was in the military was my time teaching at fleet school. So the idea of teaching as a rewarding experience, I found very valuable. Add to that, the corporate experience, driving in traffic, I really didn't like that stuff, but it all kind of came together and I'm like, you know what? Building this stuff is actually way more rewarding, way more fun, and it doesn't pay as well, but you know what? It pays the bills and that's good enough for me. So that's kind of the big reason I'm here. And then beyond that, the entertainment side, I've always been an artist at heart. So just being able to put up some nice entertaining videos on YouTube or on Twitch and get guys to have some entertainment from it ties into it as well. Like I love the idea of books like Punch Riot or Opium Tales, paintings, books, creative stuff that's kind of designed for a male audience. And so again, that's part of that too. So hitting my creative itch. So I hope that answers your question. But anyways, thanks for tuning in, guys. We're going to move to episode 2. We're going to talk about the female libido. It started 5 minutes ago, but you guys already know it's coming. Anyways, I'll catch you guys in a minute. If you're watching this after the fact, don't forget to like, subscribe, check out the full series in the sidebar. The playlist is there. You'll enjoy yourself. Trust me. Now we got to do 20 seconds of this. So that way we can have room for the end cards. Nash, by the way, has a good point. My book, Fuck Files, has a lot of the answers. I love saying that. Like, yeah, so many things do reference the book, which is nice. Anyways, I'll catch you guys in a minute. Welcome, everybody. Episode 6, the female libido. Ooh, the fancy knobs and bells and whistles. We know where we're at. Look at that. Let's finish off the coffee, go do our thing. There she is, episode 6, female libido. Fun story if you're on Twitch today, by the way, you'd see where that photo came from. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for coming to the channel. Hope you've been enjoying yourself. As I said before, manipulated man, Esther Vilar. Feminist, born in the 1930s, kind of jumped ship in the 1970s, decided to become the very first MGTOW. You're going to find out where all those MGTOW and MRA talking points come from, why a lot of them are wrong, and the lessons we can take for this. What I would argue is the greatest book on the sidebar to articulate the anger phase for men. It's a good read. It should be one of the first ones. And to answer your question, Eric's asking in the chat why I had to split the show. Honestly, I've been thinking about people's time. And in this case, these episodes are running about an hour long, and I'm like, that's a lot to ask of somebody. So what I decided to do instead, because people are having trouble keeping up, we're splitting them into nice 15, 20-minute chunks. So they're very bite-sized. We still get through the same content, but they're much easier for guys to keep up with anyway. So I hope you enjoyed it. I know a couple of the guys watching this live have to do a little bit of switching back and forth between videos, so don't worry about it. We got you back, yo. Female libido. And I'm not going to bother quoting her first half of this chapter because she's essentially just saying that men don't know how all the knobs and buttons and dials work on a female's body. Blah, blah, blah. Women are fancy. Men are not. Men don't know how to please a woman. We get it. But the one quote that I do like is, man vacillates between the conviction that a woman has no true sexual drive and the fear that she is more highly sexed than he, but refrains from telling him so out of pity. That's saving the best. That's not only saving the best, that's the traditional conservative ideal. The idea of 18-year-old virginal wives, dead bedrooms. It ties into so many things. You're going to be amazed. So I'll go over them quickly here. The high and low libido. The idea that some girls are ultra sexual, just not with you, and some girls are very low libido or have very little sexuality. That's a common talking point in the dead bedroom subreddit, which if you've never been, it's where 90% of guys and 10% fat chicks sit there and complain that their spouses won't have sex with them. And they found that it's so easy. If they say low libido, then that's it. No responsibility for me. I don't understand a woman's complicated thing. She's genetically predisposed to a low libido. It's a great way of offloading the blame of yourself. And while you get to live this miserable life with zero human contact between you and your wife, you at least feel better because it's not your fault. It's the ultimate coping strategy, and it's an absolute miserable place. I would equate that with black pill, but at least those guys got laid once. The black pill guys didn't get laid any. But I don't want to start too much crap with them because then I'll always have some incel jamming up my chat, and I really don't like that. I don't like the autism. Like, you guys, pretty switched on audience. I don't get a lot of it, so I'm very happy about that. No spots of the tism. Cheers to you guys. The next part is the antiquated ideas of that virginal wife. And a lot of people mistakenly call this a red pill thing. It's not. It's not red pill at all. It's this weird, traditional, conservative place of helplessness that guys talk about, where all these girls are sluts and they've all slept with so many men, and you can't compare with the 100 dudes in their past, so you're never going to get any happiness. Then they throw up a bunch of stats about, well, you know, it's easier to give birth when you're 18 versus 30 and all this stuff that they don't care about. It's just a convoluted sense of post hoc justification. At the end of the day, they like the idea of finding a girl that is super highly sexual, but without that insecurity that comes from you having to compete with 100 guys. It's just it's a fear of inadequacy is essentially it, which is funny because the kind of guy who would be her, what they call an alpha widow, or the one that got away that a girl always pines over when she settled for the other guy, he gave zero concern over how he ranked in her hierarchy of dudes. Zero. And if anything, that is what made him one of the top guys, that extreme aloofness. So it's a weird self-fulfilling prophecy where a guy's insecurity about not being the best encourages the exact qualities that will allow him to not be the best. Because I would honestly say, for a lot of guys, the alpha widow situation, that's a male thing. Girls have that one they remember that they got away that was nice, but the guys that are truly actualized and have probably widowed a girl in their past aren't even aware of it. And this is kind of where you want a guy to get. It's a conquering thing anyway, so it'll be good. The other one I was talking about, so the highly sex one, so saving the best. That's the biggest fear amongst these inadequate guys, is that they date a girl. And I would argue Esther gets it wrong where she says they refrain from telling them out of pity. It's because a girl knows that a guy values these things. A girl's been having guys try to approach them for sex since they were like 13. So they got a ton of experience, and they know all the female slut shaming, and they know all the guys that won't date a girl that's been a slut, but they'll sleep with her. So intuitively, they just know that it's not seen as a desirable trait when they're trying to settle down. So it's not out of pity. It's out of self-interest. They will hide a lot of this stuff with the idea that hopefully he never knows, give him the bare minimum of sexual desire. And we'll get to that either in this chapter or the next one too. She talks about it. But that guy's instinctive fear is that she was going to be just running rampant through fraternities and whatever. Now, if she was using that same enthusiasm for him, that would be one thing. But the fact that she's not, and she's trying to tell him that what we have right now, where we watch movies on the weekend, is so much better. A guy can handle being in a sexless relationship with a girl who's stunted more than they can handle a girl who forces them to pay full price for used goods, I guess is the best way to put it. Again, there's this whole convoluted solution you get into here where you have to find a woman that works around all your inadequacies and your insecurities. I would argue a much easier and better strategy, but one that requires less ego and more bravery, is just to get to the point where you've had enough girls that you know what enthusiasm looks like. So even if you got a girl that's run through more than you or as much as you or less than you or whatever, as long as you're getting the compliance in the relationship, like I said, transactional stuff, which I talked about in episode 5, as long as the currency you're paying, you're getting equal value or at least more, then I wouldn't even worry about it. Doesn't even matter. Again, it's all about the economic theory that what you provide to women and what women provide to you is more valuable to the other person than it is to you. So everybody's getting a better deal out of the whole thing. And that's what most people talk about when they say men and women are better together. Now, some women aren't. Some women are just trash. But you know what? Plow through them. Have your fun. Let them go. Don't wife them up. They'll eventually come to their senses, or they'll find a simp to settle down with. That sounds like a their problem, or it sounds like a toi problem, not a moi problem. So she expands upon this with a quote that women live an animal experience or existence. They like eating, drinking, sleeping, even sex, provided there's nothing to do and no real effort required of them. And this is where I'm going to repeat the line about enthusiasm, because I think a lot of guys get it mistaken here where they talk about genuine desire. I would argue genuine desire is a nonsensical term, and what they really mean is enthusiasm. Because again, what she's referring to there is girls having happy hours, spending their money, living next to instinct, just pleasures. And a lot of girls do that. Go down to a restaurant on a Tuesday afternoon, see who's having appies. Lets you know is right there. Guarantee you it's not guys. They're having power lunches with meetings and showing off to each other. That's about it. But they're talking about duty sex or starfish sex or maintenance sex, provided there's nothing to do and no real effort is required of them. And every guy knows, everybody who's in a relationship where a girl's phoning it in, they know it's like a sex doll, only you have to clean it less. Like, this is ridiculous. It's not what they want. At this point, it's like a hooker, only it costs more, and it costs more over the long term. No guy enjoys that. However, enthusiasm goes against that natural laziness that Esther is referring to here. And I'm not going to lie, she words these things as more savage about women than I ever could. I'd argue she's probably got a stronger anger phase than any man I've ever met. So good for her, I guess. She's probably dead now, but whatever. Yeah, it was like 50 years ago. So she's like 90 years old if she's still old now. Whatever. But enthusiasm. Again, that's always the joke. A good blowy is 10% technique, 90% enthusiasm. Another concept, and here's one that's a little off topic here, but it'll be good to know because we don't talk about it enough in the sphere. It's a term called hysteric bonding. If you remember last episode, I talked about the way men cheat as an alpha cheating as opposed to a beta style cheating, the validation seeking versus like the being honest about it, but also not being obvious, I guess is the best way to put it. So what happens in those situations, sometimes a girl gets to a situation where she does think of the guy as her hypergamous best option. And with the cheating, she has a genuine fear of being left behind or left out. This mostly happens when a girl's cheating on a guy, though. And then she realizes she made a mistake, or maybe the guy wouldn't commit and it was just a one-off and she's worried about losing the other guy. One manifestation of that is something called hysteric bonding. And what guys have noticed is that this girl will act like a damn champion. They will do everything and anything 3 times a day, like manic, nymphomaniac type stuff. It's absolutely crazy. There's a story I talk about actually where there was a guy, and this was way back in the early days. I can't find the field report right now. I'm glad I can remember it, and I'm giving it to you guys here. But you found a situation where he was in the lawyer's office going through this messy divorce, dead bedroom. She cheated on him. He was pissed. And then just as they were about to sign, the lawyers gave him the office for a bit to like sort out the details, and then we'll come back in like an hour or something. And then he noticed the girl went down on him with such enthusiasm. He actually, like, he took it, but he got mad. He was like, this girl could have done this at any point in the relationship over the past 10 years. And she chose now that I'm finally done, I'm finally checked out, and that she's not coming off with good terms on the divorce. Basically, now that she's not winning, she picks this time to have enthusiastic relations with me. And then, like, the end of the story is the guy finished in her mouth and then signed the papers. It was pretty funny, pretty cathartic. I'm inclined to believe it was real and not, because it was earlier on in the space, so people weren't doing these stupid revenge fantasy articles. But, yeah, because the guy kind of had like a tragic look about it. He's like, I don't get it, man. She had the keys the whole time, but she refused to use them. But again, this manifests in all kinds of ways. And the big problem a lot of guys have is once they've made the decision to check out due to infidelity on their side, or if they want to do it, but then they get that back, they start, actually put that aside now. We'll just talk about the female cheating one. A girl will do this to try to win them back. Now, it looks great for a while, and the guy's like, yeah, I taught her a lesson, and now she loves me, and this is the permanent state of things. Well, once that initial high of potentially losing you wears off, the hysteric bonding wears off. So it's similar to the anger phase in that you have a very small window of opportunity to establish your own frame in the relationship if you want it to work. If you do or not, it's not my job to judge. Some guys say never take a girl back. Some guys say I'm staying it for the kids. Some guys saying I'm going to leave her, but I'm going to do it on my terms and on my schedule. That's fine. Whatever. Just know that that's a temporary arrangement and then to act accordingly. Now, from the other side of things, when it's a girl worried about losing a guy, this is where a guy realizes that his dread has come in handy. So that constant feeling, and this is all limbic, and this is arguably the one thing that any purple pill chick or any middle-aged soccer mom that's read anything on the red pill, they latch onto this, and this is the one thing they hate more than anything. It's the idea that a guy is manipulating a girl to be so anxious about him leaving that she'll give him all the sex she wants. And I think the reason that they're so mad is not because it's a manipulated thing. I would argue in these cases where girls get hysteric bonding after losing a guy's just doing what he does. A dog is always a dog. A girl's been in a dead bedroom, so he got his needs met elsewhere. and that now she picks the time to have all this weird indignation is kind of disingenuous. But like we said before, it's largely an instinct thing. Girls handle jealousy different than guys do. And while it does sound dysfunctional, guys like Ultimate Cad, who essentially open up their marriage, have found that the girl gets this constant state of arousal and the guy gets the constant best from his woman. Again, it's not my place to moralize. Morally, as far as like current standards go, it's pretty reprehensible. But I will say this. It does seem to work in those dysfunctional cases. So just be aware that is a strategy, and that's a road you can go down. So our next part here is where she talks about the birth control, and I think this is where she kind of jumps the shark. So in truth, reliable oral contraceptives, invented by a man naturally, she has to put that dig in there, have robbed man of the only triumph left to him in the state of sexual subjugation. Previously, a woman was always to a certain extent at his mercy. Now she is suddenly in control. She can have as many children or as few as she wishes. She can even select the father, rich if possible. If she has no intention of having children, she can indulge in intercourse as often as it appears advantageous to her. She kind of gets it, but she kind of doesn't. She just understands that it's disconnected the alpha fucks and beta buck side of hypergamy. She can sleep with the fun guy. She can get the pleasure out of it. If you go through Cindy Minson and David Buss's Why Women Have Sex, you can go through the 800 reasons women like to have sex and completely separate them from the reasons that women want to remove anxiety and build comfort in their life. They used to be connected and now they're not. And that's the female power in the current marketplace. There was a poster actually on Twitter, great author, Last Revision. His blog is called Kill the Party. You can find it if you Google search, but he did make a note that a lot of the worst behavior of women now isn't because women are bad, evil, and wrong creatures. It's just because of this simple technological change. The market is skewed so much in a girl's favor that they can afford to. And he makes the argument that men would act just as bad if they had it, which you could make an argument in the 60s or 50s, 40s, and 30s that a lot of women had to put up with abusive men because of that situation we've talked about here. So again, it's part of the human condition. It's not that men and women are better or worse than each other. We're people with all of our failings. Just be aware that right now the market is skewed towards their side, and so it kind of puts you behind the 8 ball. You can say that's not fair. You can say that's not what it's supposed to be. I don't care about that. The idea of being red-pilled is observe the environment as you see it right now. Orient yourselves to a possible good solution. Decide on something to do and then act on it. And then redo this cycle as many times as you can until you get the lifestyle you want. Again, it's OODA loops. It's absolutely perfect way to describe this stuff. And you're going to recognize the next part here. I think Rollo talks about it with that Valenti article. So the girl can experiment with different kinds of men and compare their sexual performances. And contrary to men's fear, women do not, however, weigh one man against another and choose the most virile. Again, this is saving the best. Far from it. As she herself is not all that keen on sex, not in the way that guys are. In view of that, she provided all other conditions as equal. She is likely to prefer the less potent man because she can always blackmail him with her intimate knowledge of his weakness. In the realm of sex, more than any other man is a victim of the principles of efficiency according to which he is manipulated. Indeed, he sets his own standards. 3 times in a row, very good, twice good, once satisfactory. If he fails at a sex machine, he is, in his opinion, a total failure. Even if he is a brilliant scientist, he will never again be really happy. Women know this and take advantage. He's got 3 examples. I'll get to them in a second, but it's funny. Again, women will argue that this is not my motivation for why I settled down with the nice guy when I was dating bad boys. I really don't care about what's inside her head. This is a great way from a male perspective to understand how the dynamic plays out. We just think about things in an adversarial way. So I don't care to understand what's in her head. I just care to understand the potential outcomes, and you should too. I know you should very often, but I would say this. It's in your best interest to. If you want to understand your condition better, stop trying to be a mind reader. Again, back to that. It's actually a chapter in my book. I love this stuff. I love how I can reference that. I really did a good job, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you, by the way, guys. Sales on have been awesome. So she's describing this here, and like Rollo has it all the time, where it's she wants the bad boy, the frat boy, the drug dealer, the musician, and then settle down with a good boy. And that's just the way it works because a woman's priorities change over time. It's subconscious, but when she wants kids, she doesn't want a drug dealer rock star boyfriend. She wants a guy who's stable with a good job, because even if she makes her own money, She likes the stability there as an option. Guys, on the other hand, think it's just a girl has a Rolodex of dicks in her mind, and she's like, well, that one was better. He's about 7 on the list, but I have no choice right now. I'm going to get with this one. It's not the case at all. In fact, girls don't even think about it that way, which is why when a guy brings up his saving the best concern about paying half price for full price goods, a girl will argue till she's blue in the face that, yeah, that was just something stupid. What we have is better. Here's the part of the manipulation that's damned brilliant. It's a self-deceptive manipulation. Absolutely brilliant. Lying is hard. Lying, you have to keep your story straight. Lying, you have to remember stories. Lying, you have to remember. Lying, you can't cross your paths. And guys are becoming very good at detecting deception. So what they've come to understand as an evolutionary thing, not understand, but it's happened, is that people lie to themselves first and then use that lie to lie to other people. So then it's my truth. That's how my truth works. It's a genetic predisposition of manipulation. And say what you want. Talk to any evolutionary psychologist, but sexual strategy is not a teamwork sport. It is a adversarial process. And this is why I don't like the idea of a red-pilled women. I don't think it's possible. I think it can be done one at a time. You can't do it en masse. But to get to the point here, there's a great article I just linked in live chat. That's by Whisper. I'm going to see, can I do this without turning off the stream? Yes, I can. I'm going to put it in the description as well if you're watching this after the fact. It's a good article. It kind of goes to the female strategy of assuming men are stupid. And he ends it off on the proper quote. If you don't want a stupid man, don't select for qualities that require one. And this is about the turn off your manipulation when you want to get a good man, because you're not going to get a good man. You're going to get a man that ultimately you're not happy with and you want to leave out of frustration. And this is the part that I find kind of tragically ironic. The idea of a girl going through the betaization process, which we talk about in Franco's Practical Female Psychology. Again, it's a multi-step process. So there's the fitness testing, making sure he's top tier, the communication, the one where you want him to commit to you fully and give out more feelings, essentially act like very strongly in the beta stuff, putting him to work, getting what you want out of the relationship from a transactional nature, then the nothing is ever good enough for him phase, where nothing is ever good enough. It's constantly building up a case for why you don't love him anymore. Then the light switch, and then self-determination. It turns out girls don't like that process either, and ultimately it makes them unhappy over the long term. But they're hardwired for it. It had an evolutionary purpose back in the day, but today, not so much. And so there is a need for female sexual strategy. I know there's a group called the Female Dating Strategy that's trying to do like red pill for chicks. I don't know much about it other than the few people I've seen are rather tistic, but there's a lot of tistic people here too, so I can't follow them for that, as well as the red pill women, which in this case is the idea of go against your hard wiring and just stop manipulating, and you will select for a better quality of man. So we'll see. Hopefully it works. Last point on this, what she's talking about is the 50% stat. If you guys have known, this is all 50% of marriages end in divorce. And every MGTOW will say, why get married when odds are half that you're going to lose half your stuff? Half for half. 20-20, 50-50 rule. And they're kind of missing the point. They're not wrong. Half of all marriages end in divorce. Now that we know that stat, let's just say half of relationships, because most guys aren't getting married anymore, which is smart. Your relationships will end. Half the time they end, half they don't. But that's not what's important. Of the half that remain together, at least half of them will end up in this sexual equilibrium of like a dead bedroom. So think about that. For every relationship that you see, 75% of them have a certain level of misery to them, and 25% have a good one. Now, we could argue whether that's just the case that women ain't shit. We could argue that's the case that men aren't able to do relationships and need to try harder. From a strategy perspective, I just know don't opt in and don't bet with more than you're willing to lose. That's why I say don't get married, because there's nothing about a marriage as an organization that would encourage a stronger relationship. I would argue those male qualities we're talking about before, the luxury good, strong boundaries, very good guidance for your woman so she stops being as manipulative and just enjoys you for what you are, and then stops trying to belittle you, manufactured outrage. There's a whole channel full of strategies. I'm not going to list them off here. But arguably by the end of this, you'll reach that what they call the main goal of a red-pilled relationship, which is a very strong statement, but I'd argue it's probably one of the few truisms in this place, is that you want maximum happiness for everybody within that tribe or that relationship. And if that's your end goal, and if you have to get through all these tools, so be it. You could put women in charge of it, but they've been in charge for 3 generations now, and they've screwed it up royally. Stand aside, ladies. We'll hand it from here. So that is episode 6, the female libido. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. Again, feel free, smash the like button. Subscribe if you like more of this content. We do relationship breakdowns. We do the sidebar breakdowns. We do some vlogging, general entertainment, infotainment. You'll laugh, you'll cry. You'll love my quotes about the spot of the tism. The podcast is on every Saturday, red morning. We usually have Carl from Black Label Logic, but often some new guests. That'll be pretty cool. As always, check in the description too. Fuck Files the book. You can see it in the back there. Jordan Peterson offered you 12 rules for life. I'm like, you know what? He's charging $24 for that. I'm going to charge $10 for 15 rules for life. Built up over a decade of women and pick up. A lot of the stuff we talk about here is in there. It's all experiences. Like I said, you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll snort, you'll chuckle at me. Everything that I've screwed up with or succeeded in my life when it came to women is in there. You'll see some stuff resonating with yourself. You'll get your own lessons. But on that note, thank you guys for checking in. We're going to go to the next episode, which is due to start in 9 minutes. So grab yourself a bathroom break if you're coming on here live. Bathroom break, glass of water, and we'll see you there. Oh, yeah. Outro. No? Intro. How embarrassing. Guy at the foam cannon party. See, you get the idea. Yeah, as long as the video records correctly, I'm cool. Yeah, I've noticed that too. I think it's because I put too high at 1080p and too high of a frame rate. It has to render this stuff on its end after the fact, and so you guys might be getting less quality than you like. But just know, for anybody who's catching this a couple days after, you're going to see good stuff. I think that's long enough for the end card, though. Almost. There we go. All right, guys, welcome. We're on episode 7. Esther Vilar, the manipulated man. Manipulation through bluff. It's kind of a theme on her stuff. A lot of it's that men good, women bad. The evil gender traitor. I picked this photo. I figured you guys would like it. Anybody who's been watching Twitter today or TikTok probably knows where that one's from. It kind of gets to the point of things. Where'd we go? Here we are. Where were we? Manipulation through bluff. It's kind of a neat chapter. She gets a lot of stuff right here because I think this is closest to things like how Dalrock has expanded upon, so we'll get there. She starts off with a quote, so man's strong sexual drive, his brilliant mind, notice how she always fluffs guys, she's like the original pick-me girl, and his need for a system that will help him bear those responsibilities, recognized by his intelligence, have enabled women to make effective use of certain institutions that properly belong in the past. Institutions like the church. She goes into a lot of how the feminization of the church and how women have essentially taken the church, adopted the female sensibilities at male expense. A good book, if you really want to see more on this one, is the book Manosphere, yes, with an exclamation point, by Ian Ironwood, where he essentially does a history of men on the internet talking about men stuff. It's a fascinating read. It's a longer read. He goes through it just about everything up to like 2012, I think. Anyways, it's good. If you guys don't have enough stuff to read, if I haven't thrown a large enough syllabus at you, there's another one for you. Or you could just say, only dorks read. I just run a cam service. Whatever. I scam people out of Forex trades. That's what I do. All right, fill your boots. I guess before we get started too, thanks. Smash the like button. Hit subscribe. I always hated giving this speech. I'm like, you guys are smart enough. You know this stuff. You don't need me to tell you. But I have the numbers in front of me. And when I say hit that like button if you enjoy the content, at least one of you does. So I'm like, all right. If I got to give a little bit of a reminder, it's the least I could do. And the least you could do, literally the least you could do is click. But anyways, aside from that, she talks about the church. And simply put, the idea of the church was it used to be a way of subjugating male sexual drive in order to get productivity. One man, one woman. Monogamy was born out of a need of Catholics to make more Catholics. The Protestant Reformation was the idea that we didn't want the church in charge of it. We wanted the family base as the center unit. All these things do their thing. Why is this getting there? There we go. But it's a little antiquated. Most guys are fairly secular right now, even the religious people. And most people know that nice girls usually in the church right now are like trad single moms, and they're just trying to hook you up with it. A lot of guys going to church right now are just tired of getting berated on Father's Day for not being good enough men. And they're tired of worshiping women on Mother's Day. We're like, we're in church. Do we really need to worship women? Like, I don't want to bring up the golden calf reference. It is in your book, Pastor. To which they usually say, quiet, sir, you're being a bad man. But there's some modern examples that work too. Politics, for example. Has anybody noticed in politics? And it's slowly happened since women got the vote, which I would argue is from a human standpoint, it's an advancement that we kind of needed to have. The idea of 2 tiers of citizens never really sat well with me. But at the same time, it came with the consequence of the gendered segregation of like what you would call like American conservatism and American liberalism or liberalism. Blah, blah, blah. And how, actually here, I hate talking about politics. I'll use this one example. Here's a perfect point of exactly what I'm talking about. In Canada, our Prime Minister at the time, Justin Trudeau, had a scandal where a company called SNC-Lavalin, they had a bunch of contracts in, I think it was Africa, and they were caught bribing officials. They were actually, by the UN, officially named as the most corrupt country in the world. And they're banned from World Trade Organization contracts or World Bank contracts for development. The idea was, and because they are Canadian citizens by our law, even committing crimes abroad still fall under Canadian law for Canadian citizens. So they were supposed to have a bunch of like trials for it, various people, bags were hammered, whatever. Now, he did some shenanigans, which kind of got this stuff deferred or removed. And his female attorney general had become a whistleblower on it, so he fired her. Now, why am I talking about all this stuff? Well, here's the feminization process of it. What should arguably be a giant ethics violation and a huge fight over what standard we want to hold our elected officials to turned into the House of Commons arguing that was he a good feminist or a bad feminist? He's a bad feminist because he fires women. He's a good feminist because he respects the rights of women. And I'm like, could you imagine 50 years ago talking to somebody about their public institutions, showing them this level of boys versus girls and not having them want to put a pitchfork through your eye? This is stuff how it happens. Another example, here's one for the younger crowds, Gamergate. What was Gamergate if not one more male-created institution that was adopted by female sensibilities? The only difference is once you're a gamer as your identity, you're such a neat and so unattractive anyway that seething insecurity and like disdain for women kind of made it like the first place to actually push back and have men have their own space. So power to men. We're awesome as long as we got nothing else to lose. Atheism, another perfect example. It was huge. A lot of guys were getting like sexual repression. Families are causing all kinds of troubles, helicopter parenting. Any type of like gay people were having hard goes of it because of these religious indoctrinations. So atheism became a thing. Then all of a sudden women wanted in the pick me too girl. It became atheism plus. What's the first thing that happens? Richard Dawkins, one of the founding members, got a Me Too harassment allegation in an elevator. Weaponizing these institutions, it's sheer will to power, and it's damned brilliant. She talks about any religious system. Now, when I say religion, just picture any male-led institution here, and you could pretty much put this in and plug it into any one of those places. You're going to have a ton of information, so I'll scamp on the details. You can always search up a MGTOW channel if you want to find out more of this stuff. So any religious system must be based on manipulation since it consists of a series of rules and taboos with a catalog of penalties for trespass against those rules. These trespasses are called sins. The penalties for them are never imposed in reality. Again, this ties into the most fundamental idea of the relationship. Guys are terrified of standing up to their wives. They're terrified of standing up to girls that they're with in public. They're terrified to even approach women. And for all these guys, this is the Nice Guy Paradigm. If you haven't watched it yet, go back, watch the Nice Guy series. This is exactly what we're talking about. How nice guys are built, how nice guys act, why nice guys do what they do. And it all stems from this insecure fear of abandonment mental model that's developed and fostered ever since a kid was too young to know any different, and has been developed all throughout his life. So they, instead of having the, in a transactional analysis perspective, having an adult model of interactions, they tend to have a child interaction and project the parent model of interaction onto them. Essentially, your forever child or delayed adolescence. Now, there's more to it than that. Guys also, love playing games more and like working less, but we're talking about the harmful parts of it right now, not the layabout stuff. There's an article I put in the description here. It's from Dalrock. It's called Threat Point. When we talk about those penalties are never imposed in reality, this is what we're talking about. And he did a study where he did an article where he has a bunch of feminist think tanks. They come up with this article based on the unilateral implementation of no-fault divorce. And then the idea is it took all the power from the person who wanted to keep the relationship together and gave it to the person who wanted it to leave. You can go into that. There's a whole lot of good reading on there. You'll understand the reasons. I'm skimming the details. But the point was, it had a cooling effect, they noticed, upon normal relationships, whereas a guy's behavior would change just because he'd seen these horrible cases of weaponized divorce that the women were using. So women don't actually want a complete divorce raping, but they use that as a whip to keep all the plow horses in line. And that's how this stuff happens, is through this manipulation through bluffs. It's all a bluff. The whole thing is a bluff. Institutional power, everything is based on the understanding that you have to opt into your own rules, your own taboos, your own problems. And that's why I tell you already, every problem you have in life is an opt-in problem, because there are no imposed consequences. Not to the extent that you think, and they're not as non-solvable as you think. Look at the case of Adele. That's that chick, earns $190 million, husband sticks with her, husband divorced her, he gets $150 million. If the law was truly against men, he would have got nothing. But it's not. It's just against a certain behavior and a certain style of action. And if you opt into those ones, like we had talked about in the last episode where guys want to have the nice lawn be the good plow horse, well, then you're opting into your own misery. And that's the part that she really misses. And maybe it took 50 years of advancement in this red-pilled space to get there, but we're there now. Thank you, Esther. You did a good job, but you complained way too much and you talked about all these bitches way too much. The guys took it, and in a decade, we managed to get further than they could in 50. So good for us. Maybe she's right. Maybe we are truly the enlightened creatures. All right. Next quote. Women have had taken great care to ensure their lobby, their clergy are always men. First, because the female image might be damaged if they represent their own interests. Men might think of them as calculating. And second, because they know men rate feminine intelligence as rather low, which is why they can only influence a man's emotions. Again, that's why shame is such a powerful tool. Advice from other men, and one respected from childhood, is much more likely to be listened to and taken. Although this advice always benefits women, for example, they will advise a man to stay with a woman he doesn't love or support children he never wanted, it does not reflect hostility on the part of the lobby towards normal men, but as a direct consequence of that lobby's financial dependence on women. Absolute bull. This whole thing is ridiculous. It's an outdated model. Women have gotten to a point now where they can be very in the open about their will to power. I would give you examples, but if you're here, you already know them. The idea of putting men in charge, manipulating men, and letting them do your work for you is an antiquated model that just isn't working. The thirst is too strong. There's too many simps. There's enough guys that need validation that the stronger, more successful, and I'd argue more common female strategy is directly will to power. Give me it, it's mine. It's like they've made a perpetual gender full of boomers. Give me it, it's mine. But that's just the thing. Again, you got to read this stuff with a critical eye, because if you looked at this, you would think that men being simps are what did it. No. Women are just running the show. Running the show in the ways they can in the spheres that they've already gained influence due to our forefathers giving it to them, or surrendering it, or however you want to refer to it, and just realize it's sheer will to power, but it's a sandcastle. Or castles built on sand, as they called it in the Bible, I think it was, or houses built on sand. There is, for a lot of the shaming that goes on, a lot of the attacks on the ego, a lot of the appeals to authority or to equality or to logic, it's all built on a house of sand. If you just plow through and gronk it, no, make me. Most of the time, you're going to find these houses just crumble, and you have a lot more power, and by power, I mean freedom, than you thought you did. Again, this is why one of the strongest strategies you're trying to teach guy is about being aloof and understanding consequences, walking through the consequences. If you can live with the consequences, you can act perfectly free. The anti-fragility, the making your side hustle, multiple streams of revenue, all of these self-improvement things that people are just talking about in a vacuum to sell you some crappy course exist to serve this particular end, your freedom from suffering that you have to opt in on your own. You just don't have to. So her final thought on this one's going to be a bit shorter, and then we're going to get to the next episode on commercialized prayers. So as usual, and this is where she talks about how the church, women don't actually like the truth of church. And this goes for any institution. Guys will respect the institution. I joined the military. For me, it was queen and country. What job needs to be done to serve my country? A woman would join, well, what can I do? Again, that's that solipsism. Same thing for the church. Guys goes, they want to be closer to God. They want to have a better relationship with God. They want a better thing. We always focus on the institution that we join into, the idea that we have this back and it has ours. That's the Simon Sinek talks about it in the Crisis of Leadership, where previously leadership had what they called a noblesse oblige, or an obligation for the higher classes to take care of the lower classes. And that's why military service was seen as a noble thing. The noblemen would become the officers, and the enlisted men would be the men they hired. Yeah, they treated them hard, but they treated them fair, and they understand they had a responsibility to those that put them in their place. The whole idea of the French Revolution or the English Reformation is all based on it. It's the idea of ruling by consent of the governed, and guys have this as an innate part of our being, and we've had it for hundreds of years. I would argue longer, but it's as far back as I can go with the little research I've done. Let me add some of these comments here. So the problem with that is leadership has that option. Now, we can use the example for noblesse oblige proper, which after World War I and during the mechanization of war, there was no special protections offered to officers, which was chivalry as we knew it. Officers were getting shot just as much as everybody else because a machine gun doesn't know the difference. And so the wealthy, what they decided to do, or the top tiers of society decided, well, it's no longer advantageous to be military, to have this noblesse oblige, and just start doing our own thing, sheer will to power. And that, at its worst, that's where you get situations like the housing crisis in 2008. A bunch of people whose job it was to maintain the economy failed in it, and then they put the onus on everybody else. It was teachers' faults. It was your guys' fault. We need to bail out to make things run. So people have seen this from a structural inequality standpoint, and people are largely starting to see it now from a relationship version of it. So she talks about it from a church perspective, where the idea is that women don't care about the institution of church. They only care about it from their own self-interest. As usual, their interest does not concern itself with the essence of the thing as such, but with its possibilities of exploitation. If a man of another faith wants to marry a woman and demands her conversion in exchange for his own promise to work for her, no woman would hesitate for a moment. Let me put it this way. If you're thinking that, oh, girls are good Christian girls, they're good girls. My grandmother, probably the most Christian trad girl you've ever met. Like it was till death do you part. She had 2 husbands, but the first one she widowed before she remarried. So I'm like, but do you guys ever hear the concept of Sunday bests? The idea that even if you're not a wealthy family, you save your very best clothes so you can wear them to church that Sunday so you can show off to your frenemies. This whole thing about luxury branding, it's not just a brand new thing. It's been happening since forever. A girl will wear something like she's dressed to go meet the queen as she's going to church. Meanwhile, a guy will dress as he's dutifully told to show off to her friends. Look at the suit I got him in. They don't care about the church. They care about what's in it for them. And arguably that level of self-interest and self-love is something that's very hard to do, but I would say essential for men in this day and age. Because from a game perspective, if you got somebody that's 100% self-interested and other person who's 100% altruistic, that altruistic person is going to be sent to the cleaners every time. So what you need to adopt is more of a tit-for-tat strategy. If everything you get from women is selfish, all you give in return is selfish. Once you start getting better behavior, then you can switch your strategy to a more altruistic one. And in a simple place, this is put as the Human Sock Puppets Bitch Management Guide, which I love the term. And I'm going to pull it up now. I'm going to add it to the chat so you guys can see it. There she is. So here you go. It's going to be in the chat how, and this is essentially the idea of a tit for tat game strategy applied to self-interested female sexual strategy and the idea of taming your sexual strategy so that you only give these gifts of altruism when you're receiving them in return. Or I would argue 2/3 as much as you receive. That's a good way to organize your investment based on their enthusiasm towards you. Again, it's all back to enthusiasm. We can use an example. I'll do one quick example here and then we're going to end this episode. Picture that duty sex example I talked about before. A girl just lays there, phones it in, doesn't try. She doesn't put any effort in, so why do you want to be the altruistic one to make sure that she has a great experience? Ideally, you should just kind of treat her like a piece of meat, caveman, go off your own way, or just get up and say, this isn't working for me, and just go do your own thing. You're not mad about it. You're not angry about it. But part of your establishing of strong boundaries is establishing that self-interested is not going to work for me. If you want me in any capacity in your life, which I would argue if you've been following along and you've earned it in the same way everybody else done by being that high value luxury good, then yeah, you should command what you think it's worth. I need a girl who's invested in this. I need a girl who has enthusiasm, or if you want to call it genuine desire, go for it. But that's the point. And if you're getting anything less than that, it's not working for me, fam. Oh, there was one point I forgot to miss, but we're running short on time, so I'll just say you can equate corporate culture having the same female influence as the church, as Gamergate, all this stuff. So map this stuff on your own time. But on that note, thanks, guys. We're going to do the last episode coming up in now. As soon as I'm done with this one, commercialized prayers. And by that time, we should be on episode, I want to say 8, which means, how many more episodes of this we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. So at this rate, we should have it done in another 2 days. If we're lucky, we'll have this done beginning of next week, and then we're off to the next book. Gonna surprise you guys on that one. I know there's been a lot of shout outs for practical female psychology, and we will get to that, but I don't think it's needed as early in the process. But on that note, I'll leave you guys to it, and I'll see you in a minute. Let's just do the trailer thing. 22 seconds for the ad. Again, if you haven't done it already, don't forget, hit like, hit subscribe. Thank you, Tom. You said, great show, Ryan. Thank you very much. You guys have been an awesome audience. Yeah, hit like, smash subscribe, pass it on, share it on social media if you want. Do what you got to do. Let's see about fixing stuff. By the way, if you haven't seen that TikTok yet, it's damn entertaining. He makes her open like 18 of those boxes just to find the DNA test to show that she lied about cheating on him. It's a little bit cathartic. Enjoy yourself. We're on the last one, and I'm slowly seeing you guys trickle in, so I like taking my time at the start here. This one's going to be a bit of a shorter episode. I'll be able to slow down a little more. I know I'm throwing like a fire hose of content into you. Appreciate you guys for giving me as much of your attention as you can, but I promise you're going to leave out with this better than you started. So commercialized prayers. I was stewing for the longest time on Twitch. What did I want to do for this video? And I thought for the background picture, why don't I put a copy of me up there shilling my book, because that's also commercialized. It's a little bit of a self-aware tongue-in-cheek thing. Whatever, is what it is. Welcome, guys. Last episode for the day. If you're not watching us at home, it's episode 8 on The Manipulated Man by Esther Vilar, the 1930s feminist who did a 1970s turn to the MRA, the starts of the MRA space. That's right. Disenfranchised feminists started the MRA. MGTOWs are stealing their talk points. Everything stemmed from one German chick. Just makes you think what kind of a man I am if I'm going my own way, if that one way was developed by an old German girl. Especially one that was like a teenager in the 40s. I don't know. Anybody who was at their formative years in the 40s got all of their information from that age. I don't know if I can trust them. You know what I mean? Anyways, commercialized prayers. We're going to go over lying and game theory, how everyone does it doesn't work. Everybody's gullible, it doesn't work. So it needs to be a rare thing. That's how she describes it at the beginning, is that lies, guys in general need to be honest, because honesty allows the machine to work. It allows cooperation, allows things to move forward. Lies can damage that. And if everybody lies, then nothing gets done. So ideally, lies should be considered as rare. And the more lying that you have in a society, the more devalued human interaction is. And that's a concept, I think they call it, not social credit, but how trustworthy a society is how well it runs. They had like the marker they used was how likely were you as a parent to let your kids go on their own, to go to the store, get a thing of ice cream and come home without any supervision. And that level was what they considered like the societal trust level of society. And it's gone in the tanker. It's gone. We don't have it anymore. People are afraid. Like when I was a kid, most people didn't lock their doors. And now people consider you stupid if you aren't deadbolting them. It's just the way it is. That way it is now. So it's not very trusting. It's kind of annoying. So lies and game theory. On this point, what they're referring to, again, it's like a prisoner dilemma. Are you willing to lie to somebody and get your way? Or are you willing to be honest and lose something out on it? It's not the prisoner's dilemma, but I can't remember the name of it. But that's the idea. So if you both lie, then you both lose. If one of you lies, then one of you wins and one of you loses, but you win a lot. If you're both honest, then both of you win, but just a little bit. So it's all about a cooperation thing. And then she makes the argument that women lie as a state of being. Men, because of the way we respect our institutions, want to be honest as a state of being. And that this whole system won't work unless every guy is gullible and every girl is Machiavellian or everybody is honest. Not sure what we can do about that other than navel gaze. Just be aware. Assume the other person is lying until they tell you otherwise. That's the game theory part of it. Tit for tat. You can even be altruistic if you want on that first thing. Give them an opportunity to screw you over, and then you switch over to the lying strategy. Yeah, be home when the streetlights come on. Exactly. Those are the old days. So what did I put here? So the female ideal is towards it for men. Oh, okay. So the idea of deception is the female ideal is to be 100% deceptive and still get everything you want. The idea that it never comes back to bite you in the ass. And everything about women that they say and they do stems from their ego. And that's the idea. Men, although she makes the argument that men need to adopt a more dishonest facade on them. Now, I would argue that can work when you're doing tit for tat strategies. Wait for somebody to screw you over and then don't give them anything until they give back, and then you start working that out again. You can look that up online. I'm not going to rehash game theory here, but the one thing she misses out on, and this lets you know that she's a female attempting to understand the male condition, and she fails miserably at it. For a man, you don't have to lie. Like, you just don't. But at the same time, verbal intercourse is optional. This is probably one of my favorite articles from the Married Red Pill. And I'm going to put it up right now in chat so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to add it to the description so you can come by afterwards and see what I'm talking about. So if you're watching this video 6 months from now, you'll know what the heck is going on. Save that. I love this one. So the matters we discuss here are all about our creating sexual options by becoming a better man. Better in the sense that's better for you. It is about developing the mindset of abundance and embracing the fact that you have control over your life if you put in the work. It's also realizing that your wife has similar control. To rehash everybody's favorite example, your wife has control over whether or not she's receptive to your want for sexual intercourse, aka smashing. You may be married and sharing some vows, but you simply do not own her body. If you initiate and she gives you a hard no, you back off and play it cool. It's just how it works. So this journey is not about forcing anybody to do anything they don't want to do. Quite the contrary, you only control yourself, and your job is to make sure that you put her in a position where saying no was such an unfathomable thing that she wouldn't dare. But there is some good news for you on all this one. The rules of control work both ways. And he's saying, the advice you should give when you first start out is to tell the guys to shut up. STFU, standard advice, because you may not gain anything from it, but you lose out from it. And he uses an example here of how verbal intercourse is optional. If a girl wants validation, if a girl wants communication, if a girl wants to talk, it's optional. And the idea of you saying, no, I don't want to talk, and then leaving and having her hound you around the house to talk about it is the equivalent of you walking around with an erection, chasing her around the house, begging her to go down on you. Once guys kind of understand that, they start to understand, oh, okay, so yeah, girls control sex, but I control me. And it's like a wonderful skill. And that's the thing. Transactional. Life is transactional, and that's okay. It's part of the human condition. Monkeys trade berries for sex. In your case, you're trading sexual desire for validation and your attention, your affection, and your commitment. This is a currency you can deal with. This is a currency that's being valued. This is a currency that the other person values. You value sex much more than a woman values sex, but a woman values validation, commitment, attention, and affection much more than you ever will. So everybody can come out ahead just so long as both you guys are making sure you're getting what it's worth. And for most guys, they don't. And that's why they end up in bad situations. But again, Esther doesn't mention any of that. She just talks about how women can lie with a clear conscience. They're not involved in the process of work, so their lies will only harm one person, usually the husband. What she's referring to there is that, let's say, for example, you're in the military and you lie while you're in the military. It causes harm to the military and harms the entire organization. Meanwhile, for a woman, she doesn't care about working, according to Esther here, absolute savage. She lies, one person suffers. I can live with that. It's like the trolley problem. Would you rather hit the switch or not hit the switch and have it run over 5 people, or hit the switch and have it run over 1? Well, girls decide to have it run over 1. And guys, I think you've seen it already from my latest blog post, guys end up being that one. So the guy trolley problem needs to be, would you rather have 5 people killed by not touching the train, or would you hit the switch and have it kill you? And that's how it maps to here. So go back and read that one. It's the latest post on my blog. You can't miss it. And so it harms one person, usually the husband, and if it's not discovered, then it's no lie at all. It's just feminine guile. The only crime that does not come under this heading is physical unfaithfulness, which a man will not forgive. And I would argue that's a little bit outdated because guys have such thirst, such scarcity. They're so worried about not being able to tuck their kids at night that they're willing to forgive all kinds of stuff, including this. Now, of course, women would never openly forbid a man to lie. They simply associate lying with repugnance. Again, women only have as much power as you give them here in your life. You have to opt into your own suffering. And that's the thing. It's not the cheating that's bad. It was the lying. And that's the idea that lying was so bad that that's why the divorce is happening, not that you're cheating. Again, they tie it to repugnance. Anything that's not masculine, well, just man up and be honest. I won't be mad. Just say it. See that? It's all based on either appealing to your thirst over girls, your fear of abandonment, or your inner mobility as a man. Or nobility, sorry, not mobility. All this stuff. Look at that. We need that big dick energy. So once you understand how manipulative all this stuff is, you can free yourself from it. And it's super easy. Understand that these consequences are all bullshit. They don't exist. Nobody has them. These are all thinly veiled, implied threats, but there is no follow through 90% of the time, unless there's a legal statute in place. But even then, laws are only as good as their enforcement. And you wouldn't believe how many laws out there exist. Now, I'm not suggesting to break the law, far from it. Follow the law to the letter, boys. That's my official statement here. Hypothetically speaking, though, if there's a law that has zero enforcement, it's literally encouraging dishonest people to break the law and honest people not to break the law. So at this point, it's the same thing. Lying only works if half the people are gullible and half the people are vindictive, or half the people are manipulative. It's game strategy side here. So if people are going to break this law anyway with impunity, then it behooves you to also do so, because the only way these things get corrected is when the costs of not enforcing them become higher than the cost of enforcing them. I think there's a Zizek article on this. If you check it out, it's on RSA Animate. I want to say it's first as tragedy, then as farce, but he makes the case for how Starbucks is making it worse for free trade coffee. The idea that you buy a Starbucks coffee and it's just a coffee, but people feel guilty because I'm spending $5 on a coffee. So what Starbucks has done is they said, just so you know, every dollar you put into us goes to free trade people, so the peasants get their normal thing. We support all these causes. And the idea of the redemption over your guilt of consumption comes along with the product as a package. It allows you to feel better about things. And a lot of people do this. Again, another example from this from a consumer standpoint is masks. They have this passive-aggressive mask that's out now, basically crapping on people with masks. Masks are ineffective. I hope you feel safe now. This isn't doing anything. But they're still masks. And you buy the mask and you wear the mask. And then people are just thrilled by it because you get that feeling of vindication over, that's right, masks aren't effective, but you're still wearing a mask. Again, this is how you can't be, and this is like a very common problem guys fall into, and that they treat all this manipulation as bad, but they'll spout off the rules. Well, technically, because of Rollo's article on page 7, it says you're supposed to be doing this. I know what I know what thoughterry you're up to, and I know this, and I know that. And they love to talk about how smart they are. There's a great article on this one in the Red Pill. I'll see if I can pull it up while I'm talking about you. It's about don't spout the rules. Ooh, don't spout the rules, play the game. Again, nobody talks about this one because nobody online is damn red-pilled. Oh, there she is. I had to grab it from an archive, but that's fine. So this is where we're going with this one. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can see it there. And I'm going to add it to the description in here. So what is this about? This is about a basketball game as a metaphor. Playing a basketball game. You're sitting there, the guy's fouling you. Well, he cross-dribbled there, so that was definitely a foul. That's why he did this. Or he checked this guy, should have got a foul, but the ref wasn't looking, and that's why he got 2 points up on us. And this guy sitting there during a basketball game, spouting out all the rules and showing why he's losing. Meanwhile, the other team's just crushing him. This is the exact same thing as arguing with a feminist online, or arguing with thoughts online, or any of this, or bitching with your wife because she won't do anything, or wearing a mask that says masks don't work, or Nirvana when he went on the cover of Rolling Stone with corporate magazines suck, but he's still on the cover of it. Like, do you see what I mean? It's this psychological system. And again, Last Psychiatrist has a great article on it, but I've already linked enough to here. I'm sure I've had it talked about in other ones. It's Hipsters on Food Stamps Part 3, where that idea of getting somebody angry allows them to act within a system. Oh, it's not the Hipsters article, it's a different article. It allows them to act within that system, but have the certain amount of emotional distance to do it ironically, which is a damn evil thing. And it's, I would argue, it's not even a male problem, it's a human problem. It's a marketing one. If I can remember the title of that article, I'll put it up in this other one, but that's essentially it. So understand this, by getting you angry at the whammon, you just spouting off this stuff as a cathartic PowerPoint MGTOW channel allows you to opt into the system without actually feeling like you've opted into the system. You have an emotional distance from it, and that's not what we want to do. So that's why I argue the anger phase is something you need to get out of. The anger phase is good. In this sense, it allows you to drive yourself to action. It increases your neuroplasticity, allows you to adopt new mental models to act in new self-interested ways. But once you're there, you don't need the anger phase anymore, because an anger phase will then turn against you and allow you to opt into systems that you don't like. Like, that'll be the guy who's red-pilled, but he still goes and gets married because he thinks that's the best way of doing things. And I'm red-pilled enough to handle it. And then she cheats on you and you're like, oh, but that's fine. Rollo's article told me it was going to happen. It's a very self-defeating, emotionally distanced issue that you really shouldn't do. Again, act ruthlessly in your own self-interest. And if you want to give up your altruism, it's a gift. And if other people aren't giving you their greatest enthusiasm or their altruism, you're wasting it on those people. Last part she talks about here that I think is applicable. So, only one circumstance in a man's life will ever make him tell a lie, and that is when he, as a result of pent-up desire, has slept with another woman, although he clearly loves his own wife. He's so afraid of the possible consequences, she might go to the same thing herself, that he will suffer the most agonizing pangs of conscience rather than admit the truth. But if he has merely smashed up the car and maybe even killed somebody in the process, if he's behaved treacherously towards somebody else or taken a day off from work, he would rather clear his conscience and tell her. Again, modern things don't map well to this. Guys have this thing where as soon as they feel guilty, they offload the guilt onto the woman as a sense of absolutism. She's become his Catholic confession. Putting that leadership role on a woman is a guaranteed way to cause untold suffering in your life, kill attraction, and these are the same kind of guys who talk about emotional stoicism. Like, if you go so far as to do something reprehensible and you can't own the consequences yourself, then you shouldn't have done it. Don't do it. From a sexual strategy standpoint, if you're the kind of guy who does cheat on a girl, but you love her and you love the kids and you're past it, if you feel really bad about that, you just fix the problem. If you don't feel bad about it, then you own the consequences. But under no circumstance should you be going, I say should, but it does not work as a strategy to be honest and upfront about it and throw it in her face in order to absolve yourself of guilt, because then you're asking for her for forgiveness so that everything you did was okay. Like, how morally squishy do we have to be when we do this? Like, no, if you did something and you considered it morally wrong, then you get guilt. And you're supposed to have guilt. A guilt is your internal way of directing your behavior to a way that's interesting for you. Again, master and slave mentality. The master does what's good for him. And that internal sense of guilt is what drives him away from behavior that he doesn't like, as opposed to the slave, where shame, things that good people can do, is now vilified, and things that he's forced to do are now a virtue. It's all about putting the onus on other people for your life, or letting life happen to you. Again, she misses out on all of this stuff. But again, 50 years ago, a feminist chick talking about this stuff, of course she's going to get a bunch of it wrong. But that's it for this one. So we've had 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to have another 2 days with this, or another 8 chapters to go through. Thank you for catching it out this long. Don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe if you like this content. We'll see more. And if you're here on Friday, we're having the Patreon Q&As. Come on in. It's $5 a month. We sit in there. We talk locker room stuff. We don't do the language filter thing. We do a very discreet yet very unfiltered male sexual strategy. We'll deal with everything. We've dealt with divorce, with infidelity, with cheating, with guys that were worried about taking the innocence of their girl. Like all those problems that guys have, but they can't discuss in polite society. We spend it there. And it's not just me running my mouth to you. All those other guys in there all have a piece of the puzzle. So imagine going to a place where you have, I think right now we're at 250 guys. 250 guys all swapping notes amongst each other, all talking about their problems, all sorting it out without any female influence, zero simping, zero feel-good measures. It's there and it works. And if you haven't been there, I suggest you try it out. I don't charge till the end of the month. So come in early, come in like first week of the month, try it out for 3 weeks, and I guarantee you'll like it and you'll stick around. But send out the invites. Oh, do you not have an invite? Okay, yes, that's the other thing. I have invites for the locker room, which is the forum that we can have so we can deal with this stuff away from just me running it on YouTube and that. Every month for all the paid members, I put it in as kind of reward for sticking it out. So I'll take a look. I'm not sure why some of them got missed. I thought I did for this month though, but I'll do some troubleshooting. We'll get to that. On this note though, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Talk about loyalty. The dog's sleeping here right beside me this whole time. He gets up every time I move the chair. Are you okay? Murderer coming in? I don't know. Don't worry, buddy. I got your back. Anyways, guys. You rock. Somebody's in here telling me I rock. No, dude, you rock. You guys rock. On that note, I'll catch you later. Welcome back, everybody. Quick minute break here. If you're catching this live, don't forget hit like, subscribe, check out more of the channel. For those who are catching this just new, we're on to the next chapter. I believe it's 10, 9 or 10. Children as hostages. This is going to hit close to home for a lot of people. We're going to hit on some very sensitive topics here, and a lot of guys, especially those with kids, are probably going to resonate with some of this, whether they want to or not. So let's cut straight to it. The Tradcon plow horse is something I make fun of a lot of the time. A guy who basically puts himself as the subordinate to his wife. I'm the plow horse. Or if you want to do like a Boris Vallejo painting reference there, it's the D&D character of like the pretty girl with like the giant beast that she controls. It's like a horse girl. But it would be mistaken to maintain that only women are interested in having children. Men want them too. Children are one of those 2 or 3 excuses by which they justify their subjugation to women. Women, on the other hand, need children to justify their laziness. Like I said, she's savage, this woman. Their laziness, stupidity, and lack of responsibility. Both sexes exploit the child, therefore, to their own ends. There's so much to unpack in that small sentence right there that I wouldn't even know where to start. But we'll kind of put a little bit in there and we'll talk more about it afterwards. Kind of cuts in the problems of, say, helicopter parenting or parents that completely micromanage their kids' upbringing to their own detriment. It also comes to parents living vicariously through their kids, which you'll see from a lot of hockey dads and soccer moms that like yell at the ref. They get into fist fights in the crowd because their kid is like the unrealized potential that they had, and they're trying to fight this insecurity by projecting their ego onto these little adults. This one here mostly gets to the fact that women use a man's love for his, or not even necessarily his, but of children, to weaponize his plow horsery. And there's been a lot of examples I can use in my own experiences in life that I really don't like talking about. This one, it kind of does hit me in a little bit of an angered spot because I'm watching people just slowly kill a man and I don't like it. Man must have a reason to be enslaved when later on his sexual powers have declined, and this reason must also explain enslavement to a particular woman. This is simple. She is, after all, the mother of his children. That phrase right there, the mother of his children, has been used to shame many a man into absolute desperation. It's gotten so bad. I've had field reports here of guys talking about how, like even Rollo, his brother in that, guys are actually ending their own lives out of pure frustration about putting into these kind of traps. And so while some guys may have a situation that they enjoy, just be aware, a lot don't. If you want to go by the MR or the MGTOW stat, 50% of all marriages end in divorce. And I'm not going to get into an argument about that stuff. Let's just take that for the sake of argument as true, whether it's 40% or 60%. The point is, it's a lot. Half is not a very unreasonable estimate. Those guys, that put those aside, of all the guys remaining, how many of those guys are caught in dead or dying bedrooms with nagging wives that chain them to some sort of consumerist cycle that we talked about in the last episode? Half of those ones again. So out of every 4 guys that ends up getting married, 3 of them have their own versions of misery. One of them ends up being, and here's the argument too, it's not even that his life becomes fundamentally better, but just his life continues on the same trajectory it always was. So that makes the case that, well, what are they bringing to the table? It's like a 3 out of 4 chance of things going wrong. And yeah, you can out alpha the state or whatever ideas you want. You just vet for a good quality woman. You do all these things. Let me ask you this. Other than guys needing a reason to opt into their own enslavement or their need to defer to a female authority, why would somebody be pushing hard, so hard for 25% odds? And that's usually the answer you get is because of kids. Well, you got to have kids. And I'm like, well, how does a ring help you have kids? And nobody ever answers that question. So again, this is a very toxic mindset, and you're seeing a resurgence of guys preaching about this traditional conservative thing, which was never good to begin with. It was just subjugation. But questions like this don't interest women, as she does not think abstractly. The problems of existential anxiety don't touch her. Again, I'm kind of skipping a lot of these now. Esther spends a lot of time just dunking on chicks. She hates housewives. She hates soccer moms. Like, I get it. And it's pretty funny when like an evil misogynist like me is like, dude, like lay off. So back to this though. So the mother of his children. So since women is the excuse for the subjugation, he can only have one at a time. More than that, more than one god / women. So she kind of gets it. It's that woman of Willendorf thing. It's like the ancient fertility goddess. And we're kind of like making our own gods here, which is in the Nietzschean sense, God is dead. So what do? We make our own gods. And in this case, a lot of guys have just made women their god. And they kind of wrap it up inside of all this traditional conservative masculinity, which is a really sad thing to see. It's basically letting somebody define your life for you, which I don't think is a very healthy way to live. So having more than one god would make him insecure, lead him to question his own identity, and throw him back to the state of freedom he is constantly trying to escape. That is being zeroed out in a nutshell. If you don't know what that is, Rational Male, it's got tons of articles. It's probably one of his most popular one. It's the idea of a guy who centered his life with the woman as the middle. She builds the social circle. She spends money in the house to build himself a life to which he's accustomed to, at which she could remove at a moment's notice. Again, opt-in problems. As a guy, if you're able to hold strong boundaries, if you're able to have a strong desire, if you're willing to suffer the discomfort of driving your own ship, of writing your own story, then it states to reason that you can make better decisions on who you bring into your life and what problems you want to opt into. So it's at the point that if you have a separation, it's not the kind of thing that drives you to the edge. It's something that you've planned for. It's something you're expecting. It's a safety net. Again, another Rollo Tomassi article. I'll put them both up in here. I'm assuming you guys have always read them anyway. But eventually there's going to be new guys here, and you might gonna have to see this stuff. So here it is, zeroed out by the Rational Male. And this describes it better than most. Yeah, like I said, I see you guys in the chat. You're catching on to it. You're hitting the right points here, so it's good. You're very smart. You're switched on. For the guys just watching this new, same thing. You want to look at this stuff with a more critical eye, because this isn't 100% inherently bad, men good, women bad. You look at this stuff as in, okay, so what causes these problems? What are the underlying issues, and what can I do to avoid them myself? Again, this is the anger phase in written form. This is lighting a fire under your ass to make sure you're never in a position that you become one of these plow horse men. Speaking of which, so rational male zeroed out. Down here below, as you can see, he kind of, how's the best way he describes it here? So it's really easy to think of this as male victimhood, or that a guy complaining about his lot in life. Empathy has always been in short supply. But it's about the values that guys build in their lives. And by built, I mean the women kind of defer them to them. Well, you want to be a good father. You want to build a good house. You want to leave me in a life of comfort. You want a stay-at-home wife. All these things are enforced, or not enforced, but given to him by the woman in his life that he decides he loves. And he trusts her implicitly. We're on the same team. We want the same things. When she takes this stuff away because she wants to have a different life from him, a guy essentially not only loses his sense of values, but he loses his identity. And this has a horrible effect on guys. So it's something to be very aware of. And that by not having your own life in your own sphere of influence, you're not using your own masculine point of origin, you're creating a situation where other people get to basically have the power over life and death. In some cases, it really is that bad in your situation. So Esther's really good at articulating the grievances once it's too far gone. But again, you get angry, you start reading this stuff, you start articulating, okay, so these are the problems, these are the grievances, these are the opt-in problems. And then you make efforts not to. And again, it all starts from, if you go way back to my first episode in the Sidebar series, No More Mr. Nice Guy, Robert Glover, all those nice guy behaviors are how they manifest. But we're going to get into a part of this that's really, really evil here in a bit. So the excuse is provided by bearing his children. If men outnumbered women 3-1, a woman would not hesitate to have a child by each of 3 men and let each of them work for his own child, that is, for her, and play the 3 men off of each other. What is that if not weekend dad, stepdad, and normal dad? You're already seeing this stuff manifest right now. Anybody who's a kid of divorce or a parent who's been divorced themselves, you kind of see this. A lot of women end up weaponizing their children against the men in their life. It's that same emotional blackmail they used on their children, they're now using on the men, who's by a need to compete. Stepdad, real dad, who's the better father? So many types of manifestations of this. It's not even funny, and I won't get into it because it'll be like a 2-hour-long live stream. But just be aware it's there. Map it to your life in the places you can. Everybody should know at least a few divorced guys. Like divorced guys today are like lung cancer 30 years ago. Everybody knew at least one. Everybody. Where did I leave off here? So their achievements and her comfort would thereby be enormously increased. It is a popular misconception that women is less inclined to polygamy than men. Seeing this one, it's kind of aged well. At the time, they were talking about like wife swapping parties and that, but the idea of women being polygamous isn't untrue, but they do it differently. Guys will do it for sexual variety. If you want a soft harem, if you want to have polygamy, it's basically because guys want to have more than one woman, just for that. But for girls, it's not the case. The case is they like orbiters. Orbiters is kind of a form of polygamy, a very low tier form of polygamy. Or what's that story in the news where that one chick had 5 soy dudes after her, and the one was like ended up getting arrested recently for like attacking one of the kids of one of the other guys. Women just like to collect and hoard, and men is no different. So she makes the case here that both men and women only stand to gain in their respective areas by having children, otherwise they would not produce them. Men's advantage lies in the fact that he appears to lead a more meaningful life and that he's able to become a slave forever, and in women it's all the other advantages. This is the one that kind of gets me. I have seen quite a few sailors in my day who grabbed themselves an instant family. They didn't have time to date. Maybe they didn't have the best luck with women. The first woman that ends up showing him any kind of affection, she's a mom with 3 kids. They pick up and they leave for a sale. They come home. You don't see them for a month. They come back. They have a family now. You're like, how'd you get a family in 30 days? Well, she really loves me. And a lot of them go by the same process where they fall in lust with a girl and then they fall in love with her kids. And then you're in this situation where a guy actually loves the kids and he doesn't want to leave them because she's such a horrible person. They're going to be screwed up for life and they want to do the right thing where the father wouldn't step up. They always got to play it like I'm beating another guy in competition. Again, that competitive instinct is good in some senses and bad in others. And this is the bad one. So you see all these guys talking now about how they are stepping up. They're doing the right thing. And some guys are, and that's great. If your kid ends up becoming, the next astronaut, good for you. It's not your problem to solve. So if you want to opt into it. But just realize you are taking on somebody else's burden as a means of life fulfillment on your own part, which I would argue is a lazy way of doing it, but it's not my place to say. Just be aware for most guys, that single mom thing, it is not worth it. You're just not given any power in it. You've essentially made yourself a slave on purpose. And do you remember when I talked earlier in the episode and a bit on the last episode about that 3 out of 4 men living in lives of quiet desperation or being zeroed out? That contingent of men in dead or dying relationships that are there because they love their kids, and I'm talking just normal ones, they love their kids. They are put in this situation to be a slave forever. Their children are being weaponized against him, which is horrible. It's a horrible thing to say, and it's never framed that way, because if you frame it that way, it taps into that guy's need for self-determination, which just, you can't have that. So you got to make it like everybody else is happy and he has to sit there quietly with a smiling face on him. There's a great article actually by Archwinger on this one where he says men aren't happy. Let's see if I can pull it up for you. And he makes the case too. Ah, here it is. So I did manage to save it. I'm going to throw this one in the chat here for you guys. I'm sure a lot of you have already read it, but he's making the case that, and this space, this red-pilled space, nobody seems to like it. Everybody thinks we're all evil misogynists and hate women and all this stuff. Consider this, though. If men, writ large, were happy, where are these people that join this thing coming from? Where are people that are reading this material coming from? It's that men, everybody else may be happy, but men aren't. And it's something that's happening with increasing scale. And luckily for us, we have the internet right now. So guys at least have an outlet, some commonality, and a way out of it. Again, double-edged sword. Because this same group, which would allow you to put your misery and wrap an identity around it, which I would argue is what MGTOW and black-pilled guys have become right now, can take it for one purpose. Or the red-pilled side is, okay, so this is the situation. How do we get out of it? How do we fix it? That's the other side of it. So everybody has to make a choice. Do you want to learn to cope with your current lot in life? Or do you want to find a way to thrive outside of your lot in life? And that's really the choice that every man has to make. The next part here, she's going to go into a little bit of old-fashioned second-wave feminist woman bashing. So what the hey, let's get some red meat going. But women are not capable of the unconditional love of a child. This can easily be proved. Women only care for their children, never those of others. And although orphanages of the world are full of appealing, needy children, and all the newspapers and TVs report daily on the number of Africans, South Asians, Indians who are starving to death. It's a bit old. I think India's starvation, like obesity is now the issue, but not starvation. But you get that. All those crises around the world. A lot of children suffering, child trafficking. A woman would rather give a stray dog or cat a home than a deserted child. And yet she pretends to love children. Something to think about anyway. The next part, she talks about how pregnancy isn't as uncomfortable as women make it out to be. Same as motherhood is not the most important or the hardest job in the world. There's like a great Bill Burr sketch on that where it's not. There has been, and I wish I could find this one, there was a great field report out where a guy's like, I had to take over being the mom in my house for, I can't remember how long it was, like 6 months. And it was like the easiest job in the world. He's like, yeah, I just had a structure, made sure breakfast was done, lunch is done, drop them off at school, that sort of thing. He's like, I had the day done in like 2 hours. It's like, I cannot believe that people complained about this. And a large part of that women complaining about being like the stay-at-home mom is largely just a way for guys to put that as the equivalent for their work in life. And you see some very heated discussions on this in places like Purple Pill Debate, usually with a certain demographic of Karen. Seems that once a girl hits 45, she loves using that as her cudgel just to beat a guy down with it. But yeah, they play it up as the hardest job in the world, and all you do is sit down in an office all day. And I'm not here to say who's got it harder, but women are making a very strong case that they're so downtrodden that they need more comfort. It's an instinctive thing. They don't have anything to say about it. And again, this is why I have strategies like hate women just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, you need that little bit of hate in your heart. Otherwise, if it's somebody you love unconditionally and you take all of their concerns at their face, you end up building your own plow horse penitentiary. Again, learned helplessness. I give you more comfort because your life is so hard. It's still hard, and you're actually complaining more about it now, so I give you more. And that's at the point you're trading your happiness and fulfillment for another person's demands, and neither of you end up any happier. Again, one of the most comfortable words in the English language for a man to learn is no. As much as like getting a girl to tingle is the most alpha thing in the world, having a strong, safe boundary is one of the probably the best beta attributes in the world. And you cannot foster a long-term relationship without it. You just can't. The next part we're going to get into is it's going to tie into, again, more No More Mr. Nice Guy stuff. I really like this section. So it follows that the raising and training of 2 or more children is much easier than bringing up one. To instill obedience in only one child, a mother has to involve complex methods to outsmart and persuade the child and get it to see reason, or it has to be punished. Since this is a nuisance, a mother typically leaves it to the father. Several children, on the other hand, can be trained by emotional blackmail. As they are all dependent on the mother's approval, she only has to show a slight preference for one, and the others will do anything she tells them to. Every child lives in constant fear that its mother will withdraw her love and give it to somebody else. This is nice guy behavior, and this is how guys end up getting nice guy behavior instilled in them. Any type of withdrawal of love or affection from a parent to a child in those formative years, I would argue the first 5 years, will instill a sense of abandonment in them. And we have a naturally helpless demeanor to us. And so that stuff hits us really hard, and it builds our fundamental mental models of how we approach the world. Problem comes is usually what happened is, you know, a girl might do this as an infant, but you would get it kind of trained out of you because you meet your dad, you're 5 years old, you have your male teachers, there's male influences in your life to temper that. But unfortunately, as men are being removed from the school system, you're getting a case where for longer and longer in a period of a guy's life, he goes without male influence. And so this emotional blackmail that may have been easy for parenting a 2-year-old is now being used to a guy sometimes as late as 18, 23, 25 sometimes. And these guys are basically left, I don't even want to say gaslighting. I don't even want to say brainwashing. You've essentially trained yourself a plow horse. And that's the weird thing. It's because not a single person wanted this guy to be a plow horse, but it had the end result of that. Again, a lot of MGTOWs, a lot of MRAs like to use this as a complaint. Evil women in their Dr. Strangelove war room. How can we subjugate men further? I would argue it's not even that. It's like your happiness just wasn't a factor. Everybody else was just trying to make their life easier. And turning you into a plow horse was the easiest way for them to do it. Now, not all men go through this. Not all men get it to this extent. Not all men are as susceptible as others. But the amount of guys has increased. Let's say this is the 1960s, before birth control. Maybe 1 out of every 20 guys would be one of those hardcore simps you think about. Well, in this case, because of this thought apocalypse that has run rampant through the community, gaslit kids from an early age to be this plow horse, that validation-seeking version of himself, that being miserable while in a family is the way to live, all that stuff. Now we're up in a case where, and I'm just throwing numbers out, nobody's ever done a stat on this, where maybe it's like 10 out of 20 guys now are simping hard, or 12 out of, but it's such a large amount that those validation-seeking guys are able to cause a lot of damage just for the idea that you could possibly get female validation out of it. Most of this cancel culture stuff happens not because women complain, but because men seeking validation from women oblige these complaints. So that's something to think about there. It takes 2 to tango. Anyways, in that one, so that's the end of this one. This is about weaponized children. So thanks for subscribing to this one. Thanks for checking out the video. You know the deal. Hit subscribe, hit like. If you like this and you want to see more, but mapped more to people's actual lives, check out Patreon in the description. We got a great thriving community there. We do a couple hours each week where we talk about individual situations. We swap notes among men. We have forum access that's there so guys can talk about their personal situations and get those sorted out with other men, not just me, but between the 100 guys, we have enough to put answers together. And it's a great place to be, getting a lot of work done. And I will catch you guys on the next one, which we're going to talk about women's vices. This is going to be the fun one, though. We're going to talk about binge drinking. Anyways, cheers. Jeez, I'm dealing with the repercussions of being a nice guy. Selling my house, dealing with all the experiments she did around the house, painting and stuff, all paid for by me. I should have just said no and bailed, but that tradcon mindset. Dude, I wish I could say I feel bad for you. But I mean, it's like, it's that weird place where it's a opt-in problem. But that's good. You're fixing it now, and that's all that matters. I think we're past the end card now. All right. This one's going to be a fun one, boyos. We're talking about female vices, and it's probably good we do because this chapter of the book has totally missed the mark. And I would argue it's pretty much Esther complaining about men. And that's all she's doing. But there's some value to it as a subject, and so we're going to explore that one now. Anyways, guys, welcome back. Got you jumping back and forth. We're jumping like animals from stream to stream to stream. Keep these ones nice and short and snappy. So she talks about a bunch of trad stuff. I don't know. It's all kind of ridiculous here, but she talks about the female versus the male pleasures. In her case, she talks about the stay-at-home mom. How, as a guy, when you think of relaxing, it's totally different. After you've had a hard day of work, after you've been training at the gym for too long, your idea of relaxing is kind of turning down the amount of stuff in your life, where if a girl has already been at home, you know, eating Cheetos all day, giving the kids the tablet to raise the kids, they're off at school for 8 hours a day. What does relaxing mean to her? For her, it means stimulation. It means the pool boy. So she kind of gets it there, where girls like the idea of variety and novelty as their form of relaxation, where guys just like the removal of everything, almost like a deprivation chamber. Unfortunately, I guess there's some parts that are applicable to it. Like for her, they talk about how women and men have enjoyment differently. She goes, not even psychologists can grasp it, although they spend their lives studying the female mind. So being men, they must find it more interesting than their own. Oh, aren't we so smart? Look at this girl, such a pick-me girl. But it would never occur to them that for a minute the women's so-called psyche is unfathomable merely because of the absence of intelligence. Savage girl, isn't she? Just savage to women. You call us the misogynists. Forsooth. That feminine work appears unattractive to the male only because he's incapable of imagining the required degree of stupidity necessary in order to enjoy it. Like I said, man, if you're in the anger phase right now, this is the exact kind of thing you need to read. And you'll know you're past it when you read it now and you just kind of like just shake your head. You're like, oh, this is a bitter old lady, isn't she? But again, it's the thing that as a process, every guy kind of needs to go through. Talking about how we never admit to it. Bunch of feminist stuff here. But the point was about vices. And I think she gets vices completely 100% wrong. So the example I'll use for you here is women and binge drinking. We're going to bring up a BBC article. I'm going to put it in the chat here. In case I forget, I'm also going to add it to the description of the video. It's about women, how their increase in binge drinking has happened now that they've been entering the workplace. Turns out it's a bad thing. Women are drinking as much as men now. And this is their vice problem. So when you had like the stay-at-home mom situation, girls there, they used drinking as well. They used to have what they call Milltown martinis, which was alcohol along with like Xanax or Quaaludes. So women were drugged up a lot because that life of comfort that guys work so hard to provide for them made them so bored that there was no hardship for them to have to want to relax on. So instead, they fill that time with novelties and pleasures. It caused a huge Huge stir to it. And that's why a lot of women were like, I need to go to the workforce because I'm losing my mind here. The dishwasher works in 20 minutes. The kids are off at school. I've got nothing to do. So then they start joining the male workplace. There's a lot of movement to that. And I'm not going to make an argument against that. I really don't care. Girls want to work. They're more than happy to work. And in this economy, you kind of require 2-person incomes anyway, or 2-income households anyway. That's just the norm. No value judgment. That's the way it is. But upon entering this, which is arguably the workplace was originally a male space, they're starting to develop the male problems, in which case alcoholism is one of them. Now, if you go buy back on this article, you're seeing that women aren't actually synthesizing alcohol the same as men are. Men and women aren't different. The same way that men have testosterone, like 10 to 30 times as much as women. So we have a sex drive that's just unheard of among women. We have aggression and risk-taking behaviors that are just unheard of compared to women. And that manifests in little things like that perceived wage gap. But in this one, they're making the study that where's that quote? I'm going to quote this so I get this name right. Scientists have discovered that women produce smaller quantities of an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase, ADH, which is released in the liver and breaks down alcohol in the body. So men are also much better at synthesizing alcohol. We actually absorb it through our stomach as well as the small intestine. Women can't do it through the stomach at all because of the lack of that enzyme. Also, water in the body helps us process alcohol faster, while fat stores it and makes it happen slower. Women tend to have a higher body fat percentage than men. I can give you 2 good reasons for that are awesome and you just love to rub your mouth in them. But here's the point. Women, because of their smaller stature, get drunk faster. It takes it longer for the alcohol effects to set in, where a guy would immediately start feeling the effects so he can slow down his drinking to cope. Girls, it'll hit all at once. They don't notice it for way too long. They have a harder time getting past the alcohol phase, and their hangovers are worse. It stays longer. They're essentially the worst. If you were building a body specifically to become an alcoholic, the female body and the chemical makeup would be the way to do it. Now, the problem is in this case, girls aren't drinking what they used to drink. It used to be, small things. They'd have wine or like wine and then beer and then maybe move up. But girls are starting straight at hard liquor now. And we no shortage of videos of drunk chicks in London looking like an absolute mess on the ground. It's just the point now that every girl of drinking age is going to have that now. And that has the effect of, again, women's vices having a bad influence on us in general. She calls it women's stupidity here, but again, I say it's a technological change. You realize that women entering the workforce due to various reasons they wanted to, but for the most part, it's the creation of the pill and the automation of the domestic household. Those 2 changes are what enabled households to allow one person in the house to work, or in this case, women, as well as standardized schooling, education. That built the free time in order to make everybody productive little cogs in the wheel. And we're not yet fully aware of what effects they're going to pull. And as much as Esther here loves to just say it's because women are stupid, I don't think that's a very accurate representation. But like I said, if you're in the anger phase, you kind of need to read this. You kind of need to get angry, because that anger is what's required to allow you to increase your neuroplasticity, get some more critical thinking into your life, and realize where are these entry points to this misery in your own life, and what can you do to get rid of them. Again, we got tons of guys in the chat now. They're giving their stories here to some extent, and you're going to see it. It's like, oh yeah, this is why this problem happened, and I opted into it, and this is how I can fix it. And these guys are in various stages of sorting it out now, which is awesome. Like, it's literally fixing lives. Yeah, they talk about politics here too. Women not enjoying politics, but again, here's how badly this one is aged. The principle may in fact be applied in any field and is particularly successful with politics. Political topics can be brought to women's notice only if she's persuaded that the action centers on a woman. The war in Vietnam held female attention only when the press produced the first photos of the legendary Madame Nu. The problem of the Northern Irish Catholics had become interesting to women only with the advent of Bendevet Devlin. The number of articles written about the problems of contemporary Iran helped more towards the understanding of this country than the tragedy between the Barons Soraya. The first political action of any man who seeks power in a marriage should be photogenic women. Or for any man who seeks power, should be marriage to a photogenic woman. One can only guess at the advantages there would have been for Israel or India or whoever. She kind of gets the point of it, but it's not that, women are stupid and they're not interested in politics until you throw a set of tits in front of the screen. It's that they have a very solipsistic look for this. Like, what do the politics mean for me? And I would argue you can see this play out now. Politics has largely become a man versus woman game, especially in the States where it's mostly televised, but in Canada as much well. I'll make an example for us. There was a scandal where the Prime Minister was deferring criminal charges on a Canadian company that was seen as like horribly corrupt by the United Nations. His attorney general, who was a woman, she brought the case forward saying that, yeah, I don't think this is the right idea, so he fired her. Nope, that guy's in my riding, so I need the votes. What should have been a problem about ethics violations and possible corruption and maybe legal tampering ended up being an argument over who was the better feminist, either the leader of the opposition or the leader of the government of Canada. So I would argue she gets it kind of backwards. It's not that women don't care about politics unless you make it about them. It's that women making politics about them are what create this situation. It's just really sad to watch. But again, this really, how best to put this one? It didn't really age well. Like, this is all about vices. And in this case, the political turmoil we have now, I would argue, is a vice. Anybody who's paying attention to politics, it's a vice. The binge drinking we're talking about among younger women and increasingly so working women is definitely a vice. And these are vices that have kind of been created due to our inability to hold our boundaries. Now, this is also something that's not entirely our problem. So women binge drinking, it's not a men problem. Political sphere, I mean, it's mostly theater right now. All this talk, nothing really gets accomplished. I'd argue it's kind of a female problem. But again, these used to be the kind of things that were men's purview. Going to a strip club used to be a guy's thing. When I first joined the military, here's a quick example. You'd go to the strip club occasionally with your buddies, you'd hang out. It was fun. It was a killer of time. It got to the point that I haven't been to one in forever, but I remember this, that near the end of the times when I was going there, there'd be more women than the men in the front row. And it was kind of like losing that little male space. And so that's really the issue here. If you take it from a self-interested or solipsistic point of view, which guys are increasingly required to do, because if nobody's going to look out for us except for us, then we got to start doing it. We got to start being more selfish because nobody else will look out for us. You start realizing you're losing a lot of the places that you used to go to refine your masculinity. And that's simple things. Hanging out with other guys, talking about guy things, enjoying a girl dancing on stage, simple pleasures. We don't need that hoarding of this massive amount of stuff. Sometimes it's just a simple thing like that. The Boy Scouts, girls came in, took that one over. Gamers, girls came in, tried taking that one over. Again, it's all about women's vices. And a lot of the times, if you make a good space that's for men, girls do come in and take it over. They end up having issues. Men have a hard enough time handling their own spaces. And then you have a girl come in and take it over, it tends to suck for them too. Girls came in and take over gaming. What happens? Girls started developing autism. Girls started coming into strip clubs. What happens? Girls started developing binge drinking habits. Workplace, same thing. Again, it's just one of those things. She makes this out as women are stupid and men are smart. And look at how stupid they are, boys. But if men are so smart and women are so stupid, how come we're losing out the way we are? But like I said, if you're angry, it's a good thing to get you going. If you're looking to self-actualize, you kind of look back at this and you realize that there's other factors and there's nobody really at fault. It's just the way these technological changes manifest. And so then you are freed, now that you don't have an enemy of the evil woman, to realize that, okay, this is just the way the world works. I see the map, I see the terrain, and I can navigate around it. And that's, if you take nothing else from this episode or the episodes of the Esther Villa series, take from that is your life is in your control so long as your motivations are clear. It can never be about impressing women. It can never be about loving women. It can never be about receiving validation from women. It has to be about a self-interested will to self-actualization. And I know it's weird to talk about these in such high and mighty terms. It's like, aren't you just talking about how to get more chicks into bed and, pick up artist stuff and running routines? I'm like, yeah. But that's literally it. Following your own goals, self-fulfilled prophecy type stuff here, man. And that's all it is. Whether it's something simple like I just want to date Susie from HR, all the way up to I want to have kids without turning into that miserable plow horse like my father was, all the way up to I don't want to have to put, a bullet in my head because my wife left, took the kids, nobody wants to talk to me, and she accused me of domestic violence and I got canceled. Again, it all connects together as long as you're willing to put in the work. On this note, that's going to be it for this one. This was a very short chapter. The ones we have left, we're going to start those up tomorrow again. So we got the mask of femininity, the business world as a hunting ground, the emancipated female, women's liberation, and what is love. So the last 5 episodes, we're probably going to get those done Tuesday and Wednesday. If you're watching this after the fact, they'll be up there on the next channel, so just watch on the playlist. You hit them all. Again, thank you guys so much checking out this episode. Don't forget, hit that like button if you like the content. Subscribe if you haven't seen it before. Only about 30% of you aren't subscribed, so here's hoping that you find enough interest in this to get these new videos when these come out. If you've been following the stream today, you see how fast and furious I throw out content. So if you're not notified of these changes, if you're not liking these videos, you're probably going to miss a lot of valuable content as you go down there. And, sorry, not sorry. But on that note, I'll catch you guys later. Oh, actually, before I forget. So after this, we're going to do a small after action report. I put a link into the chat on the Twitch channel. So we're going to do a quick just chatting where we'll talk about a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of chat going on in here. Come on in. We're going to spend 10, 15 minutes just going over this stuff, hitting on a lot of these points and dealing with a lot of your personal questions, because I don't have a time to read the chat here right now, which I unfortunately wish I did, but it'll be good. So come check it out. As soon as I'm done this, I'm going to quickly stream there, 15 minutes, and then leave you guys about your day. But on that note, I'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, no worries. Karma or Carlos, Alpha Sloth, Puma, Cutter. Glad to see you guys here. Marty, as always. Yeah. Anyways, good work, gentlemen. All right, I'll see you in 2 minutes over on the Twitch side of things. Come on in. Let's hear your piece there. I'll be watching the chat like a madman. So sad. Welcome, everybody. We're going full cinematic today. Welcome to the channel. If you're just catching this one now, we are what episode is this was now? 13? Part 12. Sidebar series. Did a feminist create the MRA and the MGTOW movements? The answer to that one is yes, obviously, but you throw a question on there to pique his curiosity going, well, that's weird. I hate women. Did a woman get me to hate women? Who knows? Well, now you know. As per Esther's talk here, this next chapter is going to be about the masks, the feminine masks, or the masks that women wear. If you guys don't know what that means a psychological and emotional barrier that they put between themselves and men. This is kind of one of her better chapters, to be honest with you. And while she came out and did this stuff a lot at the time before evolutionary psychology became a practice, as best I can tell, she did hint upon a lot of the things just right. So she starts it off with, there is virtually no difference between an unmade up, bald, naked woman and an unmade up, bald, naked man, except for their reproductive organs. Any other difference between them is artificially produced. Obviously, if you're catching this right now, you should already notice that she's kind of into blank slate. She thinks that the difference between men and women are one has a dick and one has boobs. Completely ridiculous. We now know a lot more now than we did then, but this blank slate equalism has something that's really taken over. And if anybody is ever wondering how come it is that feminists and a lot of the MGTOW types tend to all talk about men and women as if they're equal, this is largely why. Again, women ruined everything, and in this case, they ruined the MRA. So what do I mean there? Well, I don't get it. They always talk about how men and women are different. Yeah, well, picture this. You're having a lot of people discuss how females, or women in this case, are very attracted to you. You have to have that type 2 super chiseled jaw, the Chad chin, or otherwise girls aren't going to like you. Right there, a guy will maybe pay lip service to saying men and women are different, but then he tacitly admits that women are just as visual as men when it comes to attraction, and so that jawline is the one thing that's keeping away from the happiness in their white picket fence. Obviously untrue. So it leads you to wonder, if a guy is telling you how men and women are different, yet on every single item that he's insecure about, his physical appearance, his ability to attract women, he automatically defaults to that. And that lets you know a lot of guys are just saying talking points. They aren't actually thinking things through. They aren't actually using this stuff. And this is important because this creates a concept which I call clubhouse masculinity, or guys that have taken the red pill and they join it because, well, it's edgy and feminists hate it, therefore I like it, as if it's like a Nerf gun that you pick up at the store, or the newest version of Pepsi or Coke. Well, now there's red pill cola. Absolutely ridiculous, and it's kind of antithetical to the entire idea of replicatable sexual strategy for the improvement of the lives of men. Again, this girl is absolutely savage with chicks, but she still holds on to a lot of this stuff. So she kind of made half steps, half measures into understanding the sexual marketplace 50 years ago. And a lot of people just have not advanced past it. And this is a good example of it. So carrying on. A man becomes a man because he develops his intelligence, and through its development, his productivity. His appearance changes very little. A woman becomes a woman by means of gradual stultification, which I've never used that word before, and deliberately transforming her external appearance, and this differentiation between the sexes is prompted exclusively by women. She's kind of beating around the bush here, but getting into the idea of inter and intrasexual competition. If you guys don't know the difference, one of them is, from a male perspective, intersexual is men fighting for the attention of women. Intrasexual is men fighting for the competition to be the leader of men. Women want them, men want to be them. Intrasexual. Easy way to think about it. Unfortunately, the part that she gets wrong here is that men's appearance changes very little. The best argument you could make for that is because men's faces tend to have a lot more collagen in them. It tends to age a lot more slowly than women's do. It's actually a very common phenomenon. They call it bodybuilding face. If you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. It turns out for a lot of female bodybuilders, because of the push for mass above all that happened in the late 80s, early 90s in the bodybuilding circuits, female Mrs. Olympia, or whatever their equivalent is, ended up going from like a fitness model look to very, very masculine looking women. And the one thing that they noticed is that their faces got very gaunt very quickly. Again, it's because the collagen breaks down a little bit faster. It's because of the increased testosterone wreaks havoc on somebody who's that old, and it tends to age women a lot more prematurely. So, like I said, she kind of catches on to it here. Now, the other part that she's going to get into here is about deceptive mating preferences. If you guys don't know, from a pure evolutionary psychology standpoint, men's sexual strategy and women's sexual strategy are at odds. It's combative, it's adversarial. They're not actually cooperative. It turns out men and women are not on the same team. And I'm sure you guys have heard the red-pilled adage, she's not yours, it's only your turn, and she's not on your side. Well, this is kind of what it's referring to here. As it said, the female sexual strategy is to attain the highest quality man she can from a genetic perspective, which we notice by secondary characteristics, by looks, by status, by pre-selection. To have as many cave babies as she wants, and then the most secure, comfortable, and provision-like cave beta Billy that she can find to raise the kids. Now, if you can find that in the same caveman, that's great. But if not, the idea is this female version of polygamy, where they try to secure multiple men for multiple different purposes. This part, the second part of it, the beta buck side of the equation, the good provider stuff, Esther is very good at pointing out how bad of a deal they have it in modern society, which is probably the strongest point of this thing. Like, if you get through this book and you don't understand how being the good father who can provide and put bacon on the table, that sort of provision is a bad deal for you, especially nowadays, then there's really no convincing you, and you're better off just going over to watch a nice blue pill channel talk about just being yourself. But at the end of the day, keep in the back of your mind as we go through this stuff that eggs are expensive and sperm is cheap. It's always going to be a buyer's market, and that's just the way humankind has been developed. As Royce used to say, man has been given the short end of the stick, so your job is to sharpen that son of a bitch up and stab anybody in the heart who gets in your way. So continuing on here, as we have said, a man is considered masculine only after a series of manipulations on the part of women. A woman, on the other hand, is the author of her own transformation and produces femininity by means of cosmetics, hairstyle, and clothes. This femininity, synthetic in origin, consists of two different components: emphasis on secondary sexual characteristics and distancing herself by means of masks. Women makes various types of masks in order to make the difference between herself and a given man as conspicuous as possible. Again, she's very close, but she doesn't quite catch the main gist of it. So these secondary sexual characteristics, they're all we have to go on. A girl has no idea what a man's genealogy is like. All they have to go on are the secondary characteristics. Is he in shape? Is he fit? Is his facial structure good? That sort of thing. These all signal healthiness, but not necessarily. And this is obviously the reason why plastic surgery or breast augmentation among women show that we've kind of detached genetics from the secondary characteristics. At the same time, makeup is another perfect example of you could arguably call it a cybernetic augmentation. Makes girls' skin look healthier, makes them look better as a genetic specimen, and guys, going by our secondary characteristics, will do that to base on it. That's why a lot of guys have this meme floating around where makeup is essentially deception. On your first date, take a girl to the pool so you see what she looks like without makeup. That sort of thing. So there is a basis to it, even if it's kind of artistically implemented. Forgive the squeaks on the chair here. At the same time, women have this one themselves, and from guys, from the idea of them being able to work out, keep their diets in check, steroids, that sort of thing, we're actually able to cheat the secondary characteristics as well, which is a big reason why, again, we have a very feminine-centric society. If you look at the taboo that surrounds steroids and compare that to the taboo that surrounds breast augmentation, you kind of have an idea where we're at here. And again, women have used feminism not as an ideology, but as a tactic. It's essentially a society-wide version of a battle axe housewife nagging her husband into getting more stuff. Part of the outcomes of this is that things that increase males' virility has been stigmatized, and things that increase women's virility has been paraded around or otherwise, applauded. Something to keep in mind then. Things that tend to make you better off tend to make you look like the bad guy. Again, don't be afraid to look like the bad guy in your life. Or the alternative opinion here is you go by Esther Villa's thing and just complain. Whammon is bad, am I right, fellas? Again, if you want to just scream into the clouds and cry and pee into the hurricane, you're more than welcome to. But on this side of the tracks, we end up fixing things here. And part of it is just you have to be okay with being the bad guy. Because like she admits here, the way our society has been kind of advancing and civilizing over the past couple decades is man is bad, and the things that benefit man is bad, and the things good for women are good, and they should benefit women. Again, it's all about deceptive mating practices. And so in this case, for the man's standpoint, not being nice, not being validation seeking, and tying into the weaponized children thing we talked about before, where women often have two children so they can use lazy parenting strategies of pitting the identities of one against the other in order to make her job easier, but at the expense of the psychological well-being of the children. At the same time, removing or cycling through male father figures in the kid's life also have a detrimental effect. So again, you're behind the eight ball, which is fine, but this stuff is all solvable problems. Now, when she talks about the part that women are the author of their own transformation and men are manipulated, that's not entirely true. We kind of had effects from both of it, and our environment is important here. And this is where that whole self-improvement, but do it for yourself, not for women, kind of falls flat and kind of misses the larger picture. Yes, you obviously like sex. As a man, you're kind of hardwired to it. So you like sex, so you do things that would attract women. In general, not a woman, but more women. Nothing wrong with that. It's probably one of the best human incentives around. And in fact, until the invention of the steam engine, that was the primary way civilization kept going. The church, the king, they would promise everybody you get yourself one wife. Won't be the best, but it'll be yours. And we just need you to work those fields. And guys were plowing those fields for thousands of years. So don't be too afraid to think that sexual gratification is a bad motivation. It's actually a pretty good one. It's validation seeking that's the wrong one. At the same time, what women are attracted to is going to guide and shape what masculinity means for a man. That's why right now, being lean is seen as generally a better thing as opposed to being giant, swole, powerlifter body. Maybe in times of scarcity, when you had to fight off cave bears in the caves, a swole man was probably more attractive. Or if you were in a society that had a lot of famines, being a fat guy ended up being an attractive secondary quality. In this case, in the land of abundance, a guy who's able to show restraint and has the genes to kind of get past societal ills without causing too much harm on his body is seen as preferable. So in that sense, women actually do guide a small part of what makes men men. At the same time, if they were the only ones doing selecting, you would end up having a secondary male characteristic where if I just outcompete the other guys for the selection of women, then I'm the best of what's left. So you also have the male situation here where guys use their own versions of bravado, social status, social signaling, all the stuff that Esther refers to in here throughout the book, and especially on the last chapter as feedback loops, or the cycle of slavery that she refers to it as, where a guy works hard to earn enough money so his wife can buy trinkets and treat her as divine. But in order to do that, he has to pitch to other dudes' wives that they need to buy this certain makeup and this certain widget so that and then everybody ends up in this cycle at who makes more money, and they always have to fight for a completely ravenous female population of consumers. In one sense, yeah, it is kind of BS, but at the other time, on the other sense, this is really men doing it to themselves. They're over-competing each other. They're doing one-ups constantly in order to compete for the eye of the women around them. So, in a sense, you kind of need a balance of these female-selected characteristics and these male-selected characteristics to help you build a better self-actualized roadmap to what version of masculinity you want to build. Because essentially, if you end up as a gym cell, yeah, you read a lot of philosophy, you work out all the time, you're on trend, you're swole, but no guy can stand the sight of you or hang around you for more than 2 minutes, and no girl wants to touch you because they're not attracted to those gigantic swole guys and they'd rather have somebody lean. Well, are you really doing masculinity, or are you just pretending you're doing masculinity and you're actually just kind of being a neat? Something to consider. Don't be afraid to let our environment have an effect on us. It already does. We're a social species, so you can't ignore that aspect of it. Just so long as you don't do it in a pandering way. Because once you're doing it for pandering, it counters the entire idea of it. But back to masks. So makeup and clothing, and this is the next point she makes. Makeup and clothing used to be what women would do to get a man. That's like the classic model. That's old order thinking. Women wear heels because it makes their legs look nicer for guys. Women do their hair up because guys like girls with nice hair. But since we've moved to this society that's more civilized, we have less war, we have less death in general, less risk, so there's more guys in general. For the longest time in human history, men and women are largely born 50-50. 100 men for every 100 women. War would kind of drop that down. You'd have maybe 90 men, maybe 80 men, and it put a certain pressure on the female side of things to be more enticing towards men because there's not enough men to go around, so it increases competition. But now that we're a super safe society, now that China and India have basically gotten rid of like a ton of women out of theirs with their certain one-child policy and like infanticide abortions, you have a glut of masculinity around here. And by masculinity, I just mean males. I think we're up to, if you want to do like an entire population of people, it's like 1.1 or 1.2 to 1. So that means we got extra dudes. And that pressure takes the pressure off of women. And now guys end up having to compete for the likes of women, which is something kind of neat. So we've gone from being makeup, clothing, and those typical female standard activities from being an intersexual competition, how can they fight to get a man, to being an intrasexual competition. They're fighting amongst their other women to be who's the thoughtiest thought of Thoughtville, who's the mayor of Thoughtland. So as she describes here, as the amount of money available to women depends on their husband's income, women are divided into classes. Those who have an excellent mask, those whose mask is good, and those whose masquerade is merely adequate. The first group became the idols of all the others, and thanks to manipulated man, the constant efforts of their public relations organizations provide kind of a vicarious gratification for them. That's exactly what we're talking about here. Women don't need to fight for the affections of men anymore because male attention is cheap, it's easy, and it's probably endless. It's the horn of plenty for chicks. So what do chicks have left? Well, they compete against other women. Yeah, you go, girl. You're going to see a lot of things happen from this. Now, here's the funny thing, too. Competition has gotten to such a point that they actually have a term for the ones that weren't able to make the cut. They call them femcels now, which apparently guys were involuntarily celibate and girls just had to get in on the grift. So there's a bunch of girls now, either through antisocialness or lack of ability to compete or just physical unattractiveness, have been unable to enter the sexual marketplace in any form, or at least get the kind of men that they want. Because let's face it, there's a garbage tier of men that women would rather just go without than settle for. So this kind of competition is creating a bit of a glut where you end up with a large portion of guys who are having a much harder time than they used to have and a hard way ahead in the sexual marketplace. But you're also having a small percentage of women who are also unable to do it. So while she refers to this as a mask, what this really is the manifestation of inter and intrasexual competition in a modern abundant society. Now, I would argue, I've never been the biggest fan of their content. I don't look a lot of it I don't look about it a lot because it's really nothing that interests me, but places like the female dating strategy have started to crop up. So I would argue amongst this very, very hard done by female section of the population and the roadmap that they've been given by watching red pill dudes, that they're starting to develop a female strategy section. Now, we could argue whether it's good or it's bad, whether it's just them dick riding the idea of guys doing it so girls can do everything too. Regardless, you actually have a space where girls are talking strategy, for better or for worse. Like I said, we'll see how that one plays out. So far, the very little experience I've had has been very autistic and very adversarial and very antisocial interactions. Having said that, the red pill space has tons of it on their own, so you can't fault them for that. The tism is unisex. But the takeaway for this stuff, again, intersexual and intrasexual competition. Women have masks that they use to compete, which used to be for the attention of men, are now being used as flexes over women. And this is a big argument. If you want to take this from a sexual strategy standpoint, what do I do with this? This is the large case to be made for why men need to brand themselves as a luxury product and focus on the intrasexual competition, as opposed to trying to be the coolest man that ever man chopping wood with flannel, or the competing among other men, because there's just way too many men and you want to be the king of incel mountain. There's no point to it. So again, brand yourself as luxury, high value, fear of missing out, lot of options, aloof, you don't need the other person's business, and this is probably the best way to position yourself for sexual success in the future, because girls are increasingly competing amongst themselves and using you as a way to cudgel Stacy at how she can't get no man and she's got this top tier dude in her corner, is really the way the sexual marketplace is being shifting. So that's it for this chapter. We're going to start the next episode, The Business World is a Hunting Ground, right after this. If you're watching this after the fact, feel free, continue on to the playlist. Don't forget to hit like. Don't forget to subscribe if you like this content. Again, links are in the description for everything. You're going to see my book, Fuck Files, 15 Lessons from a Decade of Women. A lot of this stuff is kind of reflected in that, but it's purely grounded in my own personal experiences. I make the case that Jordan Peterson offered you 12 rules for life for $24. I decided for $10 to give you 3 extra rules, so it's the best bang for your buck. But on that note, I'll see you guys in a minute on the next episode. So cheers. Seven-minute abs. You throw in the extra minute for free. You guys are killing me. All right. Welcome back, guys. We're on what episode now? 14. It's been a long trek, not gonna lie to you. Luckily for you, though, we're almost done. We're talking about the business world as a hunting ground. That's weird. Why did you choose these images? Well, let me tell you. That's why. Based on the topic. How's it going, guys? Welcome. If you've been catching these, I've been doing these as a slog. 5 episodes back to back if you're catching them after the fact. Thank God you made it this far. We've dealt with just about everything in the sexual marketplace that's come up in the 1970s, as well as completely shut down the idea of the MRA and the MGTOW as a male movement. It's literally a bunch of chicks fighting over which one gets to control men. That's why in the last 50 years, the MRA has had a lot of awareness, a lot of feelings, not a lot of successes under their belt, and every notable person in the movement tends to be a chick. This is exactly why. So this next section is the business world as a hunting ground. And we'll start off with this quote. The particular field chosen by any young woman as a hunting ground will depend on a large extent of the level of income of the man who has previously been her slave. In other words, her father. The daughters of men in upper income brackets will choose college or university to find a man. They offer the best chances of capturing a man who will earn enough to maintain the standards to which she has already acquired. Besides, a period of study for form's sake is much more convenient than temporary employment. Girls from well less off homes will have to go to factories, shops, offices, or hospitals for a time, but again, with the same purpose in mind. None of them intends to stay in these jobs for long. They will only continue until marriage, or in cases of hardship, until pregnancy. This offers women one important advantage. Any woman who marries nowadays has given up her studies or her job for the sake of the man of her choice, and sacrifices of this nature create obligations. Therefore, when women work and study, it merely serves to falsify statistics and furthermore to enslave men more hopelessly than ever, because education and the professions mean something very different when applied to women as applied to men. So what is she talking about here? In a word, or in a phrase, the MRS degree. I have a couple stories of friends in my life and guys I've sailed with over the days that they met girls that were going to college, and they liked the idea of getting a good girl. She's going to have a great job, and they're going to move up the socioeconomic ladder. And then they find, once they marry her, they put a baby into her, and she just stops working. It's the classic case of the dependopotamus. They literally went to school because they were planning on what they would do if they couldn't land a man, and once they do, they let that stuff shed. It's really a tragic thing. Like, I wouldn't mind it so much, except for the dependopotamus also tends to gain 40 pounds during the marriage, so it really is a trap. And I've seen a lot of good men suffering underneath it because they basically get sold the wrong bill of goods. And I would argue, out of all the cases to be made why marriage is a bad idea for men, the idea that it's being used as a hook to sink you in, at which point the other person stops trying, is a pretty strong case to be made here, more so than what everybody else talks about with like being taken to the cleaners during divorce. Now, she does make some effort here to describe the differences between women in different economic classes. Upper middle class girls, who are probably the most status conscious ones out there, tend to use college and university to find a man, which is why we're getting a lot of news nowadays about men aren't going to college. If you've noticed, there's been some mention in the news how it's actually a bad thing that all these men aren't going to college. Now you think, oh, that's great. People care about the plight of men. Not so much. It's that the kind of upper middle class girls that get jobs in journalism or in media in general tend to be those college ones, and they're like, where are all the good men? And so that's where these complaints come from. Now, it's not to say that they don't want to work. We've already talked before about the emancipated woman. Some women they don't have the skills or the aptitude to land a man, and so for them, work is more of a requirement. At the same time, there's some that are truly gifted and truly smart and truly enjoy working, and they go down in that route. Esther makes the case that there are a very, very small percentage of them that do that. I don't know the numbers, so I'm not going to speculate. I just know that it is a group and they're out there, and that's fine. Any girl watching this who says, I'm not working because I want to land a man, fine. You're in the super smart emancipated category. Good for you. The third type is just doing it as a temporary employment so that way they can find themselves a man to sweep them off their feet. The white knights, and I'm sure that Rollo has an article on this stuff. If you go check it out on Rational Mail, it'll probably be there. Other women, ones who don't end up going to school, they'll often do it by joining the workplace. And this is where you get a lot of those classic jobs, which I'm pretty sure aren't around anymore, like the cosmetics counter at the department store, or bartenders, waitresses, those sort of jobs. Those easy jobs there are a nice one for a girl to kind of spend her way away, wait for the man to sweep her off her feet, and then go do her thing. That's where the be yourself advice comes from on them. Now, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. It's had a side, I want to say a benefit for women, but it's almost like a cost, which is going to be something called the innate skepticism bias, which I'll get to in a second. But most guys, when they get into a serious relationship with a girl, will find that a girl comes loaded with debt. It's almost like a reverse dowry. I remember talking with my banker, who ended up, it was also a friend of ours, and she was a little bit too liberal with the finances of clients. But I had come there with me and my girl, and she noticed that we didn't have a lot of debt. We had a lot of investment. She goes, that's amazing. Usually when couples get together, the girl comes in, brings at least $10,000 of debt with her. To which I said, yeah, mine did beforehand, but I was paying rent in that, so she paid it off because I wasn't going to date her unless she did. Kind of threw her for a bit of a surprise, and it was funny. Then all the people in the bank started talking about that. Oh yeah, my clients, their wives are a lot of debt too. It's a strange thing right now, and it's almost a way of filtering for guys who are truly invested or not. And this is something called the innate skepticism bias. It comes from the work of Cindy Minson and David M. Buss. It's a great book, Why Women Have Sex. It's an 800-page slog of all the various motivations that women have for sex, of which getting their rocks off is, I think, 798 out of 800. So the one thing they came up with, though, was the innate skepticism bias, or that women, as part of their mate selection process, of which they use pre-selection as a primary one to save themselves the cognitive load of having to decide if a man is good or not, they just pick what other women already like. But what they do now is they automatically show a disinterest in low-value signals. Tell a girl you love her, she'll roll her eyes. Buy her a diamond ring, you know she's got to. It's exactly what we're talking about here. And so for lower economic quintiles, what women are finding is that loading and saddling of debt, that riding their 20s hard and putting it away wet, actually filters for the kind of guy who ends up being a better plow horse, because the only guy in his right mind that'll pay 20 grand for the opportunity to spend a bunch of money on a wedding with a girl is the kind of guy who's going to work like a very strong plow horse and be the strong beta bucks. And God knows, go watch some outrage bait MGTOW PowerPoint channels. I guarantee you each one of them has this same story of a girl who a guy put through school, paid for everything, tried to make her better, and then as soon as she gets the degree and is able to start earning on her own, she moves on and leaves the guy. That's the kind of manifestation here. Again, I've already talked before in the last episode, you're branding yourself as a luxury good, and a big part of that is being hard to get. LV, Louis Vuitton, they do that by the purses they don't sell that year, they burn them. They don't sell secondhand goods. They don't have last year's models. They create an absolute scarcity to it. And for you as a guy, part of that is being not settling for less, having strong boundaries and strongly enforcing them. If a girl wants to be with you as a long-term thing, one of those boundaries that you have is like, you're coming in with either less debt than me or no debt, or I don't want a part of it. I don't care how good the sex is. I don't care how pretty it is. I'll find another girl. And you have to build that abundance over time to the point where there are other girls. So when you see this one, you're like, oh, if you're 50 grand in debt, well, we should maybe see other people. Again, the MRS degree is still alive and well, and has had a wonderful sexual strategy for women that allowed them to hook the kind of man that will put up with that kind of crap. Same thing with university education. Women are going there for the most part, either because they're truly gifted or they're not. Now, here's the thing. Something funny to think about here. American colleges admit more and more women, but the percentage who actually complete their courses is less than before the Second World War. This is a bit outdated. And I don't know if you've ever seen MGTOWs talk about this one, the college graduation rate, as opposed to the enrollment rate, which is what most people do when they say more women are going to college than men. They just pick the enrollment rate, which really means nothing. Anybody can give money to a college and show up. Not a lot of people can leave it. But in her era, which was the 1970s, it was 15%. So 15% of women who went to college graduated with at least a bachelor's degree. Now it's 40%. As for what that means, I could speculate, but again, this is the kind of thing that statisticians probably should have done some research into, but unfortunately, ethic boards don't pass any type of research that has to do with analyzing people with this level of specificity, or there's just zero interest or grant money in it, because it probably makes girls look bad. I don't know what the male rate is, but again, this didn't really come up in her work. Oddly enough, Esther doesn't talk much about men other than calling them super smart and saying how stupid women are. So it's been kind of female focused on here, which is a little bit unusual for the channel, but whatever. I would make the argument that that ballooning to 40%, part of it is the grade inflation. College has largely turned into a diploma mill. So that way people go in, get the social status, that you attach yourselves to the brand of things. I've asked a question for guys on Twitter. If you had a choice between getting a Harvard degree without a diploma or a degree, or to get a degree or a diploma without the education, which one would you take? And hands down, everybody understands the point of university. They're like, I'd rather have the sheepskin than the education, which is true because you're never going to use it. So part of this is that grade inflation because they know the more people they get out, the more they're going to dilute their brand, but they'll make money in the short term. At the same time, the types of degrees women are in are absolutely ridiculous now. Underwater basket weaving, gendered studies, African-American lesbian gendered studies, all kinds of nonsense, which just treats people to be a professional complainer on Reddit, of which there is a huge influx of people coming in lately. So she does make a note there. A small percentage of these women studies in the Western industrial countries do, however, obtain their degrees before they get married. Despite occasional exceptions, they are, as a rule, less attractive and have failed to catch a suitable provider while still in education. Again, this chick's savage, man. She's the worst misogynist ever. She actually makes the case that if women want to get educated, only the ugly ones that can't lend a man are going to finish it. I wouldn't go that far, but then again, I'm not a chick born out of the silent generation with a chip on my shoulder, so it's what she wrote, it's what I'm telling you. You can be outraged about it if you want to, but eventually you want to get to a point where you just kind of laugh. Pick me girl here having her rant. But there is some points to this stuff, and it's something to keep in mind from a sexual strategy point of view. So, but then the degree will automatically raise their market value, for there are certain types of men who feel bolstered if their wife has a degree, providing they have one themselves. It is clear evidence of his own cleverness if such a highly educated woman is interested in him. And if by chance this female mastermind happens to be sexy, he will be beside himself with joy. Again, this is that I like smart women. I want to have a dude with a set of tits. Those guys. It's the weirdest flex. They are literally treating the genders as interchangeable. And this is where even Esther here, when she's bringing up these points, she goes by that blank slate equalism. The idea that guys are attracted to an education, that guys just want a dude with female body parts on him. And that's not the case. There's some men that argue that, but I would argue, like she does, those men tend not to have their pick of the litter of women. And so they go after this small group of women who are overeducated, under-attractive, and easy pickings. Again, it's like the Pareto principle played out, or hypergamy in action. You guys have watched MGTOW channels. I'm sure you've seen that chart where you have 10 men on one side, 10 women on the other. And 8 of the women are shooting for 2 of the men, and all 8 of the men are shooting for the bottom 2 of women. This is kind of how that manifests in that university environment. And you can extrapolate this to the work environment. Same I was talking to before, the girls that are working as bartenders, waiting for a man to sweep them off their feet, all that stuff. Guys who end up selecting for education of women know this because these kind of women are not sexually selected for by top tier men. So they think that, great, my intelligence can get me a good woman. It's complete cope. And I'll leave that one at that. So where do I get this idea? Well, it's actually not because of me, but from a guy, Ian Ironwood. Awesome writer on this topic. I'm going to put this one in the chat right now so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'll also put it in the description. Well, he makes the case here. So for a lot of guys who are following this strategy, the idea of I want the super smart girl with a high education, turns out that men and women are absolutely miserable when they do that. If you read this, it's a letter from one of his readers. It's a girl talking about how she stopped leading with her brain and started leading with her chest. Like she stumbled upon the red pill a year ago. She calls it an ideology, which is weird. My relationships were all right, but I did seek a dominant masculine man like so many women to desire. It's hard to admit. The problem was that I was raised egalitarian and men and women share all roles. So I started to experiment when I went to bars using the Return of Kings and the red pill rhetoric as my guide. Picture that. Back in the day, Return of Kings was actually a good resource for women to land a man. Man, how times have changed. But I'm pleased to inform you, after only 3 weeks, I managed to claim a pretty staunch red-pilled boy. I didn't mention my medical school or my charity work or my family problems. Even when he asked, and I mentioned that marriage was something I was looking forward to and living with a man and our children, man, it was too easy. It's been a year now, and our relationship has never been better. Now, I have to tell you, he's none the wiser that I'm definitely no wink wink red pill girl, but I'm able to maintain the illusion that he is in control. He has been so over the moon about meeting a conservative, attractive, intelligent girl who is family oriented. He's loosened his own red pill ideas without me saying a thing about a woman who shouldn't work and should take care of his kids, etc. So don't worry though, I will treat him right as he treats me. It's true that I crave the dominant man who would spontaneously slip into the shower with me or even touch me under the covers during a couple's movie night, but also a man who respected that I wanted to be a doctor and housework is a shared task. I was doing it all wrong, blah, blah, blah. The point of this one is, Ironwood points out, a guy doesn't care if he thinks you're pulling a fast one on him. We don't care what's going on in the girl's brain, and this is a good mindset for guys to have. I don't care if you think what I want you to think. I don't care about any of that stuff. What I care about is compliance. Are you acting the way that I want a girl to act? And if you want the best of him, you have to act in the way that encourages the best of him. In this case, it's being feminine. It's not being a man with tits. And he makes the case down here below. Yeah. He brings up the case where it used to be economic input was what established dominance in a relationship. And dominance is generally what women crave in a relationship. They don't want to take the heavy lifting. They don't want to take the burden of leading a relationship. They just don't like it. They don't select for it. So as a man, how do you maintain that dominance in a relationship when economic input isn't the way to do that? In this case, if she's a doctor, she's earning doctor wages. He may be earning less. He may be earning more. But increasingly, women are going to be earning more than men. And that's just a trend that's been continuing, so you have to account for it. Again, luxury goods. And so he goes, okay, so in that case, you just throw it away economic input as the manner in which you establish dominance in a relationship. Just like Esther's saying here, she points out how this plow horse mentality gets you. I have a video actually on my channel where I kind of dunked on a George Bruno tweet talking about if a girl earns more than you, then you better hide and stash money away because she's going to be leaving you. And I'm like, all right, whatever, that's ridiculous. If you try to be the plow horse, sure, because she's just doing it better. She brings home more bacon, doesn't make you less of a man. Hate to tell you. But again, it's all about compliance. And that's the strategy to take away from this. And I feel kind of embarrassed for guys that, like I said, this is 1971. So they had 50 years to come up with how to beat this thing. And what did they do? Just more complaints. It took a bunch of red-pilled dudes who used to be former pickup artists with feather boas and aviator goggles to go, all right, so how do I solve this problem? 5 years later, bam, we got a solution. It works for everybody. It's absolutely brilliant. And I love this. This is exactly why I make the case that women and feminists and soy fathers had 3 generations to help modern man since the, Industrial Revolution in a post-war abundant society. 50 years, 3 generations to do this, and they failed miserably. So stand aside. A bunch of us millennial nerds have got it from here. And again, you can read this book. You see how hard men have it. Compare it to a lot of the contemporary stuff you'll see in red-pilled literature, especially the stuff I'm showing you on this channel. And you're going to see all these complaints are just that, complaints. And they're working because they're a female strategy. And that's why a woman is talking about them. This is the equivalent of nagging. That's the MRA in a nutshell. Nagging in order to get society to accommodate men. Now, unfortunately, like I said earlier on, sperm is cheap, eggs are expensive. Nobody gives a shit about men, and so nobody was going to take any movement on this whatsoever. So, read this, get your anger out of the way, then you get to work, you start working on your own lot in life, you start building a lot of the core skills, techniques, and strategies we've been discussing across the entire of the red pill sphere, to the point where you can look at something like this like I do. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm tired of effing reading it right now. That's why we're going to blast through these last episodes here today. Because I don't want to have to look at this one again. We're past it. We're past the anger phase. And I swear to God, just keeps tuning in, keep watching this stuff, and I'll drag you there too. Anyways, so that's this episode. We're going to move forward after this to the emancipated female, which you're absolutely going to love that episode. It's pretty good. Don't forget, hit like if you like the channel, if you like the stuff we're talking about here, if you want to see more content, smash the notification bell icon thing, and it'll let you know when I go live. I don't know if you've noticed, but I do at least one video a day. I'm jamming so much content down your throat that you're really going to have to pay attention unless you get lost behind it. But on that note, I see you guys in the chat here, and I'll see you on the next channel. Or see you on the next show. Cheers. Female emancipation. She puts it in scare quotes there. I kind of like it. I have a feeling this has to do with that Karen is the new N-word, or females were just as bad as slaves as other people, as you can tell from the image. What do we got here? Rich celebrity actresses. I'd rather be a rebel than a slave. And on the other side, Indian slave labor that helped build Dubai to where it is today. How's it going, everybody? It's a little bit crass of a reference, but screw it. If somebody wants to flex like that, we'll put some real slaves in front and see how you do. Besides, it's not like women would have been bricklayers anyway. Female slaves back in the day were concubines. And even then, they were treated pretty well. They got the air-conditioned house, or whatever the cavemen used instead of air conditioning. Rock conditioning. This carries on, this episode, past what we were talking about before about the job market with women, their MRS degrees, and a lot of the manifestation of the Pareto principle and hypergamy within these different matrices. So university, top 20% of guys getting 80% of the women. They're mad that not a lot of guys are going to college. So they don't get their pop at the pie. It's become a seller's market for men. So there's higher competition intrasexually. With women, it's more intersexually. So fighting amongst other women for status. Meanwhile, guys are still fighting for the affection of women. That's the landscape. For the most part, it hasn't changed. Some things have gotten worse. Some things have gotten better. As you've gone through the series, you've kind of got an idea to map it one way or the other. So to carry on, there are, however, women who still have jobs or careers at the age of 25 or older. There are a variety of reasons for this. A, the woman is married to a failure. He is not making money to provide her with all the useless rubbish she cannot do without. Gosh, this woman is savage. Now, I'd argue A, it's kind of a change, but we'll get to that in a sec. Put a pin in that. B, the woman cannot have children. So once the man's passion for her has been spent, he can see no good reason for continuing to support her. Or C, the woman is ugly. And D, the woman is emancipated. Or E, the woman is interested in a particular career. And from the start, she renounces her own slaves and her own children. So types A and B are closely related. It is the next two groups which are important. I would argue not, but we'll get to that in a sec. So for an ugly woman is often considered to be emancipated, and this is false. The chance of meeting somebody in the last category, a woman who renounces comfort and serves for intellectual reasons, let alone for a sense of what's fair, is rare indeed. I hope Esther Vilar is a doctor, because she probably broke her hand patting herself on the back so hard. The first one, women married to a failure. He's not making enough money to provide her with all the useless rubbish she cannot do without. This is almost an economic certainty right now. There's sort of people who live in rural areas like the Mormon community, the Amish community. There is not many cases where you're going to have a single breadwinning household. Most households now in the Western societies are dual income, and there just have to be. It's the way things are. So that woman married to a failure thing is true to an extent, but women are kind of adapting to that and treating a man's income as somewhat more essential. Even if it's less than that, they have their own incomes as essential. They do like keeping their options open. And this has largely paved the way for what used to be a family-centric form of child support to a financial support one. This is why divorce is a huge thing. So she could be married to a failure financially, but her case then, divorce the failure, get half of that failure's money, find herself a new man, supplement the income. In that way, women have actually made a socio-economic choice to not treat a man's income as his make or break feature, but they are treating it as a feature for their sexual strategies. It's kind of neat. And by neat, I mean absolutely horrible for any man in the situation. But I guess the idea is it's for every man who's divorced having to pay alimony, they're hoping that he marries another girl with her kids and Brady Bunch's situation where she has some additional income for the family. But unfortunately, women tend not to use their income for the family unit. They tend to use the income for their own personal gains. Not a lot of good women that way. If you're one of those guys who's married to a divorced girl, you're in your 50s, you found a divorced girl in her 40s, and she ends up putting that cash towards the family situation, good for you. If you end up marrying a divorced girl and you're living in her house and you end up financially have a lot easier off, good for you. Be aware though, you're most likely an exception to the rule. But the way she talks about it here is 5 out of 10 chicks are coping that they don't need a man. And perfect example for you guys. So this is the takeaway for you guys. Forget about this emancipation crap. I'll bring up stuff as is important, but here's the thing. There is no shortage of what is perceived to be female entitlement online. You see girls that are 5 out of 10 making all kinds of demands, acting the way I refer to it as Navy hot. If you don't know what that means, anybody who's served on a ship will tell you. It's on a Canadian ship, there was a complement of about 240 people when a ship is fully manned, of which no more than 10 to 20% of it will be female staff. Of those women, they're surrounded by like a 10-to-1 male to female ratio. And so a girl who's an objective 4 will act like an objective 8. We call that the Navy boost or Navy hot, which is funny because you also get a very good insight into the sexual marketplace once you hit a foreign port. Because all of a sudden, this girl that was the king of the mountain, within a half-hour period, becomes from a 10 to a 4, and things get ugly. This is actually one of the main reasons that you're not supposed to date girls at the workplace, especially if you're in the military. I have seen girls lose their absolute mind when, as soon as they get ashore, you see girls that are 5 out of 10 crushing it with the male attention. I've seen girls throw their boots at the officer of the day, which for some reason never got charged. And if it was a guy, he probably would have gone to Club Ed, or military prisons. I've seen girls start fist fights. I've seen girls break bones. I've seen so many savage things from this. So again, 5 out of 10 chicks coping that they don't need a man. So when you see this female entitlement online, especially of a girl that's, cute, but not amazingly hot, don't think of it as female entitlement. Think of it as an insecurity flex, because that's what it is. A girl knows these insecurities. They know they're not the top of the F pile, but they have to kind of, partially as a coping strategy and partially hoping to gaslight guys into thinking she's all that, to build that scarcity, is they act with that irrational confidence. They say these things, and it's kind of a put off to men who aren't able to attract these kind of women, but for guys who actually are, for 5 out of 10 women, like the 7 out of 10 guy that can attract 5s very easy, he kind of laughs it off. It's like the equivalent of a little girl calling you a poopy face. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Drop kick you through the wall? No, you pat her on the head, put her finger painting on the fridge, and tell her, good job, go get him, tiger. So it's this weird situation. Guys are taking this stuff overly literally, and they get this sense of female entitlement, which it does exist, but not in this way. At the same time, women have a large gaping societal insecurity, which they buttress against these false senses of value. In a sense, they're acting the way they think top tier men would act. Well, guys are irrationally confident, so if I do that, guys will love me. Go on a date with a girl. She'll talk about how all these dudes wanted to sleep with her and she turns it down. As a guy, you don't care about any of that. And like I said earlier from that episode just before this one, Praxeology, the Dominant Male. The only thing that matters when a girl walks through that door, not her job, not her degree, nothing, just their status as woman. Is she sexually available? Is she pleasant? Is she kind? Is she allowing you to lead, like not trying to fight you on this stuff? All these things actually matter. And this is, I really do hope places like the female dating strategy learn to address this, because it's a crippling insecurity that really is causing self-sabotage from a female perspective. The kind of men who fall for it are the kind of men she doesn't want, but the kind of men she wants don't fall for it, so it's really just wasted effort. So her case here for the emancipated woman is that she has all the accessories of the average housewife. We're talking about the alpha fucks and the beta buck stuff. But the difference lies in the fact that her sphere of entertainment is not limited to the home or the masquerades given by her own gender. Masquerade ball. 70s chicks, man. I just don't know. She entertains herself best by undertaking some inferior form of drudgery where she is surrounded by a fairly large audience. We find her wandering airily along the corridors of publishing houses and newspaper offices. Geez, talk about old newspaper offices. And she sits the sidewalk there and deals with the newspapers, you know what I'm saying? But we meet her in the anterooms of film producers, television executives, and theater managers. She is a production assistant or an interpreter. She will be found behind the counter of the travel agency, in a jeweler's, an antique dealer's, or a boutique. In fact, anywhere she can meet rich and interesting people. And her money, this is spent almost entirely on her elaborate masks, which keep her with it and up to date at her place of work. 2 takeaways from this. 1, upper middle class women are absolutely insufferable because this is what they do. They try to ingratiate themselves in the upper crust of society. They're the most status conscious women you'll ever meet. They are the weaponized form of yoga pants, and they're largely driving this whole Karen epidemic. Again, they've got a guy that's perfectly good at home. Oftentimes, they're sometimes very frustrated about him because, she thinks she can do better. And for a lot of the stuff, the issues guys have with a lot of the women nowadays can really be narrowed down to upper middle class women, or the top 2 economic quintiles in any society. If that helps in America, because in America, they don't understand what class means. But this whole spending her way into the high society is one of the primary drivers of female consumer debt. I'm going to provide a link in this one. Something for you guys to consider. Now, I talked before about the female debt. This is the breakdown from a little while back. I don't know what 2020 is going to have, but it's probably going to be a lot worse. Of the $1.5 trillion in consumer debt in America, $900 billion of it is women. That's over 50% higher. Women are driving consumption. Women are driving debt. And this dowry almost like forces a woman to try and find a guy who's either going to work himself to the bone or one who's materially better off than her. This is beta bucks run rampant. And for a lot of girls, they've just given up altogether being able to pay down this debt, and they go strictly for the alpha fuck side. Or sometimes they do both. Ideally, they would do both. So Esther, in her typical misogynistic fashion, goes, in fact, the emancipated woman is just as stupid as the other chicks, but she does not want people to think she's stupid. If she mentions housewives, it's with utter contempt. Sound familiar? As she has a job which would not be unworthy of a man, she believes that this very fact alone makes her intelligent, but she is confusing cause and effect. Men work only because they have to, and not because they're intelligent. And that's kind of the point where women really suck at the workplace when it comes to a lot of these higher tier stuff. Anybody who's worked with a girl, like in a director position or higher, they often give you that whole, I have to act like a man in a man's world, which they take to mean completely insufferably. Guys would prefer to lay around all day. How does Aaron Clary say it? 4-hour naps and 4 hours of jerking off or something stupid like that. Whatever. We work because we have to, not because we want to. In fact, if you were to implement a UBI to a male population, you'd watch their activities change dramatically. You do it for women, you apply UBI, you'll see retail sales go up. Still need to have those jobs now to afford this stuff. But again, they treat this as a status flex. Well, I have a good job in this corporation. They flex with it on guys, and guys don't care. The only guys who do care are the guys that know that's an unattractive flex for women in their subconscious heart of hearts. They know most guys don't care if a girl's got a good job, and they're not going for her. So if I say I like smart women with a good job, then I can sneak in on there. It's a failed sexual strategy because while those women may be able to get a beta buck, same as any other girl, and it may be a little harder for them, they've earned enough of their own money that they are more than happy to rather just ride the carousel, do their Tinder thing, have their fun, and then not settle for a man. They'd rather be alone. I would argue one of the girls that I remember that I still talk to this day from Purple Pill Debate, she's in her 50s now, but she had noticed a lot of the girls that were this exact type that we're talking about, after their first divorce, kind of had a brief period of lesbianism. And she couldn't figure it out. And she goes, I don't get it. It makes perfect sense, though, if you kind of map it to this scenario. Something to think about. Of course, within a year, they always end up going to lesbian bed death, and then they end up finding themselves another man, getting remarried, and repeating the cycle. That's New York chicks. I'm not even going to bother trying to comprehend that. If you're at the point where that's your sexual options, then there's some work you have to do on your end. But it's kind of neat. Like I said, if she could get past her anger, if she could get past her rampant misogyny, she'd probably see a lot of this stuff as problems to be overcome and not complaints to be aggrieved. But again, this is why it's good to have this stuff. It's good for the anger phase, to put some focus on your grievances so that way you can start addressing them and learning to fix them while your neuroplasticity is high, which for anger, for a man, it always increases. In fact, you need that in order to solve these problems. Otherwise, you're just going to attack them with the same ego-invested strategies you've already done. I like a chick that's basically a dude with tits. I like girls that are super smart with a good education. I have no problems paying $20,000 of her credit card debt that she spent working at the bar. All these scenarios, very horrible male sexual strategies, tend to have very poor outcomes, but the only way to get past is kind of internalize these grievances, internalize a lot of the red-pilled theory and concepts and strategies we've talked about, and then map it to your life in a way that you can carve out a successful path through your own life. So I hope this gets the point across to you guys. This one's a bit theory heavy. It's not the usual actionable stuff I do, but I think it's a very important step, and a lot of guys need to get into that. I'm going to end with a question for you guys. So here's a final thought for you. Out of everybody who has a working wife, how many wives have insurance policies with their husband as the main benefactor? I don't know the answer to this one myself, but I'd be curious for a lot of guys who have working wives, maybe they're earning more than them. Who's the main benefactor on her insurance or life insurance? In fact, does she even have life insurance? Something for you guys to discuss in the chat, talking amongst yourselves. I'm actually really curious how that's going to go out. But on that note, that's it for this episode. We're on to almost the last one. Yeah, women's liberation, and then offering what is love at the end. That one will be a short one. So I'm going to finish off this channel. Hit the like button if you like it. Don't forget to subscribe. Check out the links from the description. We got a Patreon private community where we deal with more actionable stuff on there, as well as Fuck Files, the book in audio and paperback. 15 lessons from a decade of women. Again, 3 more lessons than Peterson offers at half the price. It's a steal, and you'd be stupid not to go for it. It's like reading The Game by Neil Strauss, except for at the end of it, neither one of the guys ends up getting cucked. Anyways, on that note, I'll catch you guys on the next one in a couple minutes. Stick with the... I decided for the thumbnail for this one, if you guys have seen it. It was that girl worked in a mechanic shop, had an OnlyFans page. The guys found out about it and had a good laugh over at her expense, and she got mad because she's liberated and no man can tell her what to do, not realizing that, hey, maybe a reputation follows you around. But hey, what do I know? I'm just talking about the obvious. Women's liberation. What I kind of like from this one is the key point where it starts. A lot of guys have made the case that women argue about how bad women have it. Well, why don't you go to Saudi Arabia to help those women out? Well, arguably, the reason is because the Western society is so affluent that it's really the only place you could have this argument. For the most part, women's liberation and feminism in general is riding the coattails of technological progress. Feminism wouldn't have really come to be, the suffrage movement wouldn't have happened if the railroad hadn't been built, if women didn't have a life of ignoble ease that they weren't able to have before. You wouldn't have an argument now for second wave feminism if it weren't for the invention of engineering and the dishwasher in a post-war society of abundance. Women who had all the housework done within 4 hours on their 12-hour days, as opposed to when they used to have to beat their clothes against a rock, had nothing but free time right now, and they filled it with Milltown martinis, which is Xanax and booze, as well as arguing for feminism. Hey, I got some free time. Give me more stuff. To which the guys were like, sure, we're nice, we're calm, we're good. Come on in. Grab a job at the workplace. Sure. All right, then you get me too'd. Oh, that sucks. Well, we're at where we're at. So she starts off with America's high standard of living, combined with its permanent threat of unemployment, is enough to make any man's life miserable. This is one of the things that kind of not only hit home, but kind of increased. We are living in the gig economy now. I mean, when I was a kid, they told people that as a guy, you're probably going to have 7 different careers over the case of your lifetime, which was insane because my parents' generation that was it. You had the 1, maybe 2. For me, it was about 7. And then you get to the Zoomers, they don't even get the option for 1. They're basically living in a gig economy. You're a constant contractor. There is no job. There is no career. There is no watch. There is no safety. You basically work until you die, which is fine because it goes back to the cottage industry, the way we used to have it. But that's the problem. At least in the cottage industry, there was enough land. You built your cabin in the woods. Thing was paid off once you built it, and then you just lived life, and then you earned enough to eke by a comfortable life. Nowadays, it doesn't work like that. You actually need a nest egg because society costs money on an ongoing basis and there is no grid to get off. Or maybe you can go into the woods and live with Roosh. What do I know? Anyways, in no country with a comparable standard of living are jobs so tenuous. In no other country with a comparable rate of unemployment are the demands made by standard of living as high. The difference between a success and a failure is nowhere so clearly defined in the US. Added to these external difficulties is the fact that no other man is so thoroughly manipulated as the American male. And I argue because too much abundance. Good times make for soft men. Soft men make for hard times. Hard times make for strong men. Luckily, the generation after the Zoomers will sort this out. But we're all going to be dead by then. So we live in the world we got now, not the one we want. I think that's a Rumsfeld line for the reason he wanted to send unarmored Humvees down to Iraq. But it's still a good strategy, even if it's not the best for wartime. The adult American male is so manipulated that he appears there's nothing he would not willingly endure. And indeed, he is exploited without scruple. In no country do mothers so pitilessly train their male infant to perform. In no other society where the male sex drive is exploited for money so unscrupulously. Nobody except for the American woman is so shamefully professed a creed of profit under the guise of love. That's the marriage grift right there. I talked about this. Well, Rollo talked about this, but I'm talking about it now. Link in the chat here on this one. Divorce Incorporated. Dalrock also talks about it a lot in his blog. Threat Point is a perfect example of it. But the cash and prizes line, I'm sure everybody's heard this one. Masquerading as love. Again, marriage is sold as a proposition of love, but it's treated as a business transaction. And unfortunately, for guys who have that halcyon image of the white picket fence, you need to look at it like a business transaction. And again, it's impossible to look at it through that objective lens and still see it as a good idea for a man. It's basically incentivized whoever wants to leave. For the most part, women are the ones that want to leave. Men are very good at enduring, much more so than women are. At the same time, the choices that men and women make, because we're not equal, tend to make it more financially viable for a woman to leave a relationship and come out ahead than as a guy. Unfortunately, it makes both impoverished, but women are hoping for that landfall on the next man that they get afterwards, where men don't have quite so much luck. Luckily, though, with the way things are turning now, guys are finding during these kind of divorce scenarios where you get kind of run over the coals, while their obligations, their financial obligations have gone up, their disposable income has actually gone way up. Turns out it's easier to pay her to stay away than it is to pay her to keep her. Not cheaper to keep her, boys. Will Smith has to pay extra so Jada can stick around in his life. That's just something to think about. Add to that the insecurity that comes with the lack of a stable job market. These things all kind of add up to kind of a societal level of stress. Now, you could argue that this stuff all plays a part in the current political strife that we have right now. Nobody's making that case except for me, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I'm pretty sure none of you guys took over a 6-block chunk of Seattle. I'm pretty sure none of you guys are trying to march against Trump, and if you are, power to you. Everybody needs sexual strategy, but I'll leave it here. Focus on you, getting done what you need to get done. Let people express their angst how they see fit, and maybe you're lucky and that angst will be high enough that the powers that be will make certain changes to make life a little bit easier for everybody. But my argument is it's not my circus, it's not my monkeys. You didn't create this mess, so you shouldn't be obliged to fix it, especially if you're fixing it for other people. Where'd I leave off? So here's a rare moment of insight from Esther, which I would argue that once you're past the anger phase, and this is why I kind of like the book, it kind of gets you past the anger phase as well. Like, it doesn't get you past, but it kind of resonates as you get past it. This line was kind of important. That does not mean that American women are cruel. Women are never cruel to their men. Men are usually not important enough to be tortured. Only in the movies do women ruin their men intentionally. This simply means that American women, more than other women, fail to consider men as their fellow human beings. Perhaps the many dangers of the pioneering days cause American men to be evaluated by their usefulness. After all, that period in history is not that far gone. Well, it is that far gone now, and we're still there, and the rest of the world just followed suit. It's not that women are against you. It's not that feminists hate you. They actually are angry at Dad. They just refer to him as all men. But when they hear all men, just think about Dad that never bought him the pony, or the dad that went out to get some cigarettes and never came back. It's not that. They don't care. And all this stuff that puts the boot on the neck of so many men nowadays. And this is the part that's kind of hard for guys to swallow. Here's your red pill for the day. It's not that they want you to lose. It's that you're not even part of the equation. It's complete indifference. It's like an uncaring universe, except for it's people in your life. I always make the case that guys should hate their woman just a little bit. Not because they're worthy of hate, but because you need to stop looking at them through these halcyon eyes of perfection. Don't treat them as divine. Don't treat them as unicorns or as fairy princesses, because through no fault of their own, just following their own selfish evolutionary desires, they will stomp all over you. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you have your head on a swivel and head straight. Things are great when they're great, and when things are not, it's like the great things never happened. There is no relationship equity. It's like a light switch. Things just turn off. So to carry on, America has the highest divorce rate, and the chance that an infant will grow up with both a mother and a father is slimmer than in any other country, but that's since changed. I think India is the only country that's still holding on, but there's a whole other topic involved with the kind of societal changes you need to have India's less than 1% divorce rate. I'll just say this, though. It's one of the few countries that still has honor killings. Let you guys draw the conclusions where you want there. It's not my place. Anyway, so none of this stuff seems to disturb American women, for out of all highly industrialized nations, she has the highest birth rate. No wonder. Children are a guarantee of income. American fathers pay the highest alimony. Since non-payment can be punished by imprisonment, he pays promptly. This isn't just America, by the way. This is everywhere. So, for example, Ontario law. I'm from Ontario, Canada. Our separation laws have a very clear stipulation where during a separation, the kid or the child, read wife, because wife are defaulted given custody, unless you truly fight for it, which is a whole other topic in and of itself, but just know it's majority to the women, not only has to live to the lifestyle he's become accustomed to, but has to be above the other parent's lifestyle, so the guy's lifestyle. So this essentially means that as a girl leaves you in Ontario, you actually are required by law or obliged by law to provide her a higher lifestyle than you have for yourself. It's not about the kid, it's about the wife. It's always that end run. If it was about the children, there would be some kind of way of means testing and making sure that the financing went towards the child. But over the years, a lot of people have made the case that what's good for the woman is good for everybody, and because guys are simps, guys rolled over and took it. Don't get married, fellas. Having said that, kids are a different kind of investment, so something to consider. I will make this case, though, part of being the luxury good is, yeah, you might actually have to become the guy who works less hours, less of a plow horse, which buys you more leisure time. And that leisure time could be a superpower when it comes to custody. Basically being a more involved and more established parent. You're the guy who does all the medical appointments. You're the guy that knows the friends. You're the ones that the hospital calls when there's a problem. You're the next of kin that they call on the list. All these things work towards insulating yourself from these kind of very, very detrimental laws. The one thing I will say, and it's a bit of a tangent, but it gets to the point here. In my tenure in the forces, I noticed maybe a dozen to 24 different charges. Criminal charges, civil charges, summary trials over subordinates and peers. Almost went through one myself. One thing I've noticed is that they all follow the same routine. The military does something called military theater. The guy gets charged. Everybody kind of treats it like it's a bad identity thing. Oh, you screwed up. And then it's all about the theater. Leave him outside your office while you're sitting there for like 20 minutes. You're not doing anything. You literally just have him wait out there to build up the suspense. You bring him in. He expects you to yell at him. You stay very quiet. You bring the charges. You tell him, like, as an aside, like, look, man, I get it. You screwed up. Just fess up. You do your time. We got a spot waiting for you when you get back. I actually did that once to a guy, and he didn't. We actually wanted to have him back, but the military decided to boot him out after that. So his own honesty and his own discomfort over that was what caused him the most harm, and it's something I've kind of been thinking about since then. It's a very hard lesson to learn, and I'm glad he learned it, but I really don't like my part in it. But the one thing, and this is the point for you guys to take away from this, the one thing I've noticed from every guy when they start going through this process, when they start building up the anticipation, the dread, is they always say the same thing. Okay, I just want this to be over. They want the discomfort to go away. For a lot of this stuff, Esther never touches on that point, but being able to embrace a certain level of comfort in this discomfort is, I would argue, probably one of the strongest tools a guy needs to have in his sexual strategy toolkit. Playing that attrition game, because girls can handle misery much more than guys. In fact, girls are so good at misery, they practice it while everything's perfect in their lives. Find a girl whose everything in life is 10 out of 10, and she's the most miserable person ever on antidepressant meds. So for them, depression is just a state of being. But for guys, we have to kind of get through hardship. So learn to adapt a little bit more of that female attitude of depressing is fun. And it can help you in these kind of situations. There we go, we're back. Apologies for that one. I'm going to provide you a link, something to think about here. It's an article from Whisper called "You Don't Need a Wife, Just a Blowjob." It's a good article, and it kind of gets to the point that we're talking about through here. And it's the idea of people trying to sell you on the trad con life. 4 points to take away from it. Their utopia is not your utopia. They lost the fight, so why do they think that you'll win a rematch? The TradCon life was destroyed by a non-reversible process, and they're not offering to save society for you, they're demanding you save it for their kids. So what do I mean by this, and what's the takeaway from this chapter? About women's liberation, all their demands, all the downtroddenness, all the problems. If the TradCon life was so good, why was it that the boomers, the first generation after the pill who had a chance to carry it on, ditched it in a heartbeat? There is nothing good about it. And everything Esther here talks about, that plow horse man, the man who's manipulated by women to be the plow horse, working himself to the grave, all that stuff is true as hell. Why would you want that? They talk about it as a utopia now because nobody's ever lived it. Like, the boomers are almost gone. And everybody under 50 who's talking about it now has no idea what they're talking about. So their utopia is not your utopia. Right now, we're in the land of abundance. We're in the land of freedom. Your life is yours to carve out from which way you see fit. I don't know why anybody would throw that away just to be a better slave, but apparently the male drive to be emboldened to be his own slave to his own girl is so strong that it's just happening. The next part is why they lost the fight. Why do they think you'll win the rematch? So what tools do you have today to win this war on feminism that guys didn't have in previous generations? You guys have all had the same thing. So they're just basically hoping that somehow you're the magical type of man that's able to do this, that you're the one, Neo, that you're my only hope, Obi-Wan. I'm telling you right now, it's bullshit. You're just going to get crunched under the gears like everybody else who tries to fight the march of technology. And that's the third point. The TradCon life was destroyed by a non-reversible process. Back in the day, in an agricultural society, all of this plow horse stuff made sense. You could start working on the fields when you were 15 years old. Your sexual maturity happened when you were like 13. You get your first girlfriend at 16. You'd marry her at 18. You'd have a kid by 20. It's very easy to tell a guy to keep it in your pants for 2 years. But nowadays, we've moved to the other side of things. That sexual maturity still happens at like 13, 14. Unfortunately, you have to finish your schooling to be economically independent. You don't just work on a farm anymore. You have to finish a degree and sometimes a master's or maybe even a PhD. You're in your early to mid to late 20s by the time you can actually afford to till the fields on whatever your office farm is. So telling a guy to keep it in his pants for 10 years is pretty much ridiculous. So you can't get that life back because those incentives are no longer there and the process just takes too long. The last thing to think about, and this is like the Jordan Peterson line, you know, where he says guys need to take on responsibility, it gives them purpose. That's how guys save society, and that's how you're told to save society. Well, let's posit this. Society is so far gone that everybody in this chat, every guy on the planet could put in 100% effort towards this goal, and by the time some utopian world that they're all talking about came to play, you'd be too old to enjoy it. No, most of these people are parents trying to get you to do that so their children can reap the rewards from it. So it's a very selfish thing for them to ask, and they're playing it up like obligation. And I think it's an absolute horrible lesson, and I will never not dunk on tradcons for that stupidity that they have to fill to guys' heads. But on that note, that's it for this one. So we're on the home stretch, boys. Last episode's going to be a super short one. It's What is Love? I know I was going to make a joke about the tune, Night at the Roxbury, but I'm not going to. Just a couple small points in a quick Rollo article, but yeah. So in the end of the day, if somebody tells you to man up, tell them to sod off. On that note, I'll catch you on the next one. We're on the home stretch, boys. The final episode. What is love? If you've been in here this far, welcome to the slog. The sidebar series. Who knows what book's next? Maybe Practical Female Psychology, maybe The Mystery Method, who knows? This episode, the final episode, ending it on a bit of an upper. What is love? Is love involving you dragging a man through the Venice Canal, making your butt available for other guys to hit on you? Is it you escaping from your car like an adventuress? Is you a materialista with designer watches? Is it sitting at home barefoot and pregnant? No. None of the above. Thanks for tuning in. If you guys have been watching this, it's been a slog. All 5 episodes today. If you're watching this after the fact, and this is your first channel, welcome to the Sidebar series, where we go through everything that can be described as red-pilled canon. Everything you need to know to be red pill and not just red pill aware. Hopefully on top of it, you're adding action to your schedule here, because God knows not implementing this stuff doesn't do anything. And at this point, you might as well be listening to the Jordan Peterson lectures, because he talks about Dostoevsky a lot more than me. But that's mostly because I was more of a Noam Chomsky fan. At least his literature was somewhat comprehensible compared to Stoltz or Dostoevsky. Whatever. Anyways, so we're starting this one off. It's a short topic. It's letting out on a bit of an upper note. So women, nevertheless, are incapable of living without a man. Like a queen bee, she cannot survive on her own. She too is fighting for her life, and she too calls it love. They each need one another. In fact, and it seems therefore that they at least share one sentiment. The cause, nature, and consequences of this sentiment, however, differ as much as the sexes. So what she's saying here is that men want women, but women need a man. And that's a good thing. They won't settle. Women would rather be miserable alone than miserable with a guy. Especially when they can get some side pieces off of Tinder. And I don't care how old they are. 60-year-olds are slaying it right now. Just ask Bruno. Hope he recovers and gets better anyways. But that's the thing. That's the whole issue we've kind of been dealing from a societal standpoint when we're talking about the genders. Women have a lot of strategies that are self-sabotaging, and they're based on an old model of like plow horse masculinity. A lot of men are buying into it because of their validation-seeking behaviors, which ends up leading to maximum unhappiness for everybody. In reality, the takeaway from this is if you start treating yourself as a luxury good, fear of missing out, high status, pre-selection, sexy, aloof, all those positive traits we see with the other intrasectional competition. Things that women find hot. And focus a little bit less on the intersectional stuff, the stuff that other men are appealing to. You're going to find you have a lot more openings happen, a lot more opportunities, and then you're able to carve out your own slight bit of success in life. A lot of guys think that's putting pussy on the pedestal. A lot of that's like, no, you should be doing this self-improvement stuff for yourself, to which I say that's a horrible framing, and it sets you up for failure. People have a need for bonding. Men like the company of women. Women need the company of men. And I say men, not boys, not guys, men. So by getting yourself to that place where you would consider yourself a top tier man, or the top of the F pile, or that top 20%, which has never been easier, by the way, to get than now. You have your pick of the litter of women. And then you start to value your gifts, because you realize whichever woman you do pick for your life, if you want one, is going to have the best go ever. It's like I say about my dog Sagan. We picked him up from an SPCA rescue. Girl was a little worried about it because he gets seizures. And I'm just like, hey, considering he was living, almost had Giardia, in a little steel cage, and before that he was in a puppy mill. Even if he only lasts a year with us, that'll be the best dog year of his life. He had a good go. And so everything I do is with that understanding. This dog has had the best life ever with us, no matter how short or how long it is. So treat your woman like a dog. Taken out of context. That's the main point of this one. It's not that we need each other. It's that we want each other. Well, she needs, we want. So just realize that can be a gift. And you could say the juice isn't worth the squeeze, but you'd be surprised. The juice, I hate doing that. I'm not going to follow that reference, but I'll just say this. You would be amazed how much effort a girl puts in a relationship if she's afraid of losing you. Absolutely amazed. If you're ever in doubt of this, by the way, go see how bottom girls treat their pimps. They will do anything for him. And that's the kind of power a top tier man can pull with a girl, because it's such a rare commodity that need they have for a man will throw all of these other stupid strategies, all these self-sabotaging behaviors, all these society ills. They will just kind of wander away, at least for a time. And if they come back, well, you're red-pilled. You have yourself a safety net. You understand why the process is happening, how it happened, how you can avoid it happen again, and more importantly, how to protect yourself so that whatever you do end up losing, you can afford to lose. It's good expectations. So to carry on with this one, to a woman, love means power. To a man, enslavement. Love provides women with an excuse for financial exploitation. Man with an emotionally charged excuse for the sake of love will do things that are advantage only to the girl, while man only does these things that will harm himself. And yeah, working himself to the bone, that's it. Funny thing though, is so as she mentions, women, for her, love means power, and to a man, enslavement. Which is funny because to a woman, power means control, and to a man, power means freedom. Something to think about right there. So when we talk about power, and when you see feminists talk about power, or chicks in general talk about power, realize we're not speaking the same language. When girls talk about power, they mean control. The ability to actually tell a girl what to do is, in her mind, what do they call that? Patriarchal power. For a guy, no, it's not about. For you, not having to be told what to do for you is power. And that's why when guys hear about this power dynamic, why wouldn't you want girls to have freedom? Freedom is awesome, but that's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is control. So by understanding womanese and speaking Manglish, you're able to translate this into what they actually mean. And if a girl wants control, it's essentially her way of saying, I need a domination force in my life. And if you're that, that's great. If not, I will run you roughshod because I need somebody to be in control and I need that comfort. So when a woman marries, she gives up her career for the sake of love. When a man marries, he'll have to work for two just for the sake of love. See what we're getting at here? When you talk about love and you let love drive the boat, love basically benefits her and hurts for you. If you want to do that, fine. I don't know why you would, but it's there. But that's the problem with being the plow horse. It used to be, I want to be the good plow horse because at the end of the day, he'll get the good stable and the nicest bale of hay full of alfalfa. In reality, when the plow horse is done in this day and age, he gets sent to the glue factory. Don't be a glue factory guy. So for both sexes, love is a fight for survival, but the one survives only by being victorious, the other one only by being defeated. It's the paradox that women can also make the greatest gains during moments of utter passivity, and the word love endows them with the halo of selflessness, even at the moment of their most pitiless deception of men. Again, tying this back to its evolutionary psychology roots, sexual strategy is largely an adversarial process between men and women. It's designed that way. If the women ends up overpowering, works well for women, works to the detriment of men. If men works out overpowering, works to the benefit of men, the detriment of women. Rollo, I'm pretty sure has an article on this one. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. There's the cardinal rule of relationships where the one who needs other the least has the most power. But it's essentially, for one sexual strategy to win, the other one has to lose. Now, I would argue women kind of want to lose this game. They do. Because most guys, as much as I can say, be a little misogynistic, hate your women just a little bit, we're hardwired that it's just not going to happen. Like, in our DNA, we're basically built to respect the woman. So you can't shed that. The best you can hope for right now, short of having a psychopathy because your, empathy gland is all broken, the best you can hope for is you treat that as a valuable luxury good, and you only give that to somebody who's truly earned it. And that's the goal of this stuff. That's where all the misogyny comes from. It gets a guy to treat his ability to be the best damn man a girl ever had, that top tier guy, and he keeps it to himself, and he only gives it away when a girl earns it. And that's her way of being submissive to the dominant guy. If she wants this best of a man, if she decided this guy is her best option, she has to work her butt off to earn it. And yeah, it involves a lot of drudgery, a lot of misery. But like I said before, women seem to love misery. Even when things are going perfectly well, they seem to love inventing BPD and other psychological disorders so they can pop Xanax and feel good about themselves. I don't know how to explain it, but for a lot of women, misery just seems to be the raison d'être. That's just what they do. The reason to be. So if they're going to be miserable, just drag her to happiness, kicking and screaming. That's the saying I always say for the married guys. Like, how do you make a wife happy? Well, you drag her to happiness while she fights you every step of the way. And I'm going to end on this sentence here, and this is absolutely hilarious. So according to Esther, and you're going to love this just as much as I do, only women can break the vicious cycle of man's manipulations and exploitation, but she will not do it. There is absolutely no compelling reason why she should. It is useless to appeal to her feelings, for she is callous and knows no pity, and I'd argue unaware. And so the world will go on, sinking deeper and deeper into this morass of kitsch, barbarism, and insanity called femininity. And man, that wonderful dreamer will never awaken from his dream. Man, this chick's bitter. But here's why I brought this point up. This is why I hate that we need to fight feminism crap. I know you see Anthony Johnson at the 21 convention saying he's going to be the fight to bring the fight to feminism, and a lot of the MRAs, like what's that guy's name, Paul Elam's, like, we're going to defeat feminism and blah blah blah. And I'm like, all you guys are ridiculous. You had 50. Ask you this: this was made in the 1970s. That whole women need to basically wake up and stop stepping on the necks of men. They had 50 years, 3 generations. How much progress has been made in the positive direction? And that's fine. We got it from here, girls. We got it from here. And that involves enjoying the sexual marketplace for what it is, not what we want it to be. It means enjoying the decline. It means life has given you the short end of the stick. So take that son of a bitch, sharpen it up, and stab anybody in the heart who gets in your way. And that's really the only way around it. Throw a link in the chat here to Rollo's article on women in love. It's good reading to kind of add on to this. But on that note, that's the end of Esther Vilar's The Manipulated Man. After this, I'm going to grab myself a quick bite, and at 2 o'clock, we're going to do a quick live stream on Twitch. What? He's on Twitch? Yes, he's on Twitch. I'm going to put the link in the chat here. What is he going to do on Twitch? Well, I'm going to do what I started doing. The Mega Man 2 run to the end. We're going to try and make it. There's the link for it. So 2 o'clock, check it out live. 60 minutes or less. I'm going to see how far we can make into the game on the one continue. Why? Because why not? And then in the chat, just let me know. We can talk about all the stuff in here. We can hear a lot of your stories. I see a ton of chit chat in the chat, and I haven't had a chance to at least read half of it. So it'll be nice to get caught up with what you guys have been talking about. A lot of your stories. I see occasionally a guy's talking about how this stuff is mapped to his own personal life, which is absolutely awesome. So on that note, I'm going to leave you guys to it. And let's do the intro thing.